like a clock whose hands are sweeping past the minutes of its face. And the world is like an apple whirling silently in space, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind, like a tunnel that you follow to a tunnel of its own, down a hollow to a cavern where the sun has never shone, like a door that keeps revolving in a half-forgotten dream, or the ripples from a pebble someone tosses in a stream, like a clock whose hands are sweeping past the minutes of its face. And the world is like an apple whirling silently in space, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind. Keys that jingle in your pocket, words that jangle in your head. Why did summer go so quickly? Was it something that you said? Lovers walk along a shore and leave their footprints in the sand. Is the sound of distant drumming just the fingers of your hand? Pictures hanging in a hallway and the fragment of a song, half-remembered names and faces, but to whom do they belong? When you knew that it was over, you were suddenly aware that the autumn leaves were turning to the color of her hair. Like a circle in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel, never ending or beginning on an ever-spinning reel, as the images unwind, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind. Round like a circle in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel, never ending or beginning on an ever-spinning reel, like a snowball down a mountain or a carnival balloon, like a carousel that's turning, running rings around the moon, like a clock whose hands are sweeping past the minutes of its face. And the world is like an apple whirling silently in space, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind, like a tunnel that you follow to a tunnel of its own, down a hollow to a cavern where the sun has never shone, like a door that keeps revolving in a half-forgotten dream, or the ripples from a pebble someone tosses in a stream, like a clock whose hands are sweeping past the minutes of its face. and the world is like an apple whirling silently in space, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind. Keys that jingle in your pocket, words that jangle in your head. Why did summer go so quickly? Was it something that you said? Lovers walk along a shore and leave their footprints in the sand. Is the sound of distant drumming just the fingers of your hand? Pictures hanging in a hallway and the fragment of a song. Half-remembered names and faces, but to whom do they belong? When you knew that it was over, you were suddenly aware that the autumn leaves were turning to the color of her hair. Like a circle in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel, never ending or beginning on an ever-spinning reel, as the images unwind, like the circles that you find in the windmills of your mind.
What's up, people? What's going on? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Dude, I woke up at like 6 p.m. today because my sleep schedule is unbelievably fucked. And, you know, so I was planning on watching the Pentuple Gibbs Pisco other woman, I forget her name, debate on a Wick. And I did, and it was interesting. But also, I wake up and like, what's up, Peacock Man? Why is it showing the wrong as monitor? Probably because I unplugged and replugged in some of my monitors, but we needed abundance of dude. I was considering just reading fucking abundance on stream. I still don't even know what is in abundance, really. I still don't even know. I still don't even know. But the debate was the shit show. Gibbs and that other clown are insufferable. Pentuple is evil. Yeah. It's funny. Because we debated this on Thursday. I finally got the video uploaded. I got it uploaded yesterday. Scheduled it for today, so it came out earlier today. Like, it's funny to watch Gibbs go on like the same line of attack that he went on me yesterday. Like, oh, you okay with Biden's unelected bureaucrats making decisions, but you don't like Trump's unelected bureaucrats. You don't like Doge. And it's like, dog, it's like the thing I said to Gibbs, and I mean, Pisco had a somewhat similar line. It's like, one, there are just things within, bureaucrats' authorities to do, and things that aren't within their authority to do. Doge is probably, breaking those, not doing things within their authority, and seems like Biden's unelected bureaucrats didn't do that as much. And then also, I said there's different, obviously a difference in policy and a different intention. So like, one, I just like the policy of the Biden administration more. So like, obviously, it's not hypocritical for me to say an unelected bureaucrat doing X is good, but an unelected bureaucrat doing Y is bad. If I think X is good, then I think Y is bad. Like, there's no like hypocrisy or like contradiction there. I don't like people if they do bad things. If I think someone is doing a bad thing, I'm not going to like them, even if I agree that in principle that they should have the power to do that bad thing or should have the power to make that decision. I can still condemn them for making the decision that they did, right? Like that's not a like a hypocritical thing. And then I also just said I think there's a difference in intention, and that I obviously I don't think Elon necessarily has the right intentions for any of this shit. I think he's a Twitter and ketamine addict who's kind of lost his mind, and I think a lot of Biden's unelected bureaucrats were people like who had genuine expertise in the areas that they were presiding over. I mean, certainly not all of them, but a lot of them. Ketamine. Elon is a ketamine addict. It's just not a or at least was like Elon Musk ketamine. Like he does ketamine, or maybe addict is the wrong term, but like Tesla buy now, let's make Elon richer. Truth. Elon Musk defends ketamine use under doctor's prescription for mental health. It helps me, and that helps Tesla. Is he like... Okay. Don Lemon asked him about the AK when Elon got very uncomfortable. Yeah. What's up, Gilbertson? Welcome back. It's like spinning a fork. I'm obviously, listen, I'm hating on Elon, obviously. So maybe, like, if you want, like, I don't know, maybe there's a, maybe there's a legitimate use for, I know there are legitimate uses for ketamine. I've had it used for legitimate purposes before. But, like, it's a little, might be a little harsh to call him an addict, but at the same time, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know, people. But God, there were so many. I should have written them down. There were so many like dumbass fucking things. And yeah, by the way, I woke up and like the first thing I see is like Pete Hegseth is just like in a fucking group chat talking about strikes on Houthis and like accidentally added the fucking journalist to it with Tulsi Gabbard and some other people, I think. Jesus, but sure, yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of accountability. The Atlantic shit was insane. I haven't read a ton about it yet, but yeah, it literally, from what I know, there's no reason Pete Hegseth should not be fired or impeached. Like, there's no... Hey! Thanks, AC Vocal. Local. I guess we could start out by reading this then, yeah. I appreciate the bits. Hell yeah, brother. I think we'll... I don't know if we'll take any notes on it or anything, but... The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. The U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling. Jesus. The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern Time on March 15th that the United States was bombing the Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons package, targets, and timing. This is going to require some explaining. The story technically began shortly after the Hamas invasion of southern Israel in October 2023. The Houthis, an Iran-backed terrorist organization whose motto is "God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam," soon launched attacks in Israel and on international shipping, creating a havoc for global trade. Throughout 2024, the Biden administration was ineffective in countering these Houthi attacks. The incoming Trump administration promised a tougher response. This is where Pete Hegseth and I come in. On Tuesday, March 11th, I received a connection request on a Signal form from a user identified as Michael Waltz. Signal is an open-source encrypted messaging service popular with journalists and others who seek more privacy than other text messaging services are capable of delivering. I was assured that the Michael Waltz in question was President Donald Trump's national security advisor. I did not assume, however, that the request was from the actual Michael Waltz. I met with him in the past, and although I didn't find it particularly strange that he might be reaching out to me, I did think it was unusual given the Trump's administration's contentious relationship with journalists and Trump's periodic fixation on me specifically. It immediately crossed my mind that someone could be masquerading as Waltz in order to somehow entrap me. Jesus. Could you imagine being added to a fucking close Circle Signal group chat? Yeah, I I wish, bro. The opportunity for trolling was there. He didn't take it. Dude, I'd be sending fucking memes in the group chat. I'd be like, I probably would send, maybe he did this. I probably would send a message in there, by the way, but just being like, you know you guys are fucked, right? Like, you know you're totally fucked here, right? Like, I screenshotted everything. Like, you know you guys are, like, you're fucked. Like, this is... Love how he leaked it right away. Well, he waited till after the strikes, he said, right? It's not at all uncommon these days for nefarious actors to try to induce journalists to share information that could be used against them. Hello World would rock the group. I accepted a connection request, hoping that it was the actual national security advisor and that he wanted to chat about Ukraine or Iran or some other important matter. 2 days later, Thursday, 4:28 p.m., I received a notice that I was being added to a Signal group chat. It was called the Houthi PC Small Group. A message to the group forum from Michael Waltz reads as follows: Team establishing a principles group for coordinating on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours. My deputy Alex Wong is pulling together a Tiger team at the deputies and / agency chief of staff level, following up from the meeting in the sit room this morning for actions and items. And we'll be sending that out later this evening. The message continued. Please provide the best staff POC from your team for us to coordinate with over the next couple days and over the weekend. Thanks. The term Principals Committee generally refers to a group of the senior most national security advisors, including secretaries of defense, state, and the Treasury, as well as the director of the CIA. It should go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that I've never been invited to a White House Principals Committee meeting, and that in my many years of reporting on national security matters, I never heard of anyone being never heard of one being convened over a commercial messaging app. I thought he did leak it before. Hilarious. The impression that the first paragraph gave me is that he waited till after. But I mean, he doesn't explicitly say it. You know, he said the world knew. He said the world knew shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time that they were planning strikes or they were bombing Yemen, but he knew earlier. That, to me, implies that he didn't tell the world before. But I mean, he did like literally the day after, which is based. But 1 minute later, a person identified as Mar, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Why is he also... Goddamn. Wrote, Mike Needham for State, apparently designating the current counselor of State Department as representative. At the same moment, a Signal user identified as JD Vance wrote Andy Baker for VP. 1 minute later, TG, presumably Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, or someone masquerading as her, wrote Joe Kent for DNI. 9 minutes later, Scott B., apparently Treasury Secretary Scott Bassett, or someone spoofing his identity, wrote Dan Katz for Treasury. At 4:53 p.m., a user called Pete Hegseth wrote Dan Caldwell for DOD. And at 6:34 p.m., Brian wrote Brian McComrick for NCS. One more person responded. John Ratcliffe wrote at 5:24 p.m. with the name of a CIA official to be included in the group. I'm not publishing that name because the person is an active intelligence officer. The principals had apparently assembled, and all 18 individuals were listed members of the group, including National Security Council officials, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East and Ukraine negotiator, Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, and someone identified as Sam, which I took to stand for Stephen Miller. I appeared on my own screen only as JG. That was the end of the Thursday check chain. After receiving the Waltz text related to the Houthi PC small group, I consulted a number of colleagues. We discussed the possibilities these texts were part of a disinformation campaign initiated by either a foreign intelligence service or, more likely, media gadfly organization. The sort of groups that attempt to place journalists in embarrassing positions and sometimes succeeds. I had very strong doubts that this group was real, because I could not believe that the national security leadership of the United States would communicate on Signal about imminent war plans. I also could not believe that the national security advisor to the president would be so reckless as to include the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in such discussions with senior U.S. officials, up to and including the vice president. The next day, things got even stranger. At 8:05 a.m., Friday, March 14th, Michael Waltz texted the group, "Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the president's guidance this morning in your high side inbox." I swear we're going to get a Discord leak of this administration. Dude, that'd be fucking... Hey, at least it's not Telegram. Dude, we probably will get a fucking Discord leak. The Tenet Media stuff was all Discord messages. The Tenet Media thing was all around by a fucking Discord server. I wasn't surprised. Dude, the Doge kids for sure have a Discord fucking server. The Doge kids for sure are coordinating this shit. The Doge kid, there's a Discord server out there somewhere where these 19-year-old Doge kids are like, he's got access to the fucking treasury payment system. High sign in government parlance refers to classified computer and communication systems. State and DoD, we developed suggested notification list for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we will work with DoD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. What is COS and OVP? I don't think it's that. Office of Vice President. Oh. Chief of Staff. Okay. At this point, a fascinating policy discussion commenced. The account labeled JD Vance responded at 8:16. "Team, I am out for the day, doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we were making a mistake. Vance indeed was in Michigan that day. The Vance account goes on to state 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez, 40% of European trade does. There is a real risk the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, is to send a message." The Vance account then goes on to make a noteworthy statement considering that the vice president has not deviated publicly from Trump's position on virtually any issue. "I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his messaging on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep this concern to myself, but there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. A person identified in Signal as Joe Kent, Trump's nominee to run the National Counterterrorism Center, is named Joe Kent, wrote at 8:22, there is nothing time sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. Then at 8:26 a.m., a message landed in my Signal app from user John Radcliffe. The message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations. At 8:27, a message from the Pete Hegseth account, VP. I understand your concerns and fully support you raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out: economy, Ukraine peace, Gaza, etc. I think the messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we need to stay focused on 1, Biden failed, true, and 2, Iran funded, true. True. This one is definitely true, and this one is like half true. It's just funny to see them talk about it that way. That message on a state. Sorry, goes on to state. Waiting a few weeks to a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2, immediate risk on waiting. 1, this leaks. And 2, 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. 2, Israel takes action first. I feel like they would have done it by now already, but or Gaza ceasefire falls apart, and we don't, and we don't get to start this on our own terms. What's funny is that both of these things happened. It did leak in a way more embarrassing fashion than I could ever imagine. Although, to be fair, it only leaked after they did the attacks. And the Gaza ceasefire did fall apart. I don't believe Israel took action against the Houthis first or anything, but, or at least not any more serious action than they've been taking. What we're looking at today, first of all, welcome to the stream, Master Liberty. Right now we're just looking at the whole Pete Hegseth signal group thing. This journalist is being paid by Israel? Yes, true. We can manage both. We're prepared to execute. And if they can don't worry guys, I'll manage it. Prepared to execute, and if I had a final go or no vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as 2 things. 1, restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest. And 2, reestablish deterrence, which Biden cratered. But we can easily pause, and if so, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100% OPSEC, Operations Security. Oh, okay. I welcome other thoughts. A few minutes later, Michael Wall's account posted a lengthy, who isn't accurate. A few minutes later, Michael Wall's account posted a lengthy note about trade figures and the limited capabilities of European navies. Whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have the United States that reopen. It will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes per the president's request. We are working with DoD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the European space. The account identified as shady van. Don't worry, this is what the tariffs are for, guys. We'll just tariff Europe to make them. Oh, dear God. The account identified as shady Vance addressed a message to 845 to Pete Hegseth. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. True. The administration argued that the Europeans allies benefit economically from the U.S. Navy's protection of international ships. This is true for literally every single country ever. Yes, because we're the world superpower. And yes, this is what gives us all the fucking power in the world. Okay, but the U.S. identified as Pete. As Hegseth responded 3 minutes later, VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. True. Questioning is timing. I feel like now is a good time as good a time as any. Given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes, I think we should go. But POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. At this point, the previously silent SM joined the conversation. As I have heard that the president was clear, green light. But we should soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement, e.g. if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. Oh, he's got his fucking profile picture. Majority of people have lived in a world where USA has been a world stabilizer. Yeah. That message from SM, presumably to President's confidant Stephen Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, or someone playing Stephen Miller, effectively shuts down the conversation. The last text of the day came in from Pete Hegseth, wrote, 9:46 a.m., agree. After reading this chain, I recognize that this conversation possessed a high degree of, how do I pronounce this, verisimilitude? The text and the word choice and argument sounded as if they were written by people who purportedly sent them, or by a particularly adept AI generator. I was still concerned that this could be a disinformation operation or a simulation of some sort, and I remain mystified that no one in the group seemed to have noticed my presence. But if it was a hoax, the quality of mimicry and the level of foreign policy insight were impressive. It was the next morning, Sunday, March 15th, when the story became truly bizarre. At 11:44 a.m., the account labeled Pete Hegseth posted a signal, "Team update." I will not quote from this update or from certain other subsequent texts. The information contained in them, if they had been read by an adversary of the United States, could conceivably have been used to harm American military and intelligence personnel, particularly in the broader Middle East. Central Command's area of responsibility. What I will say is that in order to illustrate the shocking recklessness of the signal conversation is that Hegseth posted the Hegseth post contained operational details of forthcoming strikes in Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing. The only person to reply to the update from Hegseth was the person identified as the vice president. "I will say a prayer for victory," Vance wrote. Okay, cool. Dude, the other users subsequently added prayer emojis. Awesome, based, okay. According to the lengthy Hegseth report, or is it a lengthy Hegseth text, sorry, report. What are we using official things and not a fucking signal or group chat? The first detonations in Yemen would be felt in 2 hours, hence 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. So I waited in my car in a supermarket parking lot. If the signal chat was real, I reasoned Houthi targets would soon be bombed. At about 1:55, I checked X and searched Yemen. Explosions were being heard across the capital city. I don't know how to pronounce that. I went back to the signal channel at 1:48. Michael Waltz had provided the group an update. Again, I won't quote from the text except to note that it would describe the operation as an amazing job. A few minutes later, John Ratcliffe wrote a good start. Not long after, Waltz responded with 3 emoji. First, an American flag and fire base. A fist American flag and fire. The country is being run by Discord monikers. Moniker. Why can't I pronounce that? Monarchist. Others soon joined in, including Mar, who wrote, "Good job, Pete and your team," and Susie Willie Wiles, however you pronounce it, who texted kudos to all, most particularly those in theater and CENTCOM. Really great, God bless. Steve Witkoff responded with 5 emojis, 2 hands praying, a flex bicep and 2 American flags. DG responded, "Great work," and effects. The after-action discussion included an individual assessment of damage done, including the likely death of a specific individual. The Houthi-run health ministry reported that at least 53 people were killed in the strikes, a number that has not been independently verified. At least we live in an interesting time. Yeah. I don't know what I want. I want my malarkey-free president back. I want my malarkey-free country back. What happened? On Sunday, Walsh appeared on ABC's This Week and contrasted the strikes with the Biden administration's more hesitant approach. These were not kind of the pinprick back and forth, what ultimately proved to be feckless attacks, he said. There was an overwhelming response that actually targeted multiple Houthi leaders and took them out. The Signal group chat, I concluded, was almost certainly real, having come to this realization. One that seemed nearly impossible only hours before. I removed myself from the Signal group, understanding that this would trigger an automatic notification to the group's creator, Michael Waltz, that I had left. No one in the chat seemed to have noticed that I was there, and I received no subsequent questions about why I left, or, more to the point, who I was. Earlier today, I emailed Waltz and sent him a message on a Signal account. I also wrote to Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, Tulsi Gabbard, and other group officials. In the email, I outlined some of my questions. Is the Houthi PC Small group chat a genuine Signal thread? Did they know that I was included in this group? Was I, on the off chance, included on purpose? If not, who did they think I was? Did anyone realize who I was when I was added, or when I was removed myself from the group? Do senior Trump administration officials use Signal regularly for sensitive discussions? Do the officials believe that the use of such a channel could endanger American personnel? Brian Hughes, the spokesperson for the National Security Council, responded 2 hours later, confirming the veracity of the Signal group. Okay, cool, awesome. This appears to be I don't understand. Why would they not just deny it? Okay, but whatever. This appears to be an authentic message change, and we are reviewing how an inadvertent number was added to the chain. The thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. Sure. The ongoing success of the Houthi operation demonstrates that there were no threat to troops or national security. William Martin, a spokesperson for Vance, said that despite the impression created by the text, the vice president was fully aligned with the president. That's the thing. Oh, of course, that's the thing that J.D. Vance's Fucking press secretary respond. No, I swear to God, I would never do anything to piss off Trump. I swear to God, I agree with him. Dude, I swear to God, I swear to... What? Jesus. The vice president's first priority is always making sure the president's advisors are adequately briefing him on the substance of internal deliberations, he said. Vice President Vance unequivocally supports the administration's foreign policy. The president and the vice president have had subsequent conversation about this matter and are in complete agreement. I've never seen such a breach quite like this. It is not uncommon for national security officials to communicate in a signal, but the app is used primarily for meeting planning and other logistical matters, not for detailed and highly confidential discussions of pending military action. And of course, I've never heard of an instance in which a journalist has been invited to such a discussion. Conceivably, waltzed by coordinating a national security related action over Signal may have violated several provisions of the Espionage Act, which governs the handling of national defense information, including to several national security lawyers interviewed by my colleagues Shane Harris for his story. Harris asked them to consider a hypothetical scenario in which a senior U.S. official creates a signal thread for the express purpose of sharing information with cabinet officials about an active military operation. He did not show them the actual signal messages or tell them specifically what had occurred. Oldest lawyer said the U.S. official should not establish a U.S. signal thread in the first place. What? Crazy. Information about an active operation would presumably fit the law's definition of national defense information. The Signal app is not approved by government for sharing classified information. The government has its own systems for that purpose. If officials want to discuss military activity, they should go in a specifically designated space known as a sensitive compartmented information facility, or SCIF. Most cabinet-level national security officials have one installed in their homes. Okay, I guess it makes sense, but or communicate only on approved government equipment. The lawyer said. Normally, cell phones are not permitted inside a SCIF, which suggests that as these officials were sharing information about an active military operation, they could have been moving around in public. Had they lost their phones or had they been stolen, the potential risk to national security would have been severe. Hegseth, Ratcliffe, and other cabinet-level officials presumably would have the authority to declassify information, and several of the national security lawyers noted that the hypothetical officials on a Signal chain might claim that they declassified information they had shared, but this argument rings hollow. They caution because Signal is not an authorized venue for sharing information of such a sensitive nature, regardless of whether or not it has been stamped top secret. There was another potential problem. Waltz set some of the messages in a single group to disappear after 1 week, and some after 4. That raises questions about whether the officials may have violated federal records law. Text messages about official acts are considered records that should be preserved. Cool. I guess it makes sense, but under the records applicable to the White House and federal agencies, all government employees are prohibited from using electronic messaging applications such as Signal for official business unless those messages are promptly forwarded or copied to an official government account. Jason R. Barron, professor at the University of Maryland, and the former director of litigation at the National Archives and Records Administration, told Harris. Intentional violations of these requirements, dude, it's going to be so funny in 30, 40 years or whatever, when historians are going to be looking through declassified documents and they're just full of J.D. Vance saying that using prayer emojis and everyone spamming the American flag and like fire emojis. Intentional violations of these requirements are a basis for disciplinary action. Crazy. What? I'm sure they'll be disciplined so hard. Additionally, agencies such as the Department of Defense restrict electronic messaging containing classified information to classified government networks and or networks with government-approved encrypted features, Barron said. Several former U.S. officials told Harris and me that they had used Signal to share unclassified information to discuss routine matters, particularly when traveling overseas without access to U.S. government systems, but they never knew never to share classified or sensitive information on the app because their phones could have been hacked by a foreign intelligence service, which would have been able to read the messages on devices. It is worth noting that Donald Trump, as candidate for president and as president, repeatedly and ferociously demanded that Hillary Clinton be imprisoned for using a private email server for official business when she was Secretary of State. It is also worth noting, and by there, like Hillary, I never did the full reading the Hillary thing because in 2016 I was fucking like 10 years old or whatever. I guess I was 11. but like, we don't really have any evidence of like willful or reckless behavior from Hillary herself, at least, is my understanding. I don't know if you can make that same argument for these people. Jesus. Also worth noting, Trump was indicted in 2023 for mishandling classified documents, so the charges were dropped after the election. Waltz and the other cabinet level officials are already potentially violating government policy and the law simply by texting one another about the operation, but when Waltz added a journalist, presumably by mistake, to his own principals committee, he created new security and legal issues. Now the group was transmitting information to someone not authorized to receive it. That is the classic definition of a leak, even if it was unintentional, and even if the recipient of the leak did not actually believe it was a leak until Yemen came under American attack. All along, the members of the Signal group were aware of the need for secrecy in operations security. In his text detailing aspects of the forthcoming attack on Houthi targets, Hegseth wrote to the group, which at the time included me, "We are currently clean on OPSEC." Jesus. Yeah, like I said, I can't wait till these are the, 80 years from now. Donald Trump Jr., okay, is going to be declassifying instead of the JFK files, the signal threads for whatever crazy event happens next. There's no way he shouldn't at least be fired, right? Like, he probably violated the law or whatever. Like, there's definitely a case for indicting him. But set that aside, is there any... is there any argument he shouldn't be fired at the very least?
And that is the plane of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who, from what we understand, just landed there in Hawaii.
I've been waking up early and dunking your face in ice water. Yeah, that's my daily. I've actually been I keep waking up extremely late at like 4, 5, 6 p.m. and I just don't have time to dunk my face in ice water. I know it's unfortunate. It's I have bananas though. I don't have the whatever the fucking fancy ass water he drinks.
On this multi-stop tour to Asia. They're stopping first in Hawaii. Hegseth will then go to Guam, and then he will go, I believe, to the Philippines and Japan, according to the deputy press secretary there at the Pentagon, her name Kingsley Wilson. So what we're all waiting for right now is whether or not Hegseth, there he is live, whether or not he will comment on the story in the Atlantic. Remember, he was leading the group message there in that signal thread. Let's listen here.
I tell you something, this is the trip we've had circled on the calendar from the beginning. Indo-Pacific, shifting priorities to make sure we're deterring threats to the future. President Trump's been focused on that. Reestablishing the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and ultimately reestablishing deterrence is critically important. And so we're out here to talk to our commanders and, more importantly, meet with the troops all across the Indo-Pacific, and then our allies and partners, too, are going to be a critical part of ensuring the future in this region is free. And so we're glad to be here. It's a beautiful day. Had a full work day on the plane. Now we've got a full work day here. You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's
True.
made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the...
True. They confirmed was it his, it was either his office or, oh, come on. It was either his office or one of the other people's office who said that it was a real group chat. Why are we now... Brian Hughes is spokesperson for National Security Council, so this appears to be an authentic message chain.
The hoaxes of Russia. Or the
True, that was all made up. True.
people on both sides hoax. or suckers and losers hoax. So this is a guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does.
Gross.
I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation.
So true, buddy.
And we
okay, so we so we character assassinate the journalist, even though it's already been confirmed this is a real thing, and then we deflect to Biden bad.
Decimate
Okay.
the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard that was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Wow.
The NSC said it's not mentioned.
And then we lie. I don't know. That's how it was characterized. Text a journalist don't acknowledge the fact. You like literally, yeah. Oh, I did not mean that. This is funny though. Forgot I had this before. Anyway, the only way he doesn't get fired is that it was either on purpose, somebody refused to prosecute, or they got shielded. But it could. I have no confidence that if Trump told Kash Patel to not prosecute him, I think Kash Patel doesn't have Trump. I don't think Kash Patel has the discretion to prosecute and not prosecute. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General or whatever. I just have zero confidence that he's off the chin. He was probably on the foot. Well, that makes it worse for him if he was. Actually, I don't know which one is worse. Is it worse if you are, an alcoholic and make a mistake because of that fact? And we knew he was a fucking alcoholic. Trump knew he was an alcoholic when he hired him. Or is it worse if he was sober and made the same mistake? I don't know, actually. I don't know which one I would say it's worse. Nothing will happen to them. I feel like has Trump said anything about it on like Truth Social or anything? Or sorry, I didn't mean to just go to his thing. I meant to. That's what we just watched. Is this the only thing he said about it? Trump is too busy protecting Tesla. Apparent fucking Lee. You up for poverty, Evan?
The F-47 is part of.
By the way, I don't know enough about the Houthi. I was I've gone back and forth on this. Fuck, what was it I was reading? There's kind of it's like 5 bad options when it comes to the Houthis, because I think what Biden was doing is, yeah, it probably wasn't. I mean, what he first did, I think, was like, he tried to negotiate them diplomatically before October 7th happened, and shit hit the fucking fan, right? I think he took them off the terrorist list and tried to start negotiating shit with them, but then October 7th happened, and that dream dies. And then, fuck, I can't remember what we were reading that detailed. I think it detailed it pretty well. There just aren't many good options, because like if you do what Trump's doing, you risk a wider conflict in both Yemen and Iran, right? And that's not good. Even yeah, can't negotiate with them. Yeah. I mean, there might have been. I mean, I doubt you could have, but like, I mean, before October 7th, I could understand how you might think that, but if you do what Biden did, you probably don't deter them enough. If you do what Trump's doing, you risk Yemen going to fucking shit, and we might have to have like an expensive ass war in Yemen, right? Even if we don't fully occupy Yemen, and then there's the risk of escalation with Iran. But he seems to have a bone to pick with Iran. Well, yeah, Trump definitely. I don't think Trump cares if we go to war with Iran. I think I think he's fine with risking that. God, what was it? I remember because it was like it's definitely not this. I'm looking through where I store some of my I think Houthis. Biden chose what they thought was the least bad option from that menu. I think like that's the quote. It's probably this. Gregory Day Jensen, the Associate Director for the Institute of Future Conflict at the U.S. Air Force Academy, outlined 5 options that U.S. tacticians had in front of them. The first was doing nothing, might promote further Houthi attacks. The second, staging limited strikes, would probably not be particularly useful to deter and degrade the Houthis. The third, a disproportionate military response, it might risk a larger war. The fourth is to back the anti-Houthi fighters, who are sort of a Frankenstein, rickety coalition, Johnson said, with terrible human rights records of their own. And the fifth option, striking or pressuring Iran, which backs the Houthis financially, rhetorically, and if military aid, risk a wider regional war. None of these 5 options are really that palatable, and I think from this menu of bad options, the Biden administration took what it hoped was the least bad. But I don't know. Why is the Yemen map? Ballistic missile launched by Israel. At Israel by the Iran-backed Houthis was successfully intercepted. Where they are like cockroaches, you can't kill them all. Yeah. Listen, if Assad can fall in 10 days, maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a little napalm can't fix. I don't think that would be. I don't even know, like, because again, even like the disproportionate military attack, like, risk escalating shit. And I don't know, like, obviously, like, full scale war, like, the U.S. would obviously win against the fucking Houthis. Like, yeah, like, but it would be, I don't know, it'd be costly, and it would divert resources from, giving shit to Taiwan, giving shit to Ukraine to the extent that We're still giving Ukraine aid. We need mustard gas. I don't even know. I don't even know if napalm would be particularly effective against. I don't know. Listen, I don't know much about the Houthis, but like it's just kind of presumably there's plenty of militants hidden in caves and stuff. Although Houthis do have like genuine like fucking Iran military shit, so they're just going to tell. Yeah, exactly. And also, I guess there's like civilians in Yemen or something. Ugh. Where's this article? You mean cool crash chest dummies? Dog, web archive. Hurry the fuck up. Face I found looks like you're lost, like Sleepy Joe Biden in the jungle. The videos of Biden in the jungle are the funniest shit ever, man. Dude, that shit goes fucking hard. Why are they using that against him? Enemy civilian casualties, okay by me. I'm getting really sick of people who whine about civilian casualties. Maybe I'm a hard-hearted guy, but when I see in the newspaper that civilians in Afghanistan or the West Bank were killed by American or Israeli troops, I don't really care. In fact, I would rather the good guys use the Air Force to kill the bad guys, even if that means some civilians get killed along the way. One American soldier is worth far more than an Afghan civilian. For the past decade, the United States and Israel have been attempting to prove their moral superiority by attempting to minimize civilian casualties. That's all well and good. Unfortunately, this policy also means that politicians put our soldiers in harm's way in order to save non-combatants. The New York Times reported on July 21st that flaws in the U.S. air war left hundreds of civilians dead in Afghanistan. In its own unique objective style, the Times noted the American air campaign in Afghanistan, based on a high-tech, out of harm's way strategy, has produced a pattern of mistakes that have killed hundreds of Afghan civilians. Oh, that's my fucking cat. The New York Times and other... Come. He hates me. New York Times and other news service called both Afghan non-combatants and Americans non-combatant civilians. This is disingenuous. American civilians are people who go about their daily lives without providing cover for terrorists or giving them money. Afghan civilians are not. Take, for example, the wedding party in Afghanistan that made front-page news for being strafed by American warplanes. The American pilots claimed they came under fire from the wedding party. The Afghan interim government. Did somebody say, well, what's up, Picado Boy? Yeah, I think we're going to watch, because my viewers told me to... not this one. This one, it's the Emmanuel Saez pre-watch. It's not pre-watch, but I skimmed through some of it. Versus Larry Summers' new wealth tax debate thing. Yeah. At some point, we got derailed by Pete Hegseth being being a kooky dude. And Ben Shapiro being a kooky dude here, too. Which I feel like I might be thinking of the wrong strike. But I'm pretty sure they weren't actually fired on during the wedding party, but... But also, by the way, I mean, not that... I don't think Ben Shapiro cares about international law at all, but you do have to be like directly participating in hostilities or be a member of an organized armed group to be targeted. You can't just be like providing tacit support as an Afghan civilian to be targetable or whatever. Like, and you still have the ability to make strikes proportional in whatever nonsense the woke IHL protocols tell you to do. Goal of medical instruments, roll tobacco, low voltage protective equipment, and bananas. I'm just going off the bananas because from what I know, only a few places really make bananas. To the east of Guadalajara, is it a fucking island place? Jamaica? East of Jamaica. Cuba? Oh, Cuba makes sense to cigars. Presumably. Oh, nope. It's good. It's like, it's probably fucking Saint Nits or whatever the fuck these bullshit island is. One of the Virgin Island things. Cuba is further away. Wait, am I? The arrows are not. I have to remember the arrows are not exactly accurate because it can only be like east or west or like 45-degree angle between them. So it could be like down or up a little as well, but Saint Nonfana Nevis exactly. To the east of Jamaica, but not so east. But Cuba's further away. Bermuda or something? Oh, fuck me. I don't know where Bermuda is. I just fucked myself. Is Bermuda higher than Jamaica? Is Bermuda higher than Jamaica? More north than Jamaica? I thought it was. It might. I'm so fucked. Colombia? There's no way it's Colombia. Yeah, it's one of the island nations. And I don't know what the fuck it is. Watch it actually be fucking Saint Nits and Nevis. Dominican Republic. Oh, you know what? I could have guessed it after I remembered that island existed. That's not east of... Hold on. In my mind, Dominican Republic is not east of Jamaica, but maybe... Oh, no, it is. I thought Jamaica was in a fucking different place, man. Close enough. Anyway, apparently this I saw this linked on Twitter. Sorry, I want to talk about this a little bit too. But I think this says in order to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio, we would only need to decreasing primary deficit by 2.1 percentage points of GDP on average, which is not like that much. It is not necessarily trivial to do that, but it's not like that bad. I mean that is just to stabilize it though. I think that's just to have it stop increasing. But I don't think anyone. I mean, you can finance 100% debt to GDP ratio, relative, that's somewhat easy to finance, it's fine. But for us, at least. Anyway, this shit. I've forgotten even more about it now because we got derailed like 3 times. Oh my god. Actually, kill me, dude. First of all, it's so... Pentuple is the biggest idiot I've ever seen. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Actually, kill me. Oh, it's funny. I'm gonna have to... It'd take a while to find this, but I remember when we were talking, Pentuple was like, "Oh, you guys say that we have a burden of proof, but guess what? If someone was charged and they said they have a valid pardon, it's their burden of proof to say it's a valid pardon." And I was like, you can see me in my video say, "We're not in fucking court right now." And then I think Gibbs cuts me off, and does his moderates or whatever. But like I don't understand. He went back to this point like 3 times in this debate too. And I'm like, and Pisco did a good job pointing it out. Like if you have an affirmative claim, the burden of proof is on you. That's not, we're not in a court of law. You can say it's totally irrelevant to say to argue over, who the burden of proof would be on in the court of law if someone with a pardon is charged. Then maybe they will have a burden of proof to prove that the pardon is valid. But that's not what we're talking about right now. If you have an affirmative claim that these pardons were forged or whatever, you have to provide evidence for that. And they just did not do that. And they had like a meta conversation half the time or whatever too. But it's nice to see that. Like I talked about earlier, it's also nice to see Gibbs and Pentuple both make the same like dumbass point about Doge. Pisco had a slightly different response than I did, but like, Jesus.
The pardons are invalid. What is your evidence that he was not aware of the pardons?
We already know that. I'll respond to that. Hold on, let me respond to that. I don't think that that's how this is actually going to be tested in front of a court. And
Like, do you see? I got really lucky. I just skipped to the right place. Like, what the fuck? How mega fucking retarded is your brain?
That was your question. He has to have knowledge, obviously, of the pardon to effectuate it. I totally agree with that. But the burden of proof is on you guys. You guys who claim that the pardons. Wait, excuse me. That the pardons are invalid. What is your evidence that he was not aware of the pardons?
We already know.
So, you guys are making an affirmative claim that these pardons aren't valid, or that these pardons were signed without Biden's knowledge and consent. What is your evidence of that? Like the burden of proof is on you to prove that claim.
I'll respond to that. Hold on.
Let
me respond to that. I don't think that that's how this is actually going to be tested in front of a court. And I'll ask you, Pisco, because I'm not sure about this. I'm just asking you this as a thinking out loud. I think that the way this is going to come up is when somebody who claims to have a valid pardon is prosecuted. Somebody who's on the January 6th committee, for example, say Adam Schiff, gets charged and he claims to have a valid pardon. Is the burden of proof on his claim that his pardon is valid?
But we're talking the nature of this discussion right now. In this,
like, Pisco does actually answer the question, by the way, and I think he says that the DOJ would probably have like some discretion, or the DOJ would have to probably have some burden to prove that the pardon was invalid if they wanted to prosecute. It wouldn't necessarily be the other way around. But Jesus, like what fucking. Oh my god, how broken is your brain? I don't know if I'll be able to find this in this debate, but well, here, it's definitely, I know I'll be able to find it. Man, that, can't wait to watch that Pisco debate. Jesus. That's gonna be something. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't know, like the legal, dude. The whole, I was gonna press Pentuple on this, but I didn't really get a chance. The whole like, well, it's not self-authenticating, so you need to provide some standard of proof that motherfucker. Like we're not in a court of law right now. If you're making if you're making a positive claim, then that burden of proof is on you, brother. Like, I understand, like, in a court of law, there might, because it's not self-authenticating or whatever, they might have to, in order to, you know, void the pardon or whatever, like, they might have to provide evidence to, or I guess not have the pardon voided. They would have to provide evidence to fucking show it wasn't, or they had permission to. God, I'm so slow at talking, but yeah. I think they're also
Perfectly, Wink. That you were okay with the people around Biden. That's like okay because he delegated.
Yeah, this is what I'm making a point about Doge.
You thought you liked the people around. What about in a brief? Like, what if you have all?
Get more super chats, but no.
Specificity, which by the way, I
Yes,
agree with. I think there's
yes,
another way you could.
yes.
Oh, this. Oh my God. Van Tuppel backed himself in a corner, arguing that in order to pardon all the J6ers, Donald Trump would have to know all the or have to have been told. He wouldn't necessarily have to memorize them, as Van Tuppel repeated 20 times without actually engaging in what Peace Girl or anyone else was saying. All the names of the J6ers. In order to have those pardons be valid, he would have to have been told 1,500 names. Someone has to sit down and tell him 1,500 fucking names, dude. Like,
Specificity.
That's the legal standard.
Then the answer would be, it's not necessary to know the names because there are other ways to get to that level of.
Perhaps
Right, cool. So now he goes.
In December and did it in January.
mistakes like
would
that.
you
Correct me if I'm wrong here on this, but like, let's be real here.
Hey,
There is checks and balances for that type of stuff. That's the point. That doesn't mean they had no fucking proof.
oh, there's no transcript
Checks
yet.
and balances
It's too
on the
late at that
executive
point.
in
It's
that
too late at that point.
situation.
But here's the question: Do you agree
There's
with
no checks and
valid
balances on
pardon?
the pardoning. Pardon all the Jan Sixers, right? Now, whether he meets the standard where he has a brief where he's got all the names, whether he read it, I don't give a shit. But his goal is, I want to. Sure, yeah, okay, cool, fat. Every president going forward, let's cognitively test him. He's cool. All of this.
He needs to be briefed
Well,
on
so
it. Yes,
you're
he needs to be
admitting that you
briefed
did.
on the pardons.
Wait, you're
Okay, so
admitting.
OLC
Wait,
opinion.
you
Look, I
just
know I'm
admitted,
not-
you just admitted
Look.
that you know that he doesn't know their names.
I don't even understand.
He
what you're
issued
saying.
pardon
Like,
people
answer
that
this
he
guy.
doesn't know their names.
Oh, they talked about
He doesn't know
that as well.
Come on, you think he knows all 1,500 people's names or heard them? That's
No,
a
I'm
ridiculous
saying
standard.
He needs. Okay, I know you haven't read the
So
OLC
you're saying
opinion I
that he
sent you, but
pardoned
when you
people
read it,
who don't know
Pisco, you
their
will
names.
understand that there is a level
Oh,
of
they called him
specificity.
Pisco the entire debate as well. Although, to be fair, Pisco did call him Blue Man the entire time because he didn't know his name.
Said.
Nina.
Okay, can we
Nina,
can-
I've-
Wait, you
nobody
just said-
understands
wait,
what
you
you're
just-
rambling.
Oh, also, Pavel was just really fucking mean to this girl the entire time. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It was.
Said.
Hold on,
You
let-
have
let-
to engage in that.
OLC
This is
opinion.
unfair.
It wasn't like you know, kind of like regular heated debate stuff. It was like kind of what he did to me when he just repeatedly did not engage with me at all and just called me kid on Google. He was just like, "You're slurring your speech. You're fucking dumb. You're like the entire time. Like, Jesus."
Which you will read later. The OLC opinion suggests and shows that there is a
asking
level
what
of
you're saying.
specificity
Nina's
needed. So
asking
there,
a question.
it's not a broad.
I'm asking
like,
you a
just
question. Do
generic
you
thing. I
think?
don't
Do
care about your
you
question.
think that? Yeah,
care
I
about
know
your
you don't care
Yeah.
about
See.
my question, but you're gonna have to answer. You're gonna debate with me, motherfucker. So
All right,
deal
go
with
ahead.
it.
Go ahead. All right, here. Let's hear it. Let's hear this
Do
great
you
question. I hope
think
it's
that
good.
it is important for Trump to know the names of the people he pardoned?
I think it's important for him to be briefed on it. Yes.
That's
But you
crazy,
just-
bro. Because he doesn't know them.
Yeah. He
But
doesn't
but he
memorize
doesn't.
them.
So
No,
that's
he doesn't
not a
memorize
proof?
Memorize them.
He just
No.
needs to hear
That-
them.
There's a difference between
Oh, so
memorizing
you
them
think that
and
he's
when
not-
you're in
I
the-
didn't say
Hang on.
memorize. I didn't say it. You're moving
When
the
you're
goalposts,
being briefed,
motherfucker.
yes, I argue yes. When he's being briefed on these pardons and when they're going through the process of doing this pardon
And
process
you
by
admitted
the
that he doesn't
executive.
know the names of any of them. You started off
What
with
do you
saying
mean by
that.
no? Do you mean by memorize? Is that what you mean, or do you mean
Hold
that
on.
he heard them when they were?
Hold
You,
on.
hold on,
That's
let
what
me
you
ask, because
said.
now I'm confused. Petuple. Is it your claim that Trump was told the names of all 1,500 individuals on January 6th?
I would expect that as a part of the pardon process that he was engaged in. That yes, he probably
Do you
heard
not
those
think
names.
it's
That's wild.
important
I-
to know what they
And he gets trapped into like two other things. I think he because there's been other blanket pardons before. They bring up Johnson, who pardoned all the all the Confederate insurrectionists, and it's like they don't even have records of who Johnson pardoned Confederacy. That's not what. Like, this is a blanket pardon for, like, all these people. He obviously did not, know all these names and everything, but...
He did?
Why is that wild? Why is that wild?
Do you not think it's important to at least have a consideration for
Based on what? How do you have evidence that didn't happen?
Because I know Trump's character, and because there's no reporting that he sat down and listened.
What do you know Trump's character based on?
Listen. Wait.
It's also so stupid. Double. Oh, he makes me so angry. This guy should delete his Twitch channel immediately. His whole thing all the time, where like he says this in the debate too. He's like, liberals act like they were in the room. Liberals act like they could somehow infer what Donald Trump's state of mind or like any of this. It's like, motherfucker, there are reporting on these things. Like that happened. Like there are. Believe it or not, journalists actually, sometimes get added to fucking private Houthi strike group chats now, okay? So there is reporting of what happens inside these rooms, believe it or not, okay? But, hey, you suck. Good to know, Malibu County. Welcome back. But, like, holy shit.
So we should have an investigation, shouldn't we? Find out whether or not he actually heard audibly the names of all those people.
No,
right?
no. Here, let me try to put it.
No,
right?
Kill me. Well, it goes from debate to just attacking LMAO. Yep.
We can have a question about whether he. Okay, the point is this.
Which have the
burden of proof on you? Isn't the burden of proof on you to show that he did
Yes.
Wait, isn't the burden of proof to show
So this hypothetical that you've asked me, sure, but what you're ignoring is a legitimate legal opinion from 2005 that I'll reference over and over and over again that states there is a level of specificity required by the president before he signs things. Before his signature can be
And by the way, that I think I haven't read it either, but I think he misuses it later on too, because it's not, the memos are not binding law. They are like a legal opinion or whatever. They're like advice to the president, but they're not binding law. So
if you're saying there could be another way to get to that specificity, which by the way,
but then also Pendouble basically changes his position later on because they're debating, and Pisco's like, hey, if there's another way to get to the specificity, I pronounce that horribly. Jesus, don't clip that. Required for the president to have adequate knowledge and consent to the pardons. Your position would be that Trump doesn't actually have to know all of the names. He just has to know. There are other ways to get to that level of knowledge and consent. But Jesus.
Are you disappointed that Trump hasn't fixed the?
Oh, this is that. We will watch this today, but that's other shit. There's a lot of shit. I got on stream for 3 fucking days or whatever. Jesus. I've seen people saying Biden was doing more deportations and shut up about it while Trump embraces his role in deporting. I don't actually know if Biden has done. I would be skeptical if Biden actually did more deportation or no. Biden probably did. He might have done more deportations as like as a number just because of just because there are more immigrants coming over. But like these, the type of deportations that Biden did and type of deportations that Trump does. The same thing with Obama, by the way, because people say Obama was fucking deporter in chief, like whatever, are just so incredibly different. It's such a retarded comparison. Like Obama, like turning away people like who had just crossed the border, and like only deporting primarily violent criminals, versus Trump sending people to El Salvador without giving them due process. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, gee, like such a unbelievable comparison. Yeah, like. So I'm going to compare Obama, who like, versus Trump, who invoked the Alien Enemies Act, and then allegedly violated a judge's order to turn planes around that were deporting people who had not gone through due process. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? It is an unbelievably dishonest comparison. By the way, has anything happened on that? Trump judge order planes. I don't know if this has gotten anywhere yet. But there was the one judge who told Trump to, turn the fucking planes around because they were deporting people who hadn't gone through the proper due process or whatever. And the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was not legal either. Because obviously it's not the invasion in the way the founders intended. And then Trump claimed that he didn't even invoke the, Jesus, fine. No, it's an unbelievably dishonest comparison. Trump administration on Monday invoked a state secrets and privilege and refused to give a federal judge any additional information about the deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador under an 18th this is not at all comparable to anything Obama or Biden did. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What is the proper due process if Alien Enemies Act is invoked? If the Alien Enemies Act is invoked, yeah, there aren't, you don't have to follow the due process restrictions or what. The issue is he can't invoke the Alien Enemies Act because we're obviously not under invasion right now, dumbass. That's the whole issue, is that he was ordered that the way he invoked it was illegal. And federal judges have ruled as such. I don't remember if it was the same judge who ordered the planes to be turned around. But it was a federal court that ruled, hey, no, you can't fucking invoke the Alien Enemies Act. And then Trump himself went back on it and said that he didn't invoke it, which he did. We have the document where he invoked it. He absolutely did. He's just lying. But then today he's claiming state privilege when it comes to not having to give any more information for the deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. That was done under the Alien Enemies Act. Yeah. It's anyone who unironically makes the comparison between what Trump is doing now with his deportations and what Obama did with his deportations, unironically deserves to be in one of those fucking El Salvador prisons. But Jesus fucking Christ. There's no fucking way. Some rights don't apply to even green card legal status or whatever. But obviously those El Salvador prisons break the 8th Amendment, at least for U.S. citizens. There's no fucking. I don't think he's done it yet, but I think El Salvador said that they were open at least to the idea of the U.S. leasing out space in these El Salvadorian prisons to deport even U.S. citizens too, and that's definitely a violation of the 8th Amendment. The El Salvador prisons are not nice places, which is saying something because our prisons aren't really nice places to begin with, but. Oh, and sending the he hasn't done this yet, but saying that he's going to send immigrants to fucking Guantanamo Bay, kill me, yeah, Jesus. You ever seen conditions at housing for Malibu? I'm going to. You belong in the El Salvador prison. You belong. If you believe that have you seen the conditions that? First of all, the conditions. And migrants under Trump and Biden, they were almost certainly worse under Trump, right? Do we at least agree on that? In these migrant detention facilities, do we at least agree that they weren't being chained up on military cargo planes and shipped to El Salvador? Jesus. Okay.
Are you disappointed that...
I need to pee. I'm pulling on Hassan. Let's skip to a random point. Or I'll skip to the first. Whatever prompt. Sports facilities like halls and Matra, no Hassan allowed today. Real. What is it? What do you mean no Hassan allowed? Has Hassan done something? I understand Malibu. Malibu, I want to answer for this when I come back. I expect a one-word answer, okay? Who do you think the conditions for migrants were worse under, Biden or Trump, when they were held in these facilities? Like who? I'm just super Trump, who had to fucking remain in Mexico, dude, by the way, too. Like Trump, who literally wouldn't even let people come here. I say the condition. I love how you didn't answer my question at all, dude. That's really cool. I love that so much. Can I get an answer to my question now? Who do you think they were worse under? Just generally speaking, who do you think they were worse under when they were detained?
Myself, I'm first generation, and I'm all for people coming and bringing something and adding something to the country, but I feel like we're on this point where a lot of people are coming just to get everything that they can out of the country without contributing much to it. So I'd say it's time to focus on the people already here.
I totally and completely disagree with every factual part of that. I think that nobody comes to the United States for our welfare state here. It just doesn't really exist. Even the illegal immigrants that we have here are working. I mean, like every economic indicator, whether you want to look at the U3 or the U6 or labor force participation, shows that we are super hungry for workers here. I think if you go down literally any street, you'll see every restaurant, you'll see every construction site, you'll see tech in San Francisco begging for workers. The idea that the United States can't employ people that are coming here just is a total myth. I understand that there are parts of Europe that have this issue, but for some reason we'd like to pretend it's the same. But I think in the United States we can utilize a ton of extra labor here, and I don't see any reason why we can't take care of the people that we have here, especially when one of our big problems is shoring up our Medicare while bringing in other younger people to work and help alleviate those issues.
Okay, what was the point you said before that? Sorry, that was a lot.
I think that we're so hungry for labor in the U.S.
Oh, okay, sure. So I don't think that I'm not saying it's a myth that we can't employ foreign-born workers. I'm saying that a lot of the reasons, like this debate with HB1, what they're doing is that they're hiring people at much cheaper rates than they would hire Americans for, and I understand there's economic incentive for that, but I'm not saying that we can't, like it's a myth that we can't hire these people. I'm saying it would be better if we were to hire our own and then pay them a living wage.
I understand that, but we already are. I mean, like you can check out the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If you look at like computer science people, the unemployment between these people is like 1.9%. It is unbelievably low. It's one of the lowest unemployment sectors in the entire economy. I think we are super hungry for H-1B workers, especially like educated workers. I don't know why you would push talent out of the United States instead of welcoming them here, because if they're going to, work anywhere, why would we not have them work in the United States?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that if it's like actual talent, for sure. I just feel like that is used by corporations and employers in semi-insidious ways that end up screwing the population starting here.
Okay, did anybody hear anything that caused them to move? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to swap you two out, and we're going to swap you two out. You have 2 minutes.
This country was built on immigrants. The original people that came to this country are the Native Americans, and everybody else is an immigrant. And we all contribute to the country. We all contribute taxes. The key word here is legal immigrants. That's the key word in that whole question. Legal immigrants, we pay taxes. We pay Social Security. We contribute to the economy of the country.
I think what you're saying is counter to what you're saying. You absolutely agree we should allow illegal immigration.
Legal
immigration. Oh, of course we should.
Do you want to change your math?
I'm sorry.
No, the U.S. should increase legal immigration. You're welcome to.
I see they are very. I'm timing you out, Malibu. Actually, fuck you. Holy fucking shit, dude. Time out. You're rage baiting so hard. Oh my god. 1 minute timeout. Jesus fucking Christ. Actually kill me. This was today as well. Federal Judge Monday reaffirmed a ruling President Donald Trump from using wartime powers to summarily deport alleged gang members. The new development from U.S. District Judge James Bosberg came just hours in advance of a critical courtroom showdown before a federal appeals court on Trump's deportation authority. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals was scheduled to hear arguments on Monday afternoon on the Trump administration's efforts to lift a restraining order that Bosberg imposed on March 15th. That order bars deportations under a proclamation that Trump issued invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 against members of a Venezuelan gang. I kind of learned how to pronounce it. It's a 37-page opinion. Bosberg rejected the administration's request that he lift a restraining order himself. Bosberg said legal precedents were clear that even if Trump's invocation of the 2-century-old statute is valid, the people subject to it are entitled to a meaningful opportunity to dispute their deportation by presenting evidence, for instance, that they are not members of a gang. Summary deportations following close to the heels of the government's informing an alien that he is subject to the proclamation without giving him the opportunity to consider whether to voluntarily self-deport or challenge the basis for the order is unlawful, wrote Bosberg, an appointee of President Barack Obama. Bosberg, the chief judge at a federal district court in Washington, has been the focus of withering criticism from Trump and his allies in recent days, including calls for his impeachment, of course. The case is it tests not only the scope of Trump's presidential powers, but whether his administration will abide by court orders. At an emergency hearing on March 13th, Bosberg orally directed the Justice Department to ensure that any deportation flights in the air turn around to the U.S. The planes, however, continued and unloaded more than 200 deportees in El Salvador in the middle of the night. The prisoners were handed over to El Salvadoran authorities to be held in a brutal detention center at U.S. expense. Bosberg has vowed to get to the bottom of whether the administration intentionally had defied its directive. The Justice Department said in court last week that it did not technically defy any order. It is made on Monday. Bosberg didn't delve into the issue, but said the breakneck speed in which Trump officials pushed the deportation process earlier this month implied a desire to circumvent judicial review. Anyway. Okay, what do we want to... I got like three fight, whatever, I don't care about that. 3 fucking debates here, and modded Minecraft. I feel like I want it to be... I don't know if it looks better in the corner or like... Because usually, I don't know, there's like other important stuff in the corner, but it kind of looks weird here. Also, it gets covered by the alerts if I put it in the very corner. But as if we're talking about immigration, we can stick with the Destiny immigration debate video thing.
Are you disappointed that Trump hasn't fixed the border in his first month in office or done anything about it at all?
No one can fix the border in a month.
He hasn't touched it.
No, he hasn't
I
touched
thought it was
the
the most important thing.
How many executive orders has he put into place?
How many of them deal with the border?
If you happen to be born here, why
Trump
not
actually did. I think Destiny's probably wrong about it. Trump actually did quite a bit of executive action about the border. Now, most of those are probably not legal, by the way, but I don't think Trump doesn't care about that. The reason Trump doesn't need a border bill is he doesn't actually care. He doesn't actually care what's within his legal authority to do. He'll just kind of pass an executive order, regardless of whether or not he has the authority to do so, technically.
Also be a US citizen. The more that you have, the better the place will be. The more people, the better. The more problem solvers there are, the more creativity. Let's have at it.
Oh, well, that changes things. That was an incredible performance. Wow, that was pretty credible. The United States should increase legal immigration. Move.
Oh boy.
Okay, decide from amongst yourselves who you want to come up. Decide from amongst yourselves who you want to come up. Why don't you come up first? Okay. And then we'll substitute you in later. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Have a conversation with him. Each of you give each other your best arguments.
Okay, I guess from an economic perspective, our unemployment is very low. It seems like one of the biggest frustrations this administration is currently expressing is that all of Mexico is stealing our ability to manufacture things. So I don't know why we would kick out all of the workers back in Mexico to go steal our manufacturing abilities. I don't know why we wouldn't just...
True. This is true. It's so funny that conservatives hate, conservatives nowadays hate both free trade and immigration, because free trade and immigration are substitutes, by the way. Like, if you don't want immigration, you know what you should do? You should have free trade. So rather than immigrants having to come here, they can just stay in their home country and work all our manufacturing jobs for us rather than stealing jobs here or whatever. Or they don't have to live here, but they'll still say they're stealing jobs or whatever, which is dumb. But like,
United States and do stuff here.
Okay, I guess my answer to that would be I don't think we have a shortage of foreign-born Americans in this country already, and I don't think we have a shortage of Americans that are looking for work in these different fields, especially like in tech.
Absolutely do. Well, tech specifically, maybe not, but the labor market is like pretty tight. There are, I believe there currently still are more job openings than unemployed people. Now there's nuances there about the hiring rate and how many of these jobs are ghost jobs or whatever the fuck. But absolutely, the U.S. labor market is pretty tight, and we have an aging population. We should probably be importing more immigrants to deal with it. I think that's fair. And by importing more immigrants, I just mean letting immigrants voluntarily choose to come here and work, because that's what they want to do. Like
heck, and like what we use HB1 visas for. I'd say that it's time to. I'm an immigrant myself. I'm first generation, and I'm all for people coming and bringing something and adding something to the country. But I feel like we're on this point where a lot of people are coming just to get everything that they can out of the country without contributing much to it. So I'd say it's time to focus on the people already here.
I totally and completely disagree with every factual part of that. I think that nobody comes to the United States for our welfare state here. It just doesn't really exist. Even the illegal immigrants that we have here are working. I mean, like, every economic indicator, whether you want to look at the U3 or the U6 or labor force participation, shows that we are super hungry for workers here. I think if you go down literally any street, you'll see every restaurant, you'll see every construction site, you'll see tech in San Francisco begging for workers. The idea that the United States can't employ people that are coming here.
I mean, you can see this is our native-born population, or the prime-age population is like stagnant. But if you look at yeah, this is here we go. The working age population in the U.S. is shrinking because people are getting old. And especially during COVID, we had a fuck ton of boomers retire early. Yeah.
Just is a total myth. I understand that there are parts of Europe that have this issue, but for some reason we'd like to pretend it's the same. But I think in the United States we can utilize a ton of extra labor here, and I don't see any reason why we can't take care of the people that we have here, especially when one of our big problems is shoring up our Medicare while bringing in other younger people to work and help alleviate those issues.
Okay, what was the point you said before that? Sorry, that was a lot.
I think that we're so hungry for labor in the U.S.
Oh, okay, sure. So I don't think that I'm not saying it's a myth that we can't employ foreign-born workers. I'm saying that a lot of the reasons, like this debate with HB1, what they're doing is that they're hiring people at much cheaper rates than they would hire Americans for, and I understand there's economic incentive for.
There is mixed evidence for that. So there are some studies that show that like the H-1B visa people don't actually really get paid significantly less than native-born workers. Comrade fan, why did I got time? You know why you got time, because you are unbelievably retarded and refuse to answer my question honestly. Anyway. There's mixed evidence for that, but there's other like spillover benefits. There even seems to be some type of like crowding in effect. Because of how what are they called? It's fuck. There's a name for this type of phenomenon. I can't say that word. Clustering effects. If you have, like, for example, a bunch of... The reason all these tech companies are based in California and San Francisco, despite, like, real estate there being incredibly fucking expensive, is because that's where all the smart people are, right? So that's where you want to set up your company. If you have a bunch of, workers come over here, if you have all the skilled workers move to the U.S., move to this one area, well, guess what? That means all these companies want to set up in the U.S. now rather than setting up in India. There seems to also be an effect in that companies offshore their jobs less often if they are instead allowed to hire H-1B immigrants. That seems to be observed as well. So it doesn't seem like they're really replacing American workers. It seems like usually they're complements, right? Like if a firm hires more immigrants, a lot of times they'll hire more native-born workers as well. And on the whole, the country does better because of the cluster effects I mentioned, right? even if these people are being paid like way cheaper wages than everyone else, really what that would mean is that the consumers of these services benefit, right, from the cheap labor that the companies get, which lets them, lower their costs and lower their prices. Additionally, add there's probably some amount of wage compression that you get because these are immigrants that come over here that demand services from low-wage workers in grocery stores and in construction, yet they only compete on the labor market with higher skilled workers. So even if you reduce the wages of higher skilled workers to some extent, you're helping out all these other low-wage workers. So you'd end up getting less inequality in wage compression. Yeah.
For that, but I'm not saying that we can't, like it's a myth that we can't hire these people. I'm saying it would be better if we would hire our own and then pay them a living wage.
I understand that, but we already are. I mean, like, you can check out the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If you look at, like, computer science people, the unemployment between these people is like 1.9%. It is unbelievably low. It's one of the lowest unemployment sectors in the entire economy. I think we are super hungry for H-1B workers, especially educated workers. I don't know why you would push talent out of the United States instead of welcoming them here, because if they're going to, work anywhere, why would we not have them work in the United States?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that if it's like actual talent, for sure. I just feel like that is used by corporations and employers in semi-insidious ways that end up screwing the population that's already here.
Okay, did anybody hear anything that caused them to move? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to swap you two out.
Wow.
I'm going to swap you two out. You have 2 minutes.
This country was built on immigrants. The original people.
Why does my... Guys, I got too many mods. It just crashes.
Came to this country are the Native Americans, and everybody else is an immigrant.
Malibu, I don't know. You are. I'm going to time you out again. You're rage baiting so hard. There's no reason to debate this right now because we're talking about economics and I'm trying to react to this video. But it's unbelievably retarded for you to say when I say, I think Trump invoking the Alien Enemies Act to summarily deport migrants is a lot worse than Biden holding migrants in detention centers, which, by the way, Trump does as well. And Trump generally treats immigrants worse in these migrant centers as well. It's unbelievably, unfathomably retarded for you to say, well, both of them treated immigrants badly. That's an unbelievable, unfathomably horrible, retarded thing to say, and I hope you end up in the El Salvadorian prisons that Trump is summarily deporting illegal immigrants to, because holy shit, like...
And we all contribute to the country. We all contribute taxes. The key word here is legal immigrants. That's the key word in that whole question. Legal immigrants, we pay taxes. We pay Social Security. We contribute to the economy of the country.
I think what you're saying is counter to what you're saying. You absolutely agree we should allow illegal immigration.
Legal
immigration. Oh, of course we should.
Do you want to change your mat?
I'm sorry, I thought you said...
No, the U.S. should increase legal immigration. You're welcome to... Are you now on his side of the... The U.S. should increase legal immigration. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, well, that changes things.
I told you now it's very... My question was, who do you think it was worse under? And you just said, I think it's very bad. That's not an answer to my question at all. If you, like, oh my God.
That was an incredible performance. Wow, that was pretty credible. Okay, everybody go back to neutral. The U.S. needs more foreign workers. Move. Okay, grab the...
doesn't answer my question at all. You're so retarded. I'm going to time you.
Board over there, please. And sir, grab the board.
Rage baiting.
I want you to write down the best reason you have for standing on that mat. And don't let anybody see. What is your best reason you have for standing on that mat? I want you to guess what is the reason he has written on the board.
I believe he has statistics as to why we need more people from out of the country, and that we don't have enough people here to suffice the needs of the United States.
In one sentence, what is
this
it?
lame guy brought statistics.
Statistics showing an argument versus what I'm saying, period.
Is that correct? Statistics showing an argument?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, you
Low
got
unemployment,
it.
yeah.
You guessed it. Okay, now, why is he standing on the absolutely disagree?
I'm going to guess it has something to do with a cultural aspect of Americans and not bringing in too much foreign culture.
Is that correct? Don't show him yes or no.
No, we don't.
Okay, guess again.
Then domestic labor needs more opportunity to work here. We should be manufacturing things with American workers.
Is that correct?
Well, we have enough people here.
We have enough people here. Okay, I'll grab this. Explain to him your reason.
Well, are we lacking people in the United States that we don't have enough people to just suffice our needs?
The working age population? Absolutely. Like, yeah. It's not even like lacking compared to what, right? Like compared to the counterfactual or where we let immigrants in and we have a much larger working age population. Like, yes.
Needs and solve our own issues?
Yeah.
Right, we do.
We're lacking.
No, what are we lacking?
More people. Labor is one of your most important economic inputs. Why not have more workers?
But we have enough workers.
Why not for what?
We have a population of how many people? You would know this.
Well, like 336 million people or something?
Okay, so is 336 million people not enough?
Half of those don't work, by the way, and it's an aging population, which is why our prime age population is shrinking. Like,
to suffice our problems?
Well, you can always have more, no?
Why would you have more if you have enough?
How much money do you have in your bank account? Would you want more?
What I have in my bank account has nothing to do with the reality that we have enough people in the United States to suffice our needs.
How do you define enough?
Look around.
Okay, look around. There's not enough.
Okay, how do you...
Look around. What a great art. You know, like I have data that like shows that like the U.S. labor market is pretty tight and it's likely to remain tight for some time. Have you looked around? Have you looked around? Have you looked around?
Determine there's not enough.
Unemployment is below 5%.
Okay, so why is unemployment below 5%?
Because we don't have enough people in our workforce to employ.
No, those are statistics that we don't know truly what. We obviously have enough people.
How do we obviously have enough? We can't trust the statistics.
Well, listen, statistics have a very narrow view of something that's far more deeper than that. If we have enough people that are, if we remove the illegals, first of all, if we get rid of people that are here against the law, which our country has created laws for reasons, we will finally know the actual answer to this, because then we have to fill those jobs, won't we?
Yeah, and then our unemployment would be even worse. It would go even lower.
We don't have a crystal ball. We'll have to find out now.
Well, I imagine if you
remove
people,
let's just deport 20 million people and like we'll see, you know, maybe and then we'll see if it was a good decision or not. What a good idea. Hey, by the way, guess what? We actually have done studies on the effect of deportations on the labor market before, and it turns out it is a bad idea, and it decreases native-born employment as well. We don't need to deport 20 million people to do a study on this and see what happens, because we've already done similar things, and it turns out it's bad. Let me see if I can find a thing here. There was Obama enforced some secure communities program, which led to a bunch of deportations, and we were able to compare cities that deported people versus cities that didn't deport people and all those things. Turns out when 500,000 immigrants were removed from the labor market, the number of U.S. working people decreased by 44,000 because immigrants work in a lot of occupations that allow other people to work. For example, they're caregivers. You know, they babysit children, which allow, you know, mothers to work. They work in construction, which allows businesses to expand for cheaper, and that creates more employment as well. And they also just demand services, right? Like they just demand services it goes in services in the way any other person does, and that supports employment in their community as well.
Fill more people into jobs and the unemployment go even lower, right? We get to like 1% or less or something, right?
Well, exactly what would happen once we get rid of the illegals.
So how in your mind do you decide if there are enough people here or not?
Well, we'll find out once we do the right thing, first of all.
By the way, I think I haven't done like a ton of reading on this ever or anything, but I think Destiny's kind of weirdly committed to the natural rate of unemployment being at like 5%. I'm not convinced there really is a good natural rate of unemployment, and like even if there is, it doesn't seem plausible that like it would stay at 5% forever or whatever. So like there's no reason to think that the natural rate of unemployment is like just always intrinsically 5%, but
that's illegal, right? We have laws in place for a reason.
That would mean removing Trump from office, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
How is Trump illegal in the office?
I'm just curious, how do we decide? How do we decide? The problem I have with this is that we have a lot of numbers that tell us information about the health of the economy. It seems like having more workers is generally good as long as unemployment isn't too high or wages aren't being pushed too low. And it seems like every sector is really hungry for extra labor. You've got tech asking for H-1B workers. You've got agriculture. They're worried that illegals are going to be kicked out of the country. They won't have a workforce. There are so many sectors that are hungry for workers.
Right.
Why would we?
Is it a mystery that we've had statistics for how long in this country? Yet nothing's gone right?
I think a lot of things have gone right. I think we're in a wonderful country right now. I think we got how many immigrated people here?
We have Trump in the office. That's great, right?
No, we're not perfect, but
well, we're solving the problem.
Bro, obviously things have gone right in the U.S. or like the world's largest economy, and you know statistics don't have nothing to do with that. The fact that our Federal Reserve is enabled to make good decisions for monetary policy based on independent, reliable statistics from the BAA and from the BLS. Is a good thing, and that's a great thing that helps us all out a lot. Yeah,
it's simple. We have illegals in the country. Let's get rid of the illegals, and then see what actually transpires.
Wouldn't the easiest way to get rid of every illegal in this country be to create a path to citizenship for the people here,
or at least a path to citizenship?
The realistic ones that don't have a 25-year wait list.
25-year wait list. I don't know anyone that's waited 25 years to get legally here in the United States.
Anybody from Mexico that doesn't want
a lot. That is approximately how long the wait list is from a lot of like Latin American countries. Yes, you unironically have to wait 10 years, 14 years.
Lottery or doesn't have a family member here, it's like a 20-year plus wait list.
No, listen, whatever it takes to become legal, there are laws in place for a reason. If you want to change the laws, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, I'll meet you halfway then. I would agree that we should substantially reduce the amount of illegals here if we made it substantially easier and cut dramatically the wait time to legally immigrate into this country.
Well, Trump's all about eliminating bureaucracy and wait times.
Sure. Would you agree with that then? Would dramatically increase the amount of legal immigration?
I'm not educated enough to know what the solution would be.
Well, I didn't ask. I'm just curious, just on a vibes basis.
And then we'll end this. All right, hold on. Then we'll end.
Yeah, so let's say right now we could snap our fingers and it would work in a way that wouldn't be catastrophic. Would you be okay with dramatically increasing the amount of legal immigration coming to this country, assuming they were coming for jobs, they weren't coming for welfare, they weren't criminals or rapists or any of that stuff? Would you be in favor of that?
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Did anybody
cool.
move? Did you move? And where did you move from?
From slightly disagree.
Okay. What convinced you to move?
Because there are so many young people graduating from our universities that are not prepared to take the job opportunities that become available because our university programs are just not preparing them for the subject matter. And so we should educate our own people in the jobs that are becoming available.
So that's what caused you to move?
Yes.
Okay, who else moved? You two. Why did you move, sir?
For 2 reasons.
Ah, you're so good to me.
For 2 reasons, what my colleague was saying, I just want to make 2 points on that. It took me 14 years to become legal. It does take that long to become legal. And also, if America takes the people that has that technological mind from other countries, it gives us the advantage than other countries. So let's bring them here. Let's bring all these educated people legally into America with all the education and the technical know-how. We get the advantage over other countries.
So that's what caused you to change your mind? What caused you to change your mind, sir?
What Destiny said about we don't have industries such as agriculture need more people to be working in those industries. As we've seen with the mass deportation threats that have already been happening under the Trump administration, there's been a lot of concern from farmers, and because that business might literally be crippled without the use of migrant labor, we do need more.
Just like the Democrats said slave labor that Republicans got rid of would be. I can't wait till someone brings that one up. Let's see. I guarantee you someone will. That's the talking point.
We need more people to come into the U.S. because American citizens just aren't filling these jobs. You're not seeing people go out of high school and go into agriculture anymore. You're seeing them go more into college. You're seeing more people in
or vocational as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we need more foreign workers that could fill these jobs that are not being taken up.
All right, everybody go back to the neutral, please. The best explanation for the increase in illegal immigration during the Biden administration is voter importation. Move.
Oh, man.
Wait, as in, like, we agree with that?
Yeah, if you disagree, you're on that side. If you agree, you're over there.
I forgot what the sides were.
Okay. Decide among yourselves who would like to go. Decide among yourselves. Why don't you come up? Perfect. All right, you have 3 minutes to have a conversation.
Jesus fucking
illegal immigrants
Christ.
can't vote. That's it. How would an increase in illegal immigration?
No, but don't worry. No, they'll give them pathways to citizenship, and also they do vote. Don't you see that New York just made it possible for migrants to vote too? Oh, don't you know? Jesus, it's gonna be so fucking dumb. A better explanation that these maggots will never admit to, because they will never admit the economy is good under Biden, is that there are just a lot of job vacancies under Biden. Now, obviously, there are other reasons too, okay? But, like, there are just a lot of job vacancies under Biden, and immigrants moved here for the jobs. Like,
there are more people voting for Biden when illegal immigrants can't vote.
Well, the Biden administration actually created something called undocumented immigration, right? So they're throwing away their passports, everything they had to be undocumented. And guess what? They come to this country, all of a sudden, they're documented. They are allowed to vote, and in some states, you actually don't need any ID to vote. So it seems kind of obvious to me.
You still need to register, correct?
I don't know. I believe that you don't have to register. You don't even have to have a driver's license. You can go into the voter's office and say, I have no ID. Right, come on in, let's vote.
Obviously, not every state has voter ID laws, but, like, some states let even undocumented immigrants to vote in local elections. I don't actually know if any of them let them vote in state elections. Some of them probably let lawful permanent residents vote in state elections, but it's illegal for them to vote in federal elections. And it doesn't seem like it happens that often. It just doesn't. We just don't have evidence that happens that often. Do you believe Trump officials sent random migrants to the most high security prison? It's not necessarily random migrants, but like they were summarily deported without due process. Are they gonna shoot me? Oh fuck, it's over. I think we should believe that they deported people without due process by illegally invoking the Alien Enemies Act. I feel like that is I feel like we should believe that.
Remember who brought you here.
So I think that's totally untrue. Just speaking for Florida, because that's where I worked with registering people to vote, we had to register them to vote beforehand. There's a lot of hostile laws in America, in Florida exactly, that make it so if you register before this amount of time, you're unable to vote. If you messed up registering, you're unable to vote. You are unable to vote unless you were already registered. It's impossible to be an illegal immigrant and vote illegally. And even when we've had instances of voter fraud being caught, they were so low that not only would they it's almost
none of them
useless to mention because the amount of voter fraud was so low, but even the ones that did do it were caught.
Keyword, the great state of Florida. That's why we're here. How many states were there allowed to vote without registering, without any ID?
Not certain. Can you tell me?
That's why it's too hard to scam. That's why Trump won. But that was the whole point. I don't have any other reason. Can anyone give me a reason why Biden would decide to do this?
Well, can you tell me one other state that doesn't allow it? That allows it?
Well, there's California, New
Also,
York.
the whole premise of the question is obviously kind of Or sorry, not to preempt the question, but he's just like presupposing that Biden Biden is the one that did this when obviously I think Biden lacked the authority to even do what he did do on the border, which is like pass that executive order saying asylum was suspended. The president just does not have that much control over the border, legally at least. Again, I think what Biden did through executive action on the border was illegal. But
I mean, I believe there's 7 other states. Remember, I'm uneducated in politics. I can't stand it because it's all just a farce. But I strongly believe that was the only reason that Biden allowed all these illegal immigrants to come to this country.
I find it very hard to, I mean, we're both not experts on registering to vote across the nation, but I find it very hard to believe that you would not only not have to register to show no ID. I mean, there's laws that are put in place across the nation making sure that even American citizens don't vote twice or 3 times. Are you saying that there's no voter protection or voter fraud protections in the United States at all?
Yeah, what I've seen in the news and media, YouTube, everything, absolutely. People were voting without any identification.
Okay. All right. Could you come up to the front, sir? And could you come up to the front, sir? You have 2 minutes.
So let's go back to the question. What was the reason for the increase in immigration during illegal immigration during the Biden administration? It was the COVID pandemic. What happened?
True.
A lot of people in the South America and the Caribbean, which I know because I have family and friends there, got hit economically. They were really struggling. And because I had to send money to people in my country, literally, because people were struggling and they needed some type of avenue. So they flooded the American market.
Why COVID? Could you explain to him why COVID?
Oh, because COVID caused the economy in most of the Caribbean and South American countries to go bad. So people didn't have work, they didn't have money, they didn't have jobs. So they run to, and unfortunately, and Biden made it a little easier for them to come, but that's the reason they came.
Okay. I think Biden made it a lot easier for him to come. But I wanted to address one other thing. Sure. People were allowed, I was a provisional judge for the Board of Elections in the state of Maryland. You did not need an ID to vote. All you needed was a utility receipt with your name and address on it, and you were allowed to vote. And we were specifically instructed we were not allowed to turn away anybody if they wanted to vote.
Instructed about who instructed you?
The Board of Elections. We were not allowed to turn anybody away.
So
what do you mean turn anybody? If they don't have the proper documentation or whatever, obviously you can tell them they're not allowed to vote. I don't know if he means turn them away as in just like before they try to present documentation, not even consider them or whatever. But yeah, a lot of states don't have voter ID laws, but you still have to have tell them your name and you have to have some proof of address or whatever. Yeah.
I'm now in Florida.
There's still checks to make sure you don't fucking vote twice.
So I don't know for your state, so I cannot debate your state, but I know for California and now for Florida that I'm in, you have to have an ID to vote.
Okay, so basically what I meant to say also is that you couldn't turn them away to vote. If they did vote, it didn't necessarily mean their vote was going to be counted. Okay, but we were not allowed to turn anybody away if they wanted to vote. The Board of Elections basically went through all of the people who were not registered, didn't have ID, and at that point,
about Muhammad Ali and another guy who was academic targeted under that act. Now, Trump admin disclosed Khalid deliberately did not disclose he was an employee at British Embassy in Beirut. Blah 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 blah. Also, you can say Khalid was complicit in messaging that group disseminated. That group apologized for admonishing a member. Can you fix your fucking grammar? I don't know how this is relevant at all to anything. I don't.
They verified whether or not they were actual citizens or not.
Yeah, but what you're saying, you're implicating that Biden had a big plan. Let's have all those immigrants come here to vote. The thing is, that's not the reason they came. They came for money. They came for a job. That's the reason they come.
The illegal immigrants as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, the illegals as well. I can't say, or I cannot debate if they went and vote, but I don't think it's some great plan to get, because at least the 2 states that I know about, California and Florida, you have to have an ID.
Okay, I'll give you the last word.
Okay, I think that COVID was really, what Biden was taking advantage of, okay? And the fact that, okay, we did have a COVID problem. We had illegals come into this country. They didn't even have to take a COVID test, okay? But I just think this whole thing was due to convenience. Here we had a pandemic.
I don't know. I don't know. They probably had to take a COVID test under Title 42. I don't know after Title 42 if they had to. I don't know.
Convenient opportunity to have illegals come in based on either what you're saying or just the fact that they didn't have work to come to this country illegally.
Okay. All right. Did anybody change their mind? The claim again, the best explanation for the increase in illegal immigration during the Biden administration is all of you changed?
People were expelled under Title 42. Almost no one got it. Even to under Title 42, they needed a COVID test. I don't know if they got a COVID test under Trump either then, by the way, but why would we care about that?
Your mind? You all changed your mind?
I did.
Yeah. One sentence, why?
Well, I think the biggest reason is that there was an incentive to do so. I don't think the whole reason was for them to shift the election. But a thing that people need to remember is that illegals can have an influence on our election without ever voting because of redistricting and the census map, and then populations change, and then you can completely change elections that way too.
Okay, why did you change your mind?
Because, as this gentleman mentioned, in the state of Maryland, they weren't able to turn away any voters, which means potentially there were illegal immigrants voting. So it could have been a factor for why Biden wanted them to be there.
And the best explanation for that was voter importation.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Who else changed their mind? Oh, well, you changed your mind. God, everybody changed their mind.
I was there, and I changed my mind because I feel that it really was the main reason. I don't think it was the only reason, but it was the main reason. If you remember, Obama was the one that wanted to build the wall high, and if all these illegal immigrants who came in would come in and be registered Republicans, you would see the Democrats saying, we got to tear this wall down immediately.
Okay, you changed your mind as well. Why? What, in one sentence, two sentences, why?
Because here in South Florida, you can buy a Social Security card and driver's license. There's a black market. So all the Democrats are bringing them in, and they're taking them to the black market. Here, buy your Social Security card, buy your driver's. Now you're voting.
All right.
It's easy to vote.
You changed your mind as well.
Yes, God, kill me. It just doesn't happen that much, guys. There's just not that many that vote. By the way, if you buy a fucking Social Security number, that means you pay into Social Security, but you never actually get the benefits from Social Security, which is like a... I understand I'm talking about voter importation right now, but there. I don't know what you're talking about.
I actually experienced on vacation in California. There was a
one sentence.
Okay, there was a representative at this big convention, Mexican convention of migrant workers and everything, and their purpose was to register all of these people to vote. And I said, if they're illegal, they can't register to vote.
Okay.
That's not the,
Okay. Did you just change your mind too? No, you were there. You were there. Okay. Could you come forward, please? So, I'm looking at you two, and then what do you have to say? All those people shifted.
I still think that if you believe that the best explanation for immigration is that administration wants more people to vote for them, I think that's just totally untrue. First off, I don't think that illegal immigrants voting played any major role in the election. And while I do think it's an interesting point, David, that it could affect redistricting, I don't think that it would affect that to any amount that would actually change the amount of the election. Or that.
By the way, I mean, it would be, I understand they might object to this too, but like, is it going to advantage Democrats any more than like the Senate advantages Republicans? Like, or the Electoral College even advantages Republicans? But like,
after thinking, okay, well, let's let more illegal immigrants in so that we can redistrict.
All right, now let's swap you two out. So we have significant movement when I was not looking. What do you think caused people to move, to skew it so heavily to that side?
Fake news.
Really?
There's a super easy question that nobody will be able to answer. How is it possible that Biden imported millions of illegal voters to vote for him, and somehow Harris got less votes than Biden?
A lot of people want to say something. Hold on.
I mean, unless we're saying that Trump imported millions of illegal voters as well, and then, like, I don't understand how Kamala would have gotten less votes. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, let me just swap you out, sir. You come in, sir.
All the illegal migrants were loyal to Biden. All of them hated Kamala. They knew she was going to be the toughest the toughest president on the border.
Tell him.
Okay, I think that Kamala Harris was a particularly uninspiring candidate. I think she performed terribly on the campaign trail, unfortunately. So I don't think that there was anybody who was very, well, there were supporters of the campaign, but obviously there was not a widespread sort of groundswell of energy behind her campaign. So while they may have thought perhaps we might get a lot of votes from a particular group or a particular base, it didn't actually eventuate just because she wasn't a particularly impressive candidate.
I'm not sympathetic to those arguments. One of the frustrating things I think about arguing with Trump supporters, there's a thing I like to call all roads lead to Rome. Basically, no matter what happens, there's always some kind of explanation for it. So in 2020, the election was clearly rigged because Trump lost, but then when Trump won in 2024, does that mean that it wasn't rigged then? But it means that, well, actually, they just rigged 2020, but they didn't rig 2024. But there's no evidence of any election being rigged except when Trump tried to rig it with the electoral votes. And then when you look at the actual arguments for, well, they brought in illegal immigrants to vote, but the illegal immigrants that were brought in to vote didn't like Kamala Harris enough that. Like if you want to argue the merits of the campaign, that's fine, but you would never bring in illegal immigrants and then say, now that we brought you here legally, we want you guys to make the best decision on who you want to vote for. And then also there's a quick thing, because this kept being brought up, whether or not you need an ID to vote is not the same as whether or not you need an ID to register to vote. Those are two fundamentally separate questions. And every state, as conservatives love states' rights, ought to have the ability to decide how they ID people or how they decide who's allowed to vote at the time of the election. But when it comes to registering somebody to vote, that's a separate question that you do need some form of identification for anybody that's registered to vote in any state.
Okay, so I don't think I made any claim about the election being rigged in either 2020 or in this election. So I'm not sure where that came from, but
well, election
he was just using it as an example of the fallacy. But
I didn't personally make the claim that the election was rigged. I think if
I got too many fucking bars, man.
Group which might lean towards the Democratic side, and that was the intention to allow people across the border, then potentially that's it's something which didn't work. Maybe it was an attempt to do something which didn't actually work out in their favor.
Can I ask a question just on that?
Yeah, and then we're out of time, but go ahead.
Or just like, I guess two things to keep in mind. It's the same question, kind of like, what would it take to ever convince you that that wasn't the case, considering I don't see any evidence of there being that plan in place? Like, how could you possibly be persuaded out of that position, I guess?
Out of the position that...
The illegals just come here, they came here to work, COVID came, it destroyed a lot of economies around the world, and a lot of people were like, hey, the US is a huge economy, they want a lot of workers, I'm gonna go work up there. What would it take to persuade you that maybe that's why they came instead of Biden somehow?
I think there's definitely those factors. However, the amount of staggering incompetence at the border, I mean, the amount of people that were allowed to just go through, there was either a plan in place to stand down certain security measures, or there was orders to not enforce them as fully as before. So I think it's just the facts play out that there was some kind of either plan or scaling back of security.
Okay. Could you go back, and I'm going to invite you up forward, sir, to directly address his comments, please?
Destiny, I'm very open-minded. I want you to convince me of it otherwise. But why were the illegal immigrants paid so much money to come into this country?
I think that there are
I don't think the federal government paid them much money. There were some states like New York, which or whatever, maybe gave them some benefits that even a lot of Democrats would find like ludicrous, but like it's just not.
Offer people so that they have ability to subsist in the United States while they're here. The biggest issue that we have, unfortunately, this conversation is already lost for all conservatives. We can't convince them of this otherwise, but we don't have like an illegal immigration problem such that they just come here illegally. The issue that we have is that the laws on the books are way too generous, and even I'll admit this, for people claiming asylum. And the issue is somebody can come into this country and they don't have to like sneak past the border guard and do some crazy shit. They can just turn themselves in and go, oh, I'm an asylum seeker. And once they've made that claim, because of our due process laws on the books, you have to process them in a court. And people, especially after COVID, when a ton of people started making these claims and then the system got backed up, you end up with catch and release, where somebody says, okay, I'm an asylum seeker, and you say, well, I can't really process you right now. Here's a slip, like come back in your court date. And now you get all these people, millions of them, that are making these claims. Well, if they are going to be in this country, I mean, you have to give them some sort of like subsistence pay. Otherwise, they're going to commit crime. They're just going to start stealing stuff. Like, it's not ideal, I admit, but like, what else are you going to do?
Well, isn't it a convenience, or isn't it a fact that this happened during the Biden administration? They have 30 grand just to come into this, and then they came up with the undocumented immigrants, and they were trashing their IDs.
I don't know where he's getting this fucking 30 grand number from.
Didn't that happen during Biden? Isn't it obvious that this was one of the many strategies used? Unfortunately, they had Harris, who's horrible. Anyone can watch this person. A disaster. This woman was a disaster to this country. How can anyone vote for a disaster? Plus, you have Biden, this issue right here. How much money were they giving these illegal immigrants and asking them to ditch their IDs? It's obvious. Tell me how that isn't obvious and how that isn't a strong argument to convince you to get on this side.
Because I don't think that somebody's going to come here on the hope that they get a little bit of money from the United States government to subsist here and do nothing. I think people are generally coming here to work.
Not a little bit of money. Absolutely. Everyone wants to leave their country to come to the greatest country on the planet.
I'm so sorry. I love this country. This country is not the greatest country. This greatest country.
Let's open those doors. Let's let them all in. Let's get rid of their ID. Let's give them 30 grand.
Yeah, it's not 30 grand.
Obvious. Convince me, please. I beg you to convince me.
You're not here to be convinced. The United States,
simple tactic.
The United States is not the greatest country in the world for welfare. The United States is the greatest country in the world for opportunity, because you can be the best version of yourself here. Not because we give a ton of welfare. Opportunity to work.
Exactly. Why not come in with 30 grand and nothing?
Why not what?
Why not come in with 30 grand in your pocket then nothing? That was obvious.
I don't think nobody is getting. They're not getting a $30,000.
I'm so confused what the point he's even trying to argue. This guy is trying to argue.
When they had the border bill, that Lankford, a Republican in the Senate, he proposed a border bill. We had a border bill to close the border. Why did Trump shoot that down?
You know, that's a great fact. I couldn't argue something that might be a fact. I don't know what is the fact, but the fact that Trump ran on building the wall.
What? That's a great fact. That could be, dude. He's like literally speaking like Trump right now. That's a great fact. That is something that could be a fact. I don't know. And now he's saying what Trump ran on building the wall, which is definitely the most effective border policy.
And closing the borders. What you say makes zero sense to me.
Okay, you should look into that. Well,
why would that make sense?
Well, because the real reason, and again, I'm just screaming into the abyss here, but the real reason is illegal immigration is not anywhere near the problem that Trump and everybody else makes it out to be, which is why he had no problem killing that border bill, and which is why he's been in office now for a month and has done absolutely nothing at the border. Instead, all we've done is we've antagonized our neighbors, we've threatened insane tariffs, and then we've made enemies of ourselves to the rest of the world, I guess by supporting the total expulsion of every Gazan from the Gaza Strip and by supporting Russia. We haven't done any, what happened to the border? I thought that the border was the most important thing. Why have we gone a whole month without any focus on it?
Well, obviously, you're not talking to the abyss, because Trump won, and everything that you can do to convince me otherwise is extremely valuable.
Are you disappointed that Trump hasn't fixed the border in his first month in office or done anything about it at all?
No one can fix the border in a month.
He hasn't touched it.
No, he hasn't.
I thought it was the most important thing.
How many executive orders has he put into place?
How many of them deal with the border?
Are we going to get there? Are you saying that Trump is not going to deal with the border, which he hasn't
already? Did he run out of ink in his pen? I don't understand. Was it more important to get rid of trans women in high school sports?
Overnight.
No, but he's not doing anything right now. Are you telling me getting rid of birthright citizenship was more important, or getting rid of trans people in grade school sports was more important, or that writing any of the other 50 different executive orders on random issues was more important than closing the border? I thought this was the most important issue.
The most important issues? We have tons of issues.
What's more important on the border?
The greatest issues to handle right away are the low-lying fruit, and that's what he's doing. He's only been there for a month.
Yeah, he hasn't. What issues has he handled that were more important than the border so far?
Well, we could sit in here and argue about all the issues that he has done, which that's why we're here.
Could be one.
But the fact is that immigration is absolutely on his target, and it's going to be solved.
But threatening 25% tariffs was more important. Tariffing steel, that was more important.
Bringing more money into the country so we can handle
bringing money
immigration.
Is absolutely. Where's the money coming from? The Republicans asked for a $4 trillion increase on the deficit. I thought we were done deficit spending.
We can sit here and argue on these small topics. But
and we're out of time. Let me do this. I'm going to swap you in, sir, and you back. So the best explanation for the increase in illegal immigration during the Biden administration is voter importation. What do you have to say to this gentleman?
the left side of politics has a proclivity for open borders, porous borders, call it what you like.
Oh my God.
Not so much because they want to import voters for the Democrat Party, but because a deeper fundamental philosophical reason, an
Why
ideology.
is this guy's got a fucking Australian, this guy, he's speaking like an Australian, he's got an Australian shirt on. What the fuck? Why is this guy even here? How does this guy know what the Democrats want to do? What?
Is driving them. And that ideology is that everyone should be allowed to cross whatever border they like at any time, regardless of whether or not they're going to vote for the Democrats. It is a deep impulse of people who tend in the direction of Marxism, let's say, to...
Why? Remember, literally, like, by the way, 5 minutes ago when Destiny said that he agrees our asylum laws are fucked and way too lenient, like, do we memory hold that? Are we...
reject the idea of nation states and the importance of nation states. And so it's not a unique phenomenon in the US. This is true across left-leaning political parties in Australia, Canada, throughout Europe as well.
It's always existed, of course.
Yes. So I would say that they weren't primarily motivated by thinking that it would help them win the election, but rather they're going to take the opportunity as soon as they get into power to allow the borders to be open because they think that it's the compassionate thing to do, to allow these poor denizens of other countries to come into this country and to have all the opportunities that this country can afford them, regardless of how they vote.
And that's your subjective opinion. Absolutely.
Stop
the
saying
passion of
irrelevant shit.
opening
I don't
borders.
care.
Absolutely, but I think it's blatantly obvious the fact that they've given so much money and so much help to the illegal immigrants, and to tell them that ditch your IDs, we don't need to see, we don't need to know who you are. We just need you over here and remember who's helped you.
Okay, I'm going to keep this going. Let me just swap you in, sir, real quick.
Do I go there?
Wherever you believe, and I'll swap you out. Wherever you stood, you step out. So what do you have to say to this
Okay,
gentleman?
so yeah, I don't disagree that that's definitely like an undergirding philosophy of that, but I think that what a lot of us are missing here is that why I'm not all the way over there is because I think it's financial incentive more than anything. Illegal immigration and this border crisis has become an industry with hoteliers getting billion-dollar contracts from our government to house migrants, by the way, in very fancy, expensive hotels too. So I think that we're kind of missing that point, and helping with the election isn't just about direct voters. Say none of the illegals could vote at all. They're coming in, they're adding to this industry of illegal migration. All these people are making millions and millions of dollars off it. Who are they donating that money to? It's going to circle back. So I feel like it's this ecosystem that kind of feeds itself. And I don't think it has to be like 1 + 1 = direct vote from an illegal. There's a lot of ways that people can use the industry of immigration and illegal immigration to affect politics.
Yes, I think it's incidental to the average illegal immigrant that it was the Democrats, for example, who allowed them to come in. I think that they just wanted to come in order to reap the fruits and the rewards of a nation like this, as they reap the fruits and rewards of going into a place like the United Kingdom. But again, I would come back to the claim is about whether or not is the best explanation is the reason why they've opened up the border is to increase their voter base. I think that they don't care about, well, they do care, of course, about whether or not their vote increases, but fundamentally what is driving the Democrats and what is driving the left is a sense of compassion for people who don't have the same kind of opportunity. And that's the reason why. It's not so they can selfishly get the vote and win the election, because I think they would have the border open throughout, before the election cycle. At any time they happen to get into power, they are going to have a more porous border, because they think an increase in the amount of legal and illegal immigration is a wonderful thing.
All right, cool. Let's go back to the
Truth
neutral.
and base.
The U.S. should have birthright citizenship. Move. Sorry.
Oh, dear God.
Why don't you decide among yourselves who's going to go to the neutral? You go to the strongly disagree. And why don't you decide among yourselves who's going to go to the absolutely agree? Okay, we're going to see if any of these arguments, especially you, move you, and we're going to give you an opportunity to ask either of them questions at some point. And again,
so I don't know if this is, I really hope they debate. If it was good that Trump passed an executive order fucking revoking it and not just like more like abstractly, is this a thing that like we should do? Because holy shit.
Anyone is free to move at any point along the lines. Okay, and we're going to set the timer for 3 minutes. Have a conversation.
First off, birthright citizenship was enumerated in our Constitution. It was then in 1898 in a Supreme Court case ruling, U.S. versus, and it was a Chinese name with 3 syllables, and I'm not going to take a crack at it, that it was that a foreign, 2 illegal immigrants or 2 foreign immigrants that came to America, if they had a child on U.S. soil, that child is a U.S. citizen. So I believe that we shouldn't go about overturning Supreme Court. I believe that we shouldn't go about editing our Constitution in something that's been that same way and reinforced by the Supreme Court.
Well, I think the birthright citizenship in America is much different than it is across other countries. France and other countries in Europe have a version of birthright citizenship, but it requires that at least one parent is a citizen. Or I think in the UK must have at least legal stay. I don't think America requires any of that. So again, going back to kind of like the industry aspect of it, we literally have hospitals that rent out some of the most common one are Chinese immigrant women that will come in to the hospital because they can afford it, have a child here, and they get legal status, and their child gets legal status. So I think it's being abused, and I think it's clearly being abused. And I don't know of any other developed countries that have that kind of a system where it's cross and you're American.
Sure. So I don't think that that's the majority of birthright citizenship cases where people are flying in or traveling from another country, having a child, and
God,
going
I
back
wish
to the country.
it's so fucking. These people, I can't believe conservatives get away with all the time, just never ever providing like any like data or like evidence. Like it's so funny. Like Destiny is like up there saying like, oh, you know, unemployment is like below 4%. and like we have all these other statistics or whatever, but like Jesus fucking Christ, man, the conservatives can get away with never providing any evidence for any of this insane fucking bullshit, dude. Like, birthright citizenship is outrageous. Why is it outrageous?
I think that the majority of cases are illegal immigrants that are fleeing the conditions in their own country that they literally cannot go back to. The other issue is that if we have a child that's born on American soil, but we don't consider them an American, they grow up in America, they go to American schools, they have an American accent, let's say they never go back to their home country, they never end up speaking that language, so are we just going to deport them?
I think we have gradations of like residency in this country, right? You can be a citizen, you can have legal stay, which means you can't vote or do other things. So I don't think it has to be an all or nothing. I don't think we should reward, even if they are families, with citizenship, which is American citizenship. People, it is one of the most valuable things in the entire world to individuals. And I don't think we should be rewarding individuals that come in immediately breaking our laws, especially when it's kind of done in a manipulative type of way. And I don't think that's the majority of it, but I use that example to demonstrate it's so prolific that now it's an almost industry.
Okay, so what you said, do you think that there should be somewhere between citizenship where it's like they can live here, they can work here, but they can't vote? Is that?
I think it would kind of have to depend on the case. I think right now we're going through something where we're seeing the amount of people that we have here illegally, and we're going through a lot of changes. I think once we get a look at the actual numbers, we can make decisions like that. But right now, I think it's being abused.
All right, our 3 minutes is up. You, sir, have questions to each gentleman here.
Well, I agree.
The goal of creating a community that does not align with such a goal.
There should be a little more study done on it. This is a relatively new area. What he said about the 1898 decision, that was great, but the conditions were different in 1898 than they are in 2025, and Supreme Court decisions get overturned all the time.
Do you have any questions specifically for either one?
No, I would just like to see much more study done on it before I make a decision.
When you say study, what do you mean?
I'd like to see, as much as I don't want to see more government commissions, there should be some sort of a commission set up where I agree with this gentleman that there should be gradation.
How many people even claim? Maybe it's higher. I'm gonna guess the number is under 10,000, but maybe I'm wrong. Of people who, and I don't know how you get an estimate of this, people who move here while they're pregnant, specifically just to have the child. How many was it abuse birthright citizenship? Maybe it's the right case. Like I don't know. Just a pathway for opportunism. PPG mother. Did PPG actually do that? Based if true. I don't know if there's an estimate of this. Or birth tourism. How many birth tourists U.S.? Approximately 33,000. Is that a year? Between July, yeah, so that's a year. 33,000. Okay, so about 3 times what I estimated, but like, I don't, it's just not a. Wait, what the fuck? Trouble is, the figure is an egregious overestimate. There are good reasons to doubt CSI's method for estimating birth tourism in the first place. But if we use CIS's proposed method, that we should think the number of birth tourists is less than 2,000. First day, use the Census Bureau American, blah, 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 to estimate the number of foreign-born women. Second, they estimate the number of births to foreign-born mothers. Third, they look at the difference between those numbers from step 1 and 2, reasoning that the CBC figure is higher because some mothers left the country and thus we're not counting the census survey. Fourth, they use the ACS to determine what proportion of women in step 1 were U.S. citizens. Finally, they adjust their estimate from 3 step downward using the proportion and found in step 4 to estimate mothers who cannot possibly be birth tourists on account of being citizens. Attempting to replicate CIS's calculations, raising number of issues, and arithmetical error was made in step 3. Was surely an honest mistake. This alone caused their estimate of 33,000 to be over 20% higher than what it otherwise would have been. In addition, I've been unable to replicate the number CIS gave as ACS estimate for foreign-born mothers. So it is probably unironically less than 10,000. But like, okay. Even this like absurd, even this estimate that is literally just based on a arithmetic error is like not even that high. It's still 33,000, which is not a. I mean, usually when we talk about like illegal immigrants, we're talking to the millions that Biden imported, right? Like this is not like a huge thing, but.
Of citizenship or residency requirements, that type of thing.
Okay, who changed their mind here? Who moved? Did you move twice? You moved twice. That's good. That's good. Moving twice is good. So what
data exists on illegals giving birth in USA? They just cited stuff from the Census Bureau and the CDC, I think it was. Census Bureau Community Survey, and the CDC has data on it.
You to move the first time in a bottom line, and then what caused you to move back?
The bottom line is the citizenship. I'm a constitutionalist, and I agree with that. But then I didn't think about the fact that there are people coming in illegally to have a child here, and then they get to stay here because their child is an American.
So you moved twice. You moved once? Mm-hmm. Okay, bottom line, why'd you move?
Because people from Central and South America, they're coming here to have kids, and I think there's a gray area. The ones, if they're children from legal immigrants, they're fine to stay, but if they're children from illegal immigrants, I don't think they should.
Okay. Who else moved? Where did you move from where to where?
I moved from disagree to slightly agree, and the bottom line was the constitutional argument. I didn't realize that there was such a long history of birthright citizenship in the US. However, I've not moved to fully agreeing, just because I do believe that it is open to some abuse.
So data suggests vast majority of illegal immigrants become infertile. That's not, no. The data suggests that there aren't many people moving to the U.S. specifically so that they can give birth and become a citizen or whatever. That's what the data that it just cited suggests.
Okay, I'm going to do something. Everybody stay there. I'm going to have you go back, and you decide amongst yourselves who wants to go forward. And then I'm going to swap out the neutral. Can you come forward, sir? Okay, you have 3 minutes to have a conversation. The U.S. should have birthright citizenship, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask questions. Go.
Yeah, I like to use common sense and logic in any decision that I see fit. And for example, I don't see anyone looking as having a child as a benefit of taking advantage of a system where, okay, we get our papers, but God, now we have to deal with this kid. Jesus Christ, what are we? This is horrible. It's unfathomable to me that people would come here, not already want a child, but if they come here illegally and say, you know what, here's a benefit. My parents did it. They were here on a visa. Their visa was going to expire. Okay, let's look at our options. Oh, look at this. We're married, aren't we? We want to have kids anyways. Don't we want to have a family? Great. Perfect. So you want to legalize immigrants, but you don't want to have a child be born in this country and not be an instant citizen? Makes zero sense to me.
Wait, what you're saying is that I don't want legal immigrants that come here and have a child to have citizenship for their child? That's not what the premise is. We're talking about illegal immigration. So they cross illegally, have a child, and now they get legal stay and a child citizen. That's what I'm disagreeing with. Of course, my parents are refugees, so I was born here after my parents migrated here from Russia. I understand the value of immigration and refugee status and all of that, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about people abusing the system of birthright citizenship. And on the point about the Constitution, I believe that was intended for recently released slaves for their children to have citizenship and be considered American citizens. And if you look at the actual text, it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof, which some legal scholars interpret as they are subject to the laws of, meaning they are legally there. So if you're not subject to the laws, why would you get the benefit of citizenship just by birthright?
Well, birthright citizenship.
My understanding is the, broad consensus is immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, which is why also, by the way, you can't summarily illegally deport them. But
talk about illegals or legals. It's talking about being born in this country and instantly being a citizen. What happens with the parents is another issue. The point here is that if you're born in this country, how terrible would it be to say, hey, look, you were born here, but too bad, so sad, you need to go back.
I just don't understand how you so agreed with that they're using illegal immigration to manipulate our country in politics, but then you're totally okay with the same people just having children and getting legal stay.
Absolutely not. I never agreed with that. That's what you're saying. That people are taking advantage of the system, coming to this country and say, hey, let's just have a kid and get our papers. I disagree with that.
Oh, no,
I don't believe that's happening. That's a myth. People believe certain things, but there's zero facts proving this in any way, shape, and form. Just use your logic. Who would have a child just to have papers? And have to deal with the 30 years of that child.
There's left-leaning magazines that have talked about this.
We have three minutes. I'm going to give you one question to each side. Why don't you give this gentleman the first question?
Okay, well, first of all, you took away one of my arguments about the initial intent.
So what's your question?
My question to you is, if somebody is here illegally and they go through the process of becoming a legal immigrant, not a citizen, but an immigrant, do you think that they should have the opportunity to become a citizen?
Okay, let me understand the question. If they've come here legally, they're following a process to become legal.
They've come here illegally, okay? They've gone through the process to be here legally, but not a citizen, okay? Do you think they should have the opportunity to become a citizen?
Define coming here illegally.
You cross the border, okay? And you go through the process, you go through your court dates, and at that point you get a green card, okay? But you're still not a citizen, okay? Do you think that they should have the opportunity, once they get a green card, do you think that they should have the opportunity to become an American citizen?
Absolutely, because they actually came into this country and started following a process. 100%.
Was his answer sufficient to move you to slightly agree or no?
Yeah.
Okay, well then it's a free country.
Okay.
And now you have one question to this
Okay,
gentleman.
and when I say become a citizen, I mean taking the test to become a citizen, okay?
What's your question,
What
Mr.
are
Gentleman?
your thoughts about that?
About his answer to your question?
About my question and his answer.
So if someone illegally crosses the border, so illegally comes to this country, and then after like X amount of years or something, you're saying like wants to try to apply for citizenship or just stay?
No, they get a green card, okay,
Right.
and they stay, and then they have the opportunity to become a citizen.
I think
Do you think they should have that opportunity?
I think if they pass a certain threshold, yeah, I mean, sure, but it has to be a pretty tight, narrow threshold to pass because that's like, again, it feels like rewarding negative behavior with something that people are killing themselves to get. You know what I mean? And it's so unfair, especially whoever mentioned that immigration takes forever. You're right, it's true. Our immigration system is a mess. I don't think it needs to be more complicated. I think we should be more streamlined for sure. But what's happening now is clearly abusive, and I don't know. I just feel like it's that's really obvious. But
And you're right. It does take a long time because we know people that have come here legally, and it took them 8 years.
Okay. Did he say anything that convinced you to move back to the neutral or no?
No, I'm good right here.
Okay. Did anybody change their mind on anything? You did change your mind.
I'm going to a little more agree, yeah.
What caused you to change your mind?
He reminded me, I guess, of something I've heard before, but stateless people are a huge problem for the world, and the idea of having somebody come in here, give birth to a child, and they don't have citizenship in the United States, and then the legality of that person coming in is questionable. Like, sometimes the question of where you deport them to. Are you creating stateless people without citizenship? Because it's unclear if they would even have citizenship in another area, so.
Is that sufficient to move anybody else? No.
Yeah. Also, there were two other quick things too. I heard the constitutional argument. One argument that I hear a lot from conservatives, or really from anybody, the left does it too, depending on the issue. Some people have a principled attachment to some things, even if bad things are happening. I personally, I really like guns. I have a lot of firearms. Picked up one right after the show. I think that there are bad things that happen with guns in this country, and I think some people abuse the Second Amendment. But I would never say, well, let's get rid of the Second Amendment because some people abuse it. Much the same, I think birthright citizenship is amazing. I love the Reagan speech where he talks about how I could never become French or Japanese in the same way a Frenchman or a Japanese citizen is Japanese or French, but anybody can become an American. And while there is an argument that not everybody around the world does birthright citizenship the same way the United States does, almost every country in the New World does birthright citizenship this way, not just for slaves, but because when people were coming over from colonies and going to South American countries or territories or North American ones, it was because they didn't want to be subjects of or citizens of the places that they were coming from. So almost every country in the New World in North and South America has birthright citizenship.
Okay. Yep, I'll give you a last word, sir.
Well, he said one of the points I wanted to make about South American, Caribbean countries, they have birthright citizenship. That's one of the points I wanted to make. But you all have to remember, we're talking about a baby, a small child who has no say in this. The conversation's going all over the place. But there's a baby involved, an innocent baby. What do we do with him? Put him in the middle of the ocean because he is not an American citizen that's born here? What do we do with it? Literally.
Brett, I'm going to give you, because you're Australian from an island, talk about oceans, you're an expert on oceans. I'm going to give you the last word.
By what criteria are people entitled to citizenship? Some people seem to assume that it comes down to genetics. So if both of your parents are US citizens, then by virtue of the fact that they are your parents, then you automatically inherit US citizenship. I'm not sure exactly what the legalities are. If you happen to be born overseas, you'll probably still be a US citizen. But I think that one criteria, at least, and there may be many, of course, you could become an immigrant here and go through the process legally and then become a US citizen. But why not throw into the mix, if you happen to be born here, why not also be a US citizen? The more that you have, the better the place will be. The more people, the better. The more problem solvers there are, the more creativity. Let's have at it.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Wow. Although it's just there's more. He debates them on
Sure, would that work?
Ukraine. Is there more? Is there like I don't know if I care about the Ukraine one. I care about what the fuck is killing me? Skeleton. What I care about, is there an economy one, or is there a maybe an Israel one I would watch? I don't think I care to watch the fucking Ukraine one. Should New Zealand be the 51st state? Now that would be, if Trump started saying that, that'd be fucking based. At least if we got New Zealand's, New Zealand's healthcare and their, actually I don't know how good New Zealand's welfare system is, but presumably better than our shit. Why are you linking to Jerusalem Post to me all of a sudden, Malibu? What are the beliefs of this group? Blah, blah, blah. praised in War October 7th massacre. Describe Yara Sinwar as a brave man who live in the hearts of many. Praise the massacre as Sinwar's crowning achievement, because how acts of flood was the very essence of what it is to resist with what we have. True. Oh, did they finally? Is this corruption trial still going on? Did they finally get to actually prosecuting that? Oh, I'm gonna die. I don't think this will be relevant here. Okay, I wanted to watch search this in an October 8th Instagram. I don't. Why do I care about that? Malibu. Bim bim. I should finish reading on this stuff too, but 360 meat spin, search that. If you say so, Tyler, I guess I have to. October the Instagram post, which so I like how I said, why do I care about this? And the thing you just sent back to me, which is copied and pasted the article. I don't can you just tell me why I should care? I don't think Malibu, I don't think you all people should know, because I've yelled at you in chat about this before. I have no issue saying that plenty of pro-Palestine protesters are anti-Semitic. You're usually the one defending the pro-Palestine protesters. Read, I don't care. Why do I care? I don't care. No, I refuse to read the paragraph long random shit that you send me always. Anyway, I think a viewer told me that the new Emmanuel Saez, Larry Summers' wealth tax debate was up, and I want to watch it. And while I was looking for it, because they debated a wealth tax before, I think with Greg Mankiw there too. My goat, Greg Mankiw, my goat. Found. There's like 5 minutes. It's short. Larry Summers and Robert Reich, my favorite economist. Robert Reich, my favorite economic disinfo spreader. Has a debate about it too. Hold on, I need to make a bed. And I need chest. Anyway. Oh boy. Okay, let's see it. Let's see it, Robert. Let's see it. I can't wait. How many times are we gonna... Is he gonna cite Saez Zuckman? We have to guess. We have to guess, okay? I'm gonna guess at least 4 times he cites Saez Zuckman. Admiral Gibbs' piece is what the fuck? This is not real. This is a link meant to grab my IP. Giant obese piss baby Admiral. You made this fucking website. What? Piss baby Admiral Gibb cries before a rematch with Pisco 95. Man, they use his full name, Pisco 95. Incredibly large and disgusting Admiral Gibbs is incredibly stressed mere hours before another debate against Pisco 95s on Wick TV's dying channel. Gibbs is one of the conservatives you... What the fuck? Oh, you need to check the group chat out more. I had the group chat muted. There's like, I get so many notifications from that shit. I'm bad at... Fuck, I never responded to your DM or another person's DMs too. I always forget, man. Let me not respond to your DMs and respond to the other person's DMs first, though. One of the conservatives, you find almost all these panels and perhaps responsible for the stark decline in viewership on these types of shows in recent years. I don't even know if that's necessarily true. I feel like Wix YouTube is doing well. One thing that has declined in years is his weight. Gibbs adjacent streamer Lactoid, who believes that having sex with corpses is more... Holy shit, wait, based Lactoid? Wait, oh my god, dude, I got canceled for saying this one. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on, is this true? Is this true? Hold on, let me DM Lactoid real quick. I don't want to take anything face value from this website, but holy shit, based. Often defend Gibbs even when he's around, saying once in the Peace Corps voice chat that Gibbs has the highest IQ of anyone he knows, and that he pulls tens left and right. They could very well have been ironic saying this, but today, being an informant by the name of Ellen DeGeneres challenged Gibbs to claim that he previously embarrassed Peace Corps on a stream. These people don't write articles about me, right? Am I gonna find... If I search non-font, I'm not gonna find anything bad, am I? I don't think I'm big enough for them. I don't think they... Oh, there's Lactoids on there. Whew. Whew, I'm safe. I don't have our head up in a more because some fresh hotties. Off to Dota. Well, thanks for stopping by. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? This is a website you made this website. You for sure. This is a website you made. Like what? This is what is this, man? No results for... Oh, it's a fucking colon. Of course there is. Or dash or whatever. Not colon. First gang members were arrested 1 day ago on invoking alien. I think it was more than 1 day ago by now, right? But yeah. I don't know if is this really a dying channel? This is down a little. I think he was on vacation though for a little bit. Done 20, but it's not uncommon for channels to have these strings or like swings. I don't really know if I would. This guy feels supported by Trump invoking it. That doesn't surprise me. $61, 19, 12. I mean, like, yeah. I don't know. I don't think this is necessarily a dying channel. There's no way he only got 4. Actually, maybe he did only get 40 subscribers. Wick would be doing. Wick should fucking hire an editor. I feel like he could. I feel like Wick could double his fucking sub count easily, views easily too as well if he hired an editor. Just to upload the panels that he does. Maybe there's a reason he doesn't do it, but anyway, back to defending the establishment. Larry Summers versus my favorite economic disinfo this summer, Robert Reich. Oh boy, baby. Oh boy, let's see it. Again, I'm expecting Robert Reich is going to cite Isaiah Zuckman like crazy, okay? He's going to say it like 10 times.
The motion, is it time to redistribute the wealth? In 2019, there were an estimated 2,825 individual billionaires in the world. Of those, 788 were in the United States. What does the modern global billionaire class mean for the economy and for politics today? Here's more from two of our panelists, Robert Reich and Larry Summers, who both served in the Clinton administration, but who take seriously, starkly different positions on America's economic future.
Robert Reich dated Hillary? Yeah, I know.
Be as motivated as he was to create Amazon if at the end of the rainbow was $2 billion instead of $200 billion? In other words, do we need the kinds and magnitude of riches that are extraordinary, that are new, that we haven't seen in this country before, in order to actually get Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or anybody else to do what they are doing? Now, when you talk about deserving, when you talk about the...
I mean, so... Man, they just cut right to it. But on like an individual level, it's probably true that like some of the extreme billionaires would have worked anyway or whatever. But like aggregately, if you reduce the after-tax return of investment, you will receive less investment. That's not like a disputable. That's not really that disputable. What the fuck? I can eat these. But also like the money that Jeff Bezos has or whatever. This is all shit that's like invested and everything. That's a good thing that billionaires do. They invest. They finance other people's like companies growing and everything. Like, now there are like I do have concerns about billionaires' ludicrous consumption, but saving and investing, that's one of the good things that's to do. Why do we want to punish that? In fact, why do we punish that more than them consuming them wealth, right? Consuming their wealth, because usually capital gains tax is like higher than the whatever consumption taxes we have. But yeah, oh fuck, wealth tax would punish savers the most. Like, could limiting individual ownership to 5% of a company to 5% of publicly traded company be feasible? I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be like necessarily not feasible, but I don't know I don't think that would have any major benefits. I don't know. Feels like that intuitively that feels bad, but like I don't know. I don't know how disastrous it would necessarily be, but
we're deserving. That assumes that the market itself is neutral, but the market is not neutral. The market has been created by human beings, by legislators and agencies and courts, and the wealthy, because of the influence they have, and I'll include big corporations, have changed the organization of the market over time. Yanni talks about antitrust law. Well, if antitrust law were enforced as it was enforced 40 years ago, the chances are the big high-tech companies would not be nearly as large as they are right now. They would still be doing a lot of maybe good things, maybe not so good things, but antitrust has become a dead letter pretty much, largely because of the lobbying and political power and also the public relations
not after my goat, Lena Khan.
That a lot of the wealthy, including big corporations, have undertaken. We could talk about bankruptcy laws. We could talk about securities laws. Why were the banks bailed out and almost nobody sent to prison? And why?
There was only one person sent to prison. He's right there. But the term bailout is kind of dumb. A lot of times, banks like their toxic assets were purchased and banks were given like loans, but the entire TARP fund, temporary asset relief program, whatever, has been repaid. That ended up costing the taxpayer nothing. It was repaid. The banks repaid them. Some banks, like Lehman Brothers, the reason Lehman Brothers wasn't bailed out, by the way, is because they didn't have any good collateral. Like usually, a lot of these loans were based on collateral. They did have to provide collateral for these loans. Now, obviously, it was more lenient than would be expected in ordinary circumstances. But the reason like Lehman Brothers wasn't bailed out at all is because they didn't have any good collateral, at least according to Ben Bernanke. But what does he know? He's just a Fed chairman. I mean, I don't know. There are probably more people that should have been sent to jail, but I think we have more important things to be considered. But
is Dodd-Frank, that piece of legislation that's supposed to prevent us from going down that rabbit hole of financial calamity, why has that been watered down by the big banks? Because of political power, because they have so much.
2008 crisis was actually caused by overly contractionary monetary policy, causing a contraction in NGDP, which later collapsed. I gotta read Scott Sumner. I'll read that. Maybe I should read that soon.
Much wealth in the system. Larry, you know that. You and I have been there on the front lines.
Rob, I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in because I want to move on to something else, but I want to let Larry respond briefly to that point, and then I want to move on.
Here's the problem, Bob. Most of the reforms, increased antitrust, and so forth that you talk about, they are good ideas. They should happen. The problem is that you take somebody who's got $10 billion and you make them have $3 billion. They've got plenty of money to do the kind of lobbying that they do. So there are approaches that would stop us from having those policies, but they're not launching some kind of attack that starts from the objective of redistributing the wealth. So the approach I favor anyway, is an approach that starts from the objective of having a better, fairer society. And that'll lead you to want to have better antitrust law. That'll lead you to want to have stronger financial regulation. But if you start from the idea that you're going to wage some kind of war on the billionaires, even if you win, you're not going to take the money out of the system because it's going to come from corporate treasuries, which will still exist even when you've taken a lot of money from the billionaires. So the question is, what's your central theme for responding to the problems of society? And pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away may feel good, but it's an ineffective political strategy that doesn't respond to the problem. And when you do take their money away, and they dodge it by giving it away to a set of foundations and charities that will lobby for all the causes you loathe.
That's another thing, by the way. There are probably, I'm not convinced that, money in politics or whatever is as big of a problem as people say it is. But also, taxing just having wealth will incentivize billionaires to consume that wealth. You'll incentivize them to, buy mega yachts and also to maybe donate to elections, right? Like if I have money that's going to be taxed at 90% or whatever, if I keep it, or even at a lower rate, I might very well spend that money on lobbying instead. Like automatically give 30% of businesses to a fund that benefits workers. I don't know if that'd be feasible just because a lot of businesses just don't have that big of margins, right? So I don't know if that would be, a lot of businesses probably wouldn't be able to afford that. But I mean, I don't really have an issue with probably tighter regulations and incentives for companies to set up pensions and retirement funds and all that stuff. I don't know if I necessarily have an issue with that.
Have the problems you're worried about to a greater extent. So I share your commitment to a fairer society. The question is whether a political strategy like that Bernie Sanders used this spring of focusing on tearing down the wealth is the right way to get to what you and I both want to get to in the United States.
All right, Larry,
you are begging the question. You are begging the question. You're using metaphors that actually don't have any bearing upon what is actually being discussed. The real issue here, let's agree and let's stipulate, the goal is a fair society.
Time out, because we have to move along.
Oh wait, there is a full thing. What the fuck?
This is Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. Hi, everybody. Today, a focus on the Middle East and Israel and Gaza and the United Nations.
Is the right way to get to what you and I both want to get to in the United States.
All right, Larry, you are. Economic inequality has become a central issue in our current political discourse as nations around the world face.
Okay, we were here. Jeez, I didn't know this was a full essay. Okay, so when did I watch the clip? Non-fund transferring ownership to the fund doesn't cost the business anything. What do you mean? That's not what I... When you say automatically give 30% of a business to a fund, I assumed you were talking about revenue. But no, I don't think, I think that actually giving workers, I think giving workers ownership of 30% ownership of a firm might actually be worse than just devoting some of that revenue towards whatever funds or anything. I don't know. I think there might be a case to be made for some worker board membership, mandatory X% of the board has to be workers, but I don't know. I don't like. Feel like there might be. There's issues with giving workers ownership of a firm. There's allocative issues. There's transaction cost issues. There's a lot of negative associated with that.
What we need to understand is that, and many of you already know this country cannot afford to do many of the things it needs to do. Our infrastructure is crumbling. It is falling apart. Many of our schools, our public schools in working class and poor areas are overcrowded. The classrooms have 30 to 40 kids. Teachers are underpaid. The facilities are bad. We also know that there is a dearth of basic research and development in this country. People are concerned about American competitiveness, but we are not doing much about it in terms of basic R&D. And healthcare. We know there are huge numbers of people who are not able to afford health insurance, millions of Americans. During this period of coronavirus, it is all worse because we have something in the order of 35 million Americans who are out of work. Many of them are trying to decide between paying the rent and putting food on the table. We have an extraordinary number of children who are at this moment either homeless or hungry or both. Now, where is that money going to come from? It turns out that the typical American.
I'm not convinced that you could. I mean, I agree with him. There are a lot of things that we should be spending more on that the U.S. Doesn't raise enough revenue to spend enough on. But obviously, I'm going to disagree on how we should get there. One, I don't think it's even possible to raise that much revenue from only taxing the rich. Right? You're going to have to tax the middle class. I mean, there's the meme, like if you seized all the wealth of every billionaire in America, you could fund the U.S. government for less than a year. And then, of course, you could only do that once, right? Like that's a one-time thing where you can seize the wealth of every single billionaire. Like you're going to have to tax the middle class to do a lot of these things. But yeah. And then also, obviously, it's not just who you're taxing, it's what you're taxing. I don't think it's good to tax saving. I don't think it's good to tax investment. Saving and investment are good things. They seem to be good. They seem to increase our productivity. They seem to. That's a good thing. The fact that billionaires are investing in companies that have successful startups and give consumers a lot of good products. That's a good thing. The arguably bad things that they do is their consumption where they buy fucking mega yachts and bullshit. We should be taxing that, not necessarily just their savings, but
pays about 25 to 30% of his or her income in taxes right now. If you include sales taxes and property taxes, every tax, about 25 to 30%. But if you're a billionaire today, you're actually paying 23% on average. In other words, the richer you are, if you're very much at the very, very top, you are paying a lower tax rate. That's not only unfair, but at a time when so many people are so desperate and so many people are struggling so hard, it is unwarranted. It's bad policy. Now, let me just add one other very important fact here. And just quote Justice Brandeis to say, we have a choice in this country, and that choice is either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy. We can't have both because money at the top turns into political power.
These are really
I mean, I talked about that a little earlier. I don't know. I feel like there are better ways to deal with the money and politics thing, which I'm not convinced is a necessarily massive thing in the first place, but
wild estimates, often based on some very dubious assumptions. In fact, the numbers you just heard, cited by our opponent, might be off more than a factor of 4. And the reason why we know so little is most of the richest Americans made their money starting their own companies, which they held closely and managed as they grew rich. If you look at the Forbes 400 richest Americans, 8 of the 10 top richest Americans all got rich starting their own companies. And 2/3 of the full 400 are self-made entrepreneurs. And unlike stock, or a publicly held company, it's not only hard to put a value on a privately held company, it's also really hard to sell. And most rich people are much richer on paper and don't have a lot of liquid wealth to pay the tax, which means paying it will force them to sell their company sooner. Usually the private equity funds will have a say in management and be a lot more short-term focused. Now, other countries have grappled with this when they had wealth tax.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of the reasons that, she mentioned other countries too, a lot of the reasons these other countries got rid of some of the wealth taxes that they used to have is because it's just really difficult to, it's just really hard to enforce these wealth taxes. And the administrative difficulty in enforcing these wealth taxes makes them not necessarily a great raiser of revenue, right? Because if you're spending a ton of fucking money on IRS agents going after people to, who mislead you on how wealthy they are and blah, 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 that's less money that's actually collected on net from the tax, right?
Taxes, and the way around it was maybe limiting the wealth tax based on how much income or financial assets they had, but this just created tons of loopholes which allowed them to get around paying the tax. In fact, lack of compliance is why so few countries tax wealth. In 1990...
True. It just, it seems like rich people are able to get away was not paying wealth taxes easily. And there's not only deadweight laws, by the way, in the misallocation of resources when you distort savings and investment, but also in all the fucking tax lawyers that are now hired to help rich people avoid these taxes. By the way, that is real deadweight. That is a real cost. That's a real opportunity cost. And the lawyers working for the IRS trying to go after the people lying about their wealth or whatever. Like these are
12 countries, European countries, tax wealth. Not only 4 do, and the tax rates are very low and make up a really trivial amount of their total.
Why should BlackRock or the index fund controlling companies have more voting rights than employees of a company? Because they actually have a stake. They're invested in it. They have the money. They provided the capital. The BlackRock directors have a say in the board, but they don't really. And by the way, I'm not necessarily against even mandating some amount of worker board ownership. Don't really represent real owners of index funds. They related, which I don't know. Your grammar sucks so much.
Total tax revenue. Switzerland probably collects the most in wealth taxes, and it's only 3% of their total tax revenue. A wealth tax also, because it's so hard to value, creates an incentive to keep your company private for longer and not do that IPO. That could mean possibly the next Amazon won't be sold in public markets, which in some ways worsens inequality, because it means the average American doesn't have access to own our best fast-growing companies. So even if you think we should need to tax rich people more, or even if you don't, and you just think we need more revenue to pay for all of the services we want, or just pay off our debts, and you think it's better to tax rich people than lower income people, redistributing wealth or a wealth tax is a terrible way to do it.
The wealth tax is just one way, and not the most efficient way. I will agree with you. Look, you were referring to wealth creation as if we live in a front porch community where wealth is distributed in proportion to the entrepreneurship of the neighborhood baker, butcher, and brewer. That's not the world we live in. Take Jeff Bezos. You mentioned Amazon. He's a smart man. He innovated. He got a lot of money. Good on him. Good on him. But which part of his 200 billion is due to his entrepreneurship, and which part of it is due to the simple fact that his wealth breeds more wealth? Because as we know, the ultra wealthy grow rich.
I mean, I don't really disagree with this part. It's just more about it's all about incentives. It's all about incentives. Okay. I have considered I don't even believe in free will, okay? And I think if I ever this will be my fucking undergrad thesis or whatever. Like for me, because I don't believe in free will even, you can make the case that like literally all like economic payments or whatever are like rents and you're like undeserving of them. But I still think the free market and everything is good just because it sets up proper incentives for people, right? Like I don't think that I don't think it's really we preclude each other. Like someone can be simultaneously undeserving of whatever payment in some in some weird vague moral sense, but then be but the system as a whole, the free market system or whatever, is just a good way of setting up incentives.
In their sleep, as it were. It's got nothing to do with hard work, with risk-taking or economizing, while millions, billions are not so much left behind, but they are held behind because the wealth concentration and the power of big business, they conspire to cause stagnation for the majority. Uber market power enables corporations to usurp markets, to buy justice, to capture regulators, to pad political campaigns, in short, to poison our liberal democracies. In 1901, Theodore Roosevelt famously broke up Standard Oil against the background of a huge cacophony of those screaming blue murder about the attack on innovation and entrepreneurship and so on. However, those democratic acts of redistributing power and wealth together eventually ushered in capitalism's finest hour. Now, sadly, since the end of Bretton Woods, we have allowed cartels to dominate again. We face a stark option. Let the ultra-rich continue to snuff out society's potential by constantly redistributing wealth from the producers to themselves, or alter the direction of distribution from the ultra-rich to society's innovators and maintainers. The added bonus being a chance for democracy to breathe again. As for how to do this, there are many different tools. The wealth tax is just one.
We're debating whether
I mean, I really don't feel like I've never heard that great of an argument against antitrust. I don't know. I mean, presumably there's some out there or something, but like even when I looked, even when I remember looking up one time, like, I wonder what like the libertarian people have to say about it. So I looked up like Cato antitrust, and it was just all total like nonsense, like government infringing on property rights, government infringing on property. I can't believe the government would infringe on property rights. Like it was all like libertarian jargon and brain rot shit. So I don't think it's any good. Any great argument against antitrust, I would agree. Mostly agree with him there, but
approach based on a politics of envy. It starts by putting the central problem as being tearing down the people who are most successful. is the right approach to that problem. Or instead,
wait,
all
watch
this of
this.
inclusion, building up.
This is not about the politics of envy. This is about a concern.
So the most important thing that I've learned later structure.
This is wealth translates into
flame. You have to care. Down isn't a politics.
Also from you meant that imbalance in
very, very clear, John. This is not about the politics of envy. This is about a concern about the relationship between wealth.
Did we? I feel like we watched Larry talk about this
I'm
earlier.
worried about political money. We should repeal Citizens United. We should change the laws that allow all kinds of giving.
It might be a different
resolution. The wealth tax. These kinds of approaches are symbolic. They're not effective. There's a practical tax reform agenda. It raises the capital gains tax rate. It ensures that everybody complies with the income tax. It eliminates a range of tax shelters. It can raise $4 trillion, far more than any reasonable estimate that any reputable economist supports for the wealth tax, and can do it without arguing that there are people who need to be torn down. Now, look, I'm worried about political money. We should repeal Citizens United. We should change the laws that allow all kinds of giving to PACs, especially in non-transparent ways. Here's what will happen if you actually try to say that people's wealth has to go away. They'll give their money to so-called charities. Those charities will intervene in all the political process that way. And if you don't like the Koch brothers and what they do to American politics right now, you will have far more of it. If you tell them that they can't keep their wealth and they can give it to whatever they want, and they'll give it to something that will do much more to subvert the process. So the most important thing that I've learned is that it's not enough to care. You have to count carefully and rigorously if you want to make the world a better place. And framing the problem in terms of tearing down the most successful people isn't the way to fix those schools. It isn't the way to clean the air. It isn't the way to repair a decaying infrastructure. Building from the middle class without a politics of envy is the way.
This is not about the politics of envy. This is
okay, don't care. There we go.
And now we move on to round two, and that's where the debaters take questions from me and also from you in our audience. The resolution is this: it is time to redistribute the wealth. And I want to go back to Robert Reich to start with my first question. Is your argument that imbalance in and of itself is the thing that's destructive to democracy, or is it the particular kind of imbalance we have now?
Well, let me make the argument very, very clear, John. This is not about the politics of envy. This is about a concern about the relationship between wealth and power. Wealth translates into power. Larry Summers and I both served in the government. Both of us know.
Come on, Malibu, I don't care. Like, I don't understand. It's just so annoying when you, like, paste, like, irrelevant paragraphs to a broken grammar. I don't really care. Like, I'm not going to read every single dumbass paragraph of broken grammar shit that you say that's not even relevant to what we're talking about now.
Not only campaign contributions and lobbying. It's also huge amounts of money into public relations campaigns, into hiring squadrons, platoons of lawyers who can appeal and contest regulatory proceedings under the radar. It's all sorts of ways in which big money, even paying off professors to testify for the things that the wealthy want. All of these ways in which you get a kind of vicious cycle of wealth creating political change that alters the market to reward wealth that generates more wealth and therefore more political change in the direction of wealth. That's what we've seen over the last 50 years. That's why so many people think that the game is rigged against them.
Let me take that to Allison Traeger then. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, do we feel that way about how Bill Gates is spending his money trying to cure COVID, trying to cure diseases in Africa? And besides, I mean, I'm not going to
I mean, to be fair, I don't think that's a large percentage of Bill Gates' money. And read because I make an argument. I don't. It's you're talking about black. We're not talking about this shit right now. Anyway, I don't care. But I do think again. It is relevant that wealth tax would actually increase the incentive for a billionaire to consume, and that's usually some of the worst things that they do. Like, usually I have a way bigger issue with billionaires buying super yachts than I do with them investing in the S&P 500 or investing in U.S. government bonds. Like,
that certainly wealthy use their money to gain power, but a lot of that is happening at the corporate level. And I think we're talking about individual wealth, not corporate wealth. And besides, if we want to address this problem, we should address it directly. As Larry's pointed out, there's ways we can address problems with campaigns, giving all this sort of political influence. We don't have to redistribute wealth to do it. Let's just solve the problem directly.
So BlackRock should have no right to vote. It is immoral to present itself as representing a will of index fund owners who bought index funds from BlackRock. I think it makes sense that if BlackRock is the one providing the capital or whatever to own shares in a company, it makes sense for them to have some say in what the company does, right? Because they want their investment to be secure, and like they're the ones actually financing the investment in the company. Like, I think that's fair. I don't think that's just because they're a hedge fund or whatever. Like, they shouldn't have a right to vote. I don't.
On Allison's point that the kinds of problems that your team has been talking about so far could be addressed other ways than having to take money away from rich people.
It's not a debate about the wealth tax. I'm far more concerned about corporate wealth, the accumulation of gargantuan power in the hands of very few corporations that distort markets, usurp markets, push a real investment down, leading to what Larry Summers has described quite aptly as secular stagnation. In order to get out of this, we're not going to get out of this through tweaking income tax. I'll grant you yet again that we are not going to get out of it through wealth taxes, but we need to have a shift in the distribution of ownership of wealth, of shares, of control over corporations. We need,
What's happening?
that's why I mentioned Theodore Roosevelt.
Why
We need
can't
to
you
break
just
up
buy the
monopolies.
sauce?
This is all about redistributing power and wealth. This is exactly what happened in 1901. It's also what happened under the New Deal when FDR put the financial genie in the bottle, as I said. So let's have a discussion about whether wealth should be redistributed, and let's then have another discussion about particular ways of doing it.
I want to take that to Larry. Yannis did not use the word socialism yet. But he is talking about a major reorganization of the way things are done in the capitalist part of the world.
He hasn't even. I mean, he hasn't even. I don't even know what it means. He was talking about antitrust earlier, right? Which I think is fine, but now he's just such a God. I hate. I don't know if he is a socialist. God, I hate people who just like virtue. I don't want to call it virtue signaling. Maybe he does have a policy behind it, but he just basically like virtue signal and say like, oh, we need to change ownership somehow. Blah. It's like, okay, are we going to say, like, so what does this mean? Does it mean the government is, like, mandating that companies can't, or people can't own too much? Or like, what are we? You're a libertarian. I don't hate do you hate FDR? No. You're a libertarian. I'm not. FDR was literally a socialist. Kinda. I want to say I hate FDR for the economic programs. I would say Japanese internment camps, though, no good. No braino. No, very bad. But the New Deal was, I think, mostly probably good.
In terms of wealth distribution as a way to address this issue and inequality. So can you respond to that?
So I'm not sure exactly what Yannis has in mind. He's written that we should end capitalism itself and that there shouldn't be any market where shares in companies could be traded. I think that's
so that's his. All right, that's his proposal. Yeah, okay, so that's absurd. I see why he was hiding it a little bit. I see why we're that would make feel like that would lead to quite a bit of allocative inefficiency if people couldn't buy and trade shares in companies at all, and
strategy that will lead to massive declines in everybody's income, and that's hardly the way to benefit the middle class. I believe that we should pursue a set of policies that would reduce the influence of money in politics. As I look, it's mostly corporations that do damage. It's mostly large coalitions, the sugar producers, the trade association representing 7,000 banks in the United States, the million realtors that keep prices high. We got to do something about those kinds of exploitations with political money. But a wealth tax isn't going to do that. Bob knows, actually, because he's been around all of this as much as I have, that you can be an enormous player around a political party if you contribute $6 million. There's no wealth tax we're talking about.
What is your solution to curb to power companies like BlackRock over such a huge portion of the economy? I don't think it's like necessarily a problem. Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't think it's a. I just don't view it as a problem that BlackRock is able to vote in like shareholder meetings in large company. I just don't think that is a huge problem. I don't know why this is a problem.
There's no proposal they're making that's going to go anywhere near making Jeff Bezos or who's ever number 400 on the Forbes 400
solution.
unable to be.
Localists, we have to mandatory state girlfriends. This is what localism doesn't solve. Okay, it doesn't let people have mandatory state girlfriends. Omnidirectional hopper. I want the federal government to grant. Oh wait, I'm not going to be able to pick this up. To give people state mandated girlfriends. All right.
Be a big player in money in politics. You're just not going to go at it in an effective way by trying to take their money away. You can go at it by trying to insulate the system from the effects of money with all kinds of rules about transparency, all kinds of rules about where the donations can go. And so the question is whether the center of your strategy is trying to tear down the people who have been most successful, or whether the strategy is to allow people to be successful, to protect the system from being subverted, and to pick everybody else up. Is the problem that some people have billions, or is the problem that most people don't have hundreds of thousands? If we start from the idea that we want to do what's most effective for the people with hundreds of thousands, we'll get to the right kinds of answers, but redistributing the wealth won't be the central theme.
If I can say something, I want to suggest as gently as I can that my very, very esteemed opponents are putting on the table a bunch of red herrings. We are, as Yanni keeps saying, we're not debating a wealth tax. In fact, probably the best way of generating revenue, not just in terms of protecting democracy, but also generating revenue for all the other things we need to do, would be higher levies on capital gains and eliminating the stepped-up basis used to calculate capital gains at death, broadening the estate.
I feel like if we're going to tax capital gains, the step-up basis, I feel like is a fine thing to get rid of, but like I'm just not convinced. I'm not convinced capital gains are like that efficient and like that the best way to raise revenue. Like I want investment to happen. I don't see a reason why we should necessarily tax that. And also, I don't see a reason why you should necessarily tax it, much less double tax it. Because guess what? People are taxed firstly on their income to begin with, and then are taxed on the what they do with that income, whether they when they realize they gain, at least, right? Like, you're taxed on your income on the front end from wages or whatever, and then you're taxed after you invest it as well. So you're actually double taxing that saving. But
tax base, closing loopholes and shelters disproportionately used by the wealthy, such as carried interest. And I could go through a long list. But the point is that all of these require that you accept the notion that now is the time to redistribute wealth. That is what all of these notions are about. In fact, Larry Summers, I want to congratulate you, because everything I just listed, you put into a paper published recently about what policies are appropriate. And I want to agree with you publicly. These are all good ideas. But tell me that these are not about redistributing wealth. Of course they are about redistributing wealth. That's what they do. They redistribute wealth. They don't vilify the wealthy. This is not about tearing any...
I don't know like how far Larry Summers goes, but also like every fucking tax ever. Okay, what the fuck? Dark Gem from Evilcraft is like about redistributing some amount of wealth. Okay, like that's basically how every tax works. Tax and benefits program or tax and infrastructure spending works. You're taking money from someone and basically giving it to other people, or giving the benefits of whatever that tax money funds to other people. Like
anybody down. This is about generating revenue and also indirectly, and we can talk more about it, about protecting the democratic process.
The only way you can do massive wealth redistribution is through a wealth tax, or I guess as Yana suggests, some sort of collectivization.
Lifted through investment in infrastructure, basic R&D, et cetera. That's where the money is. My question to you is, can that money be found in the pockets of the wealthy and brought constructively into the broader society and used that way without consequences, without negative consequences?
Well, it depends how you do it. I mean, I definitely agree right here that the best way to reform taxes is to remove distortions, broaden the base. No one likes step up in basis, which is just a way of sort of avoiding estate taxes, which I've never heard a good argument for. But the thing is, if we're talking about redistributing wealth, this is not going to be a lot of large wealth distribution. The estate tax is 40% and only really applies to very rich people. And I mean, we can bring it down, but still a lot of people find ways around it. The only way you can do massive wealth redistribution is through a wealth tax, or I guess as Yana suggests, some sort of collectivization that's sort of either Stalinist or Maoist. I'm not quite sure what he's arguing.
True. I mean, I guess this guy does kind of. I haven't seen much of him, so maybe he is more. He did say we shouldn't let companies buy and sell stocks or whatever. So maybe that is a fair criticism against him. But oh my God, dude, how are we debating Maoism right now, man?
Alison, I'm sorry. When did I exactly suggest that? Please do not do this. Play the ball, not the man.
I'm sorry.
Especially not with kicks that are completely out of order.
This is the very meaning of a red herring, quite literally.
Yeah.
Well, but how else are you going to take a lot of wealth from rich people and give it to poor people if it's not through taxation?
Well, you did hear me in my 4-minute introduction refer to the two Roosevelts. Both Theodore and Franklin effected massive wealth redistribution through breaking down corporate power, putting the financial genie in the bottle, and embarking upon a process of pressing into public service idle cash of rich people.
Gay, we need
so
real men
you may
in
want
America.
to dismiss your own tradition.
I would disagree
by calling me a Stalinist, but I think that this simply lessens the quality of the conversation.
I would argue more that the New Deal...
Do you want to withdraw the Stalinist Maoist comment so that we can move forward?
I do. It was unfair. It was unfair, but I do think...
It was grossly offensive. It was not just unfair.
I'm sorry.
It was grossly insulting.
Giannis, I wouldn't have said what I would not have said what Allison said. But when you write in 2020, my dream is to end capitalism. You need to be prepared to... That's what you wrote in 2020. You need to be prepared to accept that people are going to read it in that kind of way.
I'm happy to answer that.
But Larry, wait a minute. Can we just stop?
Hang on a second. Larry.
Oh man. Oh, they've so derailed now. Oh no.
This has nothing to do with what Yanni may or may not have written years ago. This debate is now is the time to redistribute the wealth.
All right,
Larry, can I get this? It's a personal question and I need to address it.
I'm calling a timeout on this. As moderator, I'm calling a timeout on this. That's why at Intelligence Squared we sort of discourage labels and ad hominem argumentation, because we then go down a rabbit hole of an individual feeling offended and we go around many circles. I appreciate, Allison, that you withdrew it, so thank you.
If you start from the idea...
Why you don't need to have a fucking highlight reel every 5 seconds.
Welcome back to That's Debatable.
I don't care about vegans, I care about men being gay. True. Oh, you told them I'm vegan? I guess well, philosophically I would say, yeah, I'm vegan, I guess. But I'm also not, I am vegan, but I am not gay. I am, in fact, straight. But, okay.
Presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared. The motion, is it time to redistribute the wealth? In 2019, there were an estimated 2,825 individual billionaires in the world. Of those, 788 were in the United States. What does the modern global billionaire class mean for the economy?
Do you support gay people? What do you mean by support? I mean, yeah, generally, yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Politics today. Here's more from two of our panelists, Robert Reich and Larry Summers, who both served in the Clinton administration, but who take seriously, starkly different positions on America's economic future.
Would Jeff Bezos be as motivated as he was to create Amazon if at the end of the rainbow...
We watched this at the beginning.
...created by human beings? They're on the front lines.
Rob, I'm jumping in because I want to move on to something else, but I want to let Larry respond briefly to that point, and then I want to move on.
They've got plenty of money to do the kind of lobbying that is increased. The kind of attack starts from the objective of having a better, fairer society. And that's going to come from corporate treasuries, which will still exist even when you've taken a lot of money from the billionaires. So the question is, what's your central theme for responding to the problems of society? And pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away may feel good, but it's an ineffective political strategy that doesn't respond to the problem. And when you do take their money away, and they dodge it by giving it away to a set of foundations and charities that will lobby for all the causes you
Pep
loathe.
Talk TV, he's streaming right now and wants to debate a libtard. I wasn't really planning on debating anything today. I don't know. I have to watch at least this video. Who is this guy?
You will have the problems you're worried about to a greater extent. So I share your commitment to a fairer society. The question is whether a political strategy like that Bernie Sanders used this spring of focusing on tearing down the wealth is the right way to get to what you and I both want to get to in the United States.
All right, Larry,
this is like a... No, this is a... I don't know how much I disagree with this guy. Isn't this guy a socialist dude?
You are begging questions. You're using metaphors that actually don't have any bearing upon what is actually being discussed. The real issue here, let's agree and let's stipulate, the goal is a fair society.
Time out.
Debate him about what? Also, I'm trying to react to this, but... Jesus fucking Christ. I've earned one level. What the fuck? Would more stock in worker hand by transferring 30% of a company stock not be a good first step towards empowering workers, helping reduce power of big business and mega rich? It feels like it would probably just have a lot of negative allocative issues associated with it. There are probably just better ways to holistically to help like low income people and like workers. Like, and I don't know if I think worker board management is probably fine. But I think allowing companies to, raise capital through selling shares publicly makes a lot of sense. And that might be distorted by, mandating that the workers have to have some ownership in a company, a significant ownership in a company. He's asked to debate him to other streamers about being a... Okay, well, yeah, I'm not debating that. I can't even say that on Twitch, so...
It destroys the market incentives and signals to have so much wealth concentrated in such few hands.
I want to move on to the next part of our debate, and what we're going to be doing now is actually bringing in our global audience. Over the past few weeks, thousands of people around the world alerted to this debate, submitted their point of view by making an argument on the topic. We will use now artificial intelligence to help us understand what matters most to this global audience, what arguments and ideas that they
Oh, you just wanted to be unbanned in his chat. That's why you want me to...
IBM Watson, which uses AI to scale public opinion. Let's take a look at how that works.
First, people around the world submit their arguments online. Then, the AI assesses the quality of the arguments, filtering out any irrelevant submissions, and sorting the remaining arguments into for and against. Next, the technology identifies the recurring key points, ranking them based on their quality and their frequency. Finally, the AI creates a coherent narrative of the strongest and most prevalent points for both sides of the debate.
Okay, and now we get to hear a selection of the key points and arguments that our global audience, thousands of people around the world, thought were most important on this topic.
Constellation of wealth and answer view. Constellation of decision making. Are you just quoting God? Well, I hate my audience so much. I hate my audience. I hate my fans. I hate my fans. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate how my chat all the time is just fucking quoting ChatGPT and Grok and horrible grammar and spelling. All that actually kill me, dude. I wrote that dumbass. It sounds like Grok wrote it. So. Why can't I say the N-word? You literally said it, so I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to type it out right now, but...
So let's go to that.
Hello. Ahead of this debate, more than 3,500
Why do you think BlackRock should have more power than Word? How have I not already answered this 100 times? I answered this 20 seconds ago. Where I said... The workers aren't providing any capital. They don't have any. They don't necessarily even have an incentive to oversee the investments be going well because the cost for them is relatively low to just find a new job compared to BlackRock, who would lose billions of dollars if the investments didn't go well. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. It makes sense to let companies try to raise a ton of money by, a lot of companies need to raise a ton of money by selling shares in them, right? And that's how they finance their investment. And it seems like that equity financing brings us some really good stuff. I don't see why we should mandate that companies can only do a limited amount of it because companies have to have a certain amount of shares devoted towards worker ownership. Jesus.
It's time to redistribute the wealth. The following analysis used AI models to identify the critical key points made by each side. 56% were for redistributing wealth, with 20% of submissions arguing that there is currently too much wealth inequality in the world. One argument was that income inequality has increased dramatically over the past few decades.
Why is it a fair? I just answered. Oh my God. Are you fucking you're rage baiting. Okay. Don't care.
Excessive suffering to large populations, and that if wealth is not redistributed, far greater will suffer. Another key point for the motion was that redistribution of wealth will allow those with less opportunity to achieve success. People also think huge wealth gaps lead to social unrest and decreased security for all. The remaining 44% were against the motion, with 15% of submissions arguing that redistributing wealth would discourage some people from working hard. One argument in support of this is that redistributing the wealth discourages individual initiative, entrepreneurship, and accountability for choices. Please visit the website to see the full results. Good luck to the human debaters.
See what I sent?
All right, and as we continue with the human debaters, it was interesting to hear the global audience hitting on some of the same dividing lines, but there was one I want to zero in on that was brought up in that analysis.
Leftism is best described as an elite. Why are we just quoting ChatGPT? No, I don't care. I don't care to read any more ChatGPT paragraph-long bad grammar messages in my chat.
That we haven't heard, whether there would be a behavioral impact on those whose wealth would increase as a result of a redistribution, that it would discourage the desire to work. Let's take that to you, Yanis, that there would be a moral hazard to a redistribution of the wealth. What's your take on that?
If anyone, a singer, a film director, whatever, produces a service, a performance, and the public out there are prepared to give millions in order to experience that, I'm quite happy for them to have it, as long as they pay their income tax and they are, legally okay. But what happens once he has accumulated this money in a financial system that breeds a lot more money at the expense of stagnation for the many out there, who are not simply, as I said, left behind, but they are held behind by very low investment in good quality jobs, in high technology, and so on. So this is why we need seriously to tackle.
I mean, firstly, I'm not convinced that it's the case that there's so many people that have been left behind to begin with, let alone left behind intentionally by whatever corporate system that he's talking about or whatever. I don't know. It seems like aggregately, like the median income for American families has gone up. The median quality of life has gone up for people. Like, I'm not convinced that there's a big problem to begin with, much less that it is caused by what he's saying is caused by
concentration of power, corporate power, and of wealth. This is why we need to redistribute wealth in a big bang way, like it happened under the two Roosevelts, because it stifles innovation. It destroys the market incentives and signals to have so much wealth concentrated in such few hands.
I'm not convinced that is the case either.
And Alison, I want to thank you for the answer, Yanis. It took a little bit away from the question that I asked, although you started at it, but I do want to hear from the other side on this question of whether there's a moral hazard to people who have less now getting more in a redistribution, or would that actually be a beneficial thing?
Well, I've never really completely bought the argument that Jeff Bezos would have only worked as hard if he only made, 500 million versus, several billion. But I do think there are definitely consequences. Again, I'm still not clear on how we're redistributing wealth, I guess.
I mean, I guess that she's bringing up a good point there. Like, the whatever policies for redistributing wealth are obviously going to have different effects. But like, it is, I mean, I granted this earlier. It is true. Like, on an individual level, it probably is the case that like aggregately, it probably is the case that like a lot of these individual billionaires might not necessarily like work, much less if they were only getting even half the money that they have now or whatever. But just in aggregate, like, it's generally a pretty fair thing to say that if you reduce the after-tax return of investment, you're going to reduce investment. There's just going to be less of an incentive to invest. There are always going to be hardworking, motivated people out there who are going to do it basically no matter what. But incentives matter. Incentives matter. People respond to incentives.
The one thing we're all agreeing on is on higher capital income taxes. And what that certainly does do is, I'm not sure it will reduce the incentive to work hard, but it will certainly reduce the sort of the gains from investing. And so whenever you make an investment, it's not that the money just sits there idly. It's not like the money of the rich is just idle. It's actually invested. And usually they put their money in something called a risky asset. And when you have a high capital income tax, that lowers the returns from risky investment, which might mean, maybe they'll still start to try to find a sort of good company, but where will the capital for that company come from? Because often it's rich people who invest in sort of new startups and are willing to take on that risk.
Yeah, it is, like I mentioned earlier. A lot of this money is invested, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing that rich people invest their money, and a lot of it is invested in these companies that she's talking about that provide super cool stuff to consumers, and probably can only raise financial capital through, this type of like equity financing. Like, yeah.
Risk, and the returns from that investment will be smaller, and so it maybe won't reduce the incentives to work hard, but it will reduce the incentives to invest, and that's just as important.
Let's be clear about where we agree and where we disagree. I don't think there's anybody here, possibly Allison is in the category, but certainly I am in agreement with Bob and Yanis that a more progressive tax system would be desirable. That's not the question. The question is whether the center of the strategy should be around.
I oppose
taking
high
from the wealth.
taxes and a wealth tax. You like high progressive taxes and VAT. I mean, a VAT isn't progressive. I think there are other ways. I think, eventually one day we'll read that Bradford X tax thing, which I think is just a progressive form of VAT. But yeah, I like progressive taxes. I mean, depending on what you mean by high, yeah, I want them to be high. But really, by high, I just mean comparable to other, European countries usually. What the fuck are you rehapping about? Welcome, BBW4. Welcome back. I've read a small, it's beautiful study economics as if people mattered. I haven't, localist. I know VAT is not progressive. I know. Well, actually, I didn't know that you know that, but I was just explaining because you said I support high and progressive taxes, that the VAT is not progressive, and I think of VAT is probably better than no VAT, but there are more efficient ways broadly to do what a VAT does.
Wealthy, which runs the risk that things will be pushed to a point where you will do substantial damage to the economy in terms of incentives. Bob's absolutely right. I've written in favor of higher capital gains taxes in terms of stepped up basis, in terms of closing the state tax loophole. There are things we can do that will raise money from people who are wealthy in order to make necessary public investments in our country. And those investments should be disproportionately paid for by people who are wealthy. And yes, we should do things that reduce the influence of money in our politics and in our policy process. That is not the debate. The debate is whether the basis of the economic strategy should be some concept, not of raising money for necessary public functions from those who are most fortunate, but whether the center of our economic strategy should be taking from the people who are most successful in order to have substantial distributions for the rest of us. And I think society, an economic strategy based on growing the economy is better than a strategy based on taking and redistributing.
How many times are they going to argue over what they're debating? Holy fucking shit, dude. Jesus Christ.
Larry is trying to restate and reinterpret.
Right, get it. Money out of politics is to decentralize. These people are so. I'm really not convinced that's the case, localist. I actually think it's likely that like a rich businessman would have more control over his local community than he would over the entire country. Right? If you're a rich businessman and if you have a lot of money and let's say you own a factory that like 80% of the people in the local community work there, right? Obviously, you have way more power over that local community than you ever would the federal government. Because obviously, it's probably easier to lobby for things in local communities as well. There's just less less people have to vote for you, right? Like, it's just easier to fund races in local communities than it is for shit in the federal government. Yeah.
Let me go back to what we were actually.
There's also just less oversight for local elections, right? Like local elections usually don't have the same type of advanced like FEC campaign donor oversight that federal elections do. So I'm really not would think it's the opposite of that, localist, but.
Many of the policies that Larry and I believe Yanni also have supported. Everything from stricter antitrust enforcement to a more progressive income tax to better regulation of financial institutions. And I could go on, and the list is quite long.
You to buy and control one government than 50, but you recognize that that's kind of my point. It's easier. You recognize it would be easier I need diamonds for this? What the fuck? It would probably be easier for a rich person in a local community to control that local community than it would be for them to control the entire federal government, right?
The consequence of all of these would be to redistribute wealth from the people at the top to the middle class and below. Now, why do you call that a strategy that is a strategy of envy or a strategy that is based somehow on the goal of redistributing wealth? No, the consequence would be to redistribute wealth because we are trying to do other things. We're trying to both provide revenue for a variety of purposes that are publicly needed, and we're also trying to, at the margin, reduce that kind of political impact that great aggregations of wealth in corporations and by individuals have created. Now, that's what we are actually debating. We're not debating whether redistribution itself should be or necessarily is the goal. We're talking about the consequence of policies that we all agree on.
Let's raise taxes in the right way. Yes, let's have the right regulation.
Yes, I know. Yes, you don't need to highlight real every fucking time.
Let's move on to round 3, the resolution one more time. It's time to redistribute the wealth. Here making his closing statement in support of the motion, Robert Rice.
In 2015, a year before the last election, I was out in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Missouri, a lot of Rust Belt states, southern states, doing research for a book. I was doing free-floating focus groups. And I kept on asking people, middle-class, working-class people, many of them hourly wage workers, who do you support in the upcoming presidential race? And most of them came back to me and said something quite surprising. In the same sentence, they said, we like Bernie Sanders and we also like Donald Trump. Now, I was amazed when I first heard that because I had never heard those two men
They're just
named in the same sentence.
anti-establishment.
How could that possibly be? But what I discovered after listening to their stories, these middle-class, working-class people in the Rust Belt and in the South, what I heard from them is, we want somebody who's going to shake things up. We want somebody who's anti-establishment. We want somebody who's going to be on our side. In other words, what we have created in this country, because of the enormous power of great wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, because of the enormous power of big corporations, concentrated power in terms of their political ability to get what they need, people in this country believe the game is rigged, and they are willing, again and again, whether they are on the left or the right, Democrats or Republicans, to support somebody who they believe is going to topple the power structure. That is a recipe for instability.
So I also have a story. Last March, Kylie Jenner, the reality show and makeup mogul, at just 21 was declared a billionaire when she sold 51% of her cosmetics company for $600 million. Although about a year later, as people looked a little bit more closely, or the company was run by a public company that was a little bit more rigorous, it was revealed that while Ms. Jenner is indeed a very wealthy woman, she is not a billionaire. And I think this story reveals a couple things. One, we really don't know how wealthy a lot of people are. If you have an incentive to make your wealth look larger, you can. If you have an incentive to make it look smaller, like you have a tax liability, you also can do that. And Kylie Jenner also shows, we might have mixed feelings about the wealthiest people. The Kardashians are a divisive bunch of people. But you can't deny that the wealthiest people in America, a lot of them made their money in not a zero-sum way. They created value. They created jobs. They created products that we use every day. And economist William Nordhaus estimates that innovators only capture 2% of the economic value they create. So is there scope for more equality, for improving the safety net, for...
That's another, I mean, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but there are so many spillover benefits from, rich people investing in these, providing financial capital to these, to these companies, especially the big tech companies. But I feel like the people try, underestimate that, but...
Equality of opportunity? I mean, absolutely. I think these are the hallmarks of a civilized society. But there are always trade-offs in cost to redistributing resources. And wealth redistribution tends to pose the most costs and offer the fewest benefits.
If life under capitalism resembled the 100-meter sprint in the Olympic Games, of course it would be absurd to ask the fastest athletes, to slow down or to, stop them from going fast in support or in solidarity with the laggards. That would have been absolutely ridiculous, and nobody would want to watch this race. But life is no Olympic Games. It resembles more these days the Roman arena, in which very well-armed gladiators are facing victims that are weaponless, victims who are defeated not because they did not try hard enough or because they were not clever enough, but because they were unarmed, because of the asymmetry in the initial distribution of armor, of wealth. You see, for a while now, I think we know that, don't we? Hard work can no longer be relied upon to lift people from poverty. This is the tragedy of the last 30 years. But let's finish off positively. And let me...
I agree, but I don't think that's a... don't think that's an argument for abolishing capitalism. I think that's an argument just for a welfare state. I don't know. I don't think we need to... I guess again, they're just talking about redistributing wealth, which welfare state to an extent is, obviously, but...
convey to Larry my kind of socialism, the kind of ideal that fires me up. It will be a sporting parallel. But it's not going to be the Olympics. It's going to be the National Football League, your NFL, where in the interest of competition, not fairness, teams face a harsh salary cap, and the best players, the best young players, are forced to sign up for the weakest of teams. So by preventing the successful team from monopolizing the best players, the NFL's constraints liberate the true spirit of competition. This is the point about, socialism, which is NFL, living together with markets, in sin with harsh competition, which is what the NFL is I think, a good model for the future.
I think Giannis showed what this debate is about very powerfully in what he just said. By signing up for the resolution that put central focus on the redistribution aspect, he showed where he was. He thought the NFL, where there's salary caps put on people, where the best players aren't allowed to go work for the best teams, where it's all centrally controlled, he held that out as a model for how our society should be organized. And that's the kind of direction you head when you make redistributing wealth the central theme of your policies, rather than creating a better society.
That's, the NFL is like a monopsony. The reason they're able to do that is because it's a centrally controlled, monopsony. That's probably not a good, probably that level of central planning, probably not, probably not good for the government to do, for the whole economy. Jesus.
That's the central theme of your society. And that's not...
You may say it depends on how the government is structured, but no, the federal government is easily bought, sold, and lobbied. I'm not really convinced that's the case. And there's no way to change it since SCOTUS decreased the First Amendment to rig for big business, but to bike. That's not what Citizens United was about. No, it's not true. Central control is always bad. That's just not. It's so funny to me. You say that central control is always bad, and I don't know. It just proves my point. Every time I reductio you with the "would you rather," 800 million people die. But we return to the subsidiarity of the early union versus everyone stays alive, but no one, but we have the, union of today. And it's Yeah, I'd rather the 800 million people die. Like dog, you've lost a plot. You've lost a plot so bad. If this is your fucking first principle above all else, okay? Like Jesus, buddy.
And I think it's
free cheap
Here's
viewers.
a way of thinking about it. I ask myself the question: would it have been better if there were more people like Andrew Carnegie? If there were more people, for all his flaws,
Give me
like
liberty.
John D.
You're
Rockefeller.
so true, buddy.
Would we be a better, more flourishing society with more of that, or with less of that? Would we be better if we had 5 more people who started in America like Steve Jobs? I think we have been better. So yes, let's raise taxes in the right way. Yes, let's have the right regulation. But let's not make tearing down the wealthy the theme and organization of our economic policy.
All right, that concludes the final round of the debate. Let's look how it went.
Wow.
Our audience cast a vote before and after the arguments, and it is the difference between the first and the second vote that determines our winner. Here are the results. On the first vote,
were they even on? Oh, I guess they just for the motion or against the motion. They didn't even really have clear sides in this debate, but.
Resolution, it's time to redistribute the wealth. 57% of our audience watching agreed. 20% were against it. 23% were undecided. That's the first result. Again, we're looking for the difference. So in the team arguing for the resolution, it's time to redistribute the wealth. Their first vote was 57%. Their second vote was 59%. They pulled up 2 percentage points, which is now the number to beat. Let's look at the other side. The team arguing against the resolution, their first vote was 20%. Their second vote was 37%. They pulled up 17 percentage points. That means that they are the winning team.
Neoliberalism W, Larry Summers and that other woman W. Wow, neoliberalism total W. Oh, Enderman. I'm going to die trying to kill this.
Arguing against the resolution, it's time to redistribute the wealth, declared our winner. Congratulations to them. But really, congratulations to everybody for taking part in the debate, for shedding light, for teaching us, and for making it all interesting. Stay tuned for Bloomberg's next debate.
Hold on. Did I?
Against the resolution, it's time to redistribute the wealth, declared our winner. Congratulations to them. But really, congratulations to everybody for taking part in the debate, for shedding light, for teaching us, and for making it all interesting. Stay tuned for Bloomberg's next debate in partnership with Intelligence Squared on November 6th at 7 p.m. The U.S.-China space race, is it good for humanity? I'm John Donbat.
Okay. Is it time to redistribute wealth? It's going to be a loaded phrase, objecting it to the perspective of those reading it. Such a nonsense question to pull. I agree with you, honestly. Yeah, I think it's a dumb. They had a debate over what they were debating like 5 fucking times, and what the fuck, am I a fucking ghost? Like 5 times during that. Because what does it mean to redistribute? Yeah, it's obviously dumb. I agree with you. Yeah, because almost like literally, basically everyone is going to be in favor of some amount of wealth redistribution, like even just like taxing. I mean, even just like taxing people to build roads is probably some type of wealth distribution, because there's probably people who disproportionately benefit from the roads being built, and people who like disproportionately lose from having their money taxed just to build a road that they don't ever use, right? Like that, like it's a dumb question, but.
Was that you're always going to question God, but
Truth.
They didn't tell us that, like, if we did, that they would also be like, oh, but if you're questioning God, you are technically poisoning the well. We have to drain the well.
This resolution is just leading to lobbyists making more money and getting GOP in power.
Yeah.
When they cut IRS, well, I don't guess that's really I don't know what you mean by my solution. My solution would be ban the GOP. Okay, ban the no. I'm joking. Don't clip that. My solution, obviously, I don't think would allow for that, but okay. I don't like the GOP. I don't like the tax cuts that they do. Well, I don't like most of the tax cuts that they do. Your solution is leading to that. Yeah.
Feel like Jesus. Trust me, man. That's what it all is, and it all stems from like white savior narcissism.
Why does this guy want me to do? This is a fucking Bernie bro dude.
Narcissism that attracts a lot of people to Christianity, because then they can tell you like, oh well, through me or through Jesus, I found myself, the perfect version of myself, and and through him, I can judge you. You can sense the Karen haircut on me.
Anyway. Dude, I don't know why my fucking 400 mod bullshit 1.12.2 mod pack doesn't work. Also, I'll restop the 30k mega rich from cutting tax liability by donating or moving. Oh, you just they're just they're probably, first of all, I'm not convinced even right now it's super easy to like effectively lobby for people to just to cut taxes. I don't know if that's a thing that you can just buy. I'm not convinced that is the case. Where's sample text? He has the studies on it. Now, you'll just, by the way, you will, if I pull up any of the studies that show that, by the way, you will just reject it. You don't care at all about the empirical evidence. It's just a feeling that you have. You just feel like rich people are able to do this. So you say they do. But you just reform the political system. You should probably do some type of different voting system, like ranked choice voting or something. You probably you can have tighter controls on who can donate to things and everything. Yeah.
Switzerland does it
so well. Yeah, I know they're a confederacy.
Also,
Well, I don't care. Localist, no. I'm not going to watch 15 minutes of this. No. But Trek speed is 7 minutes. It's not going to be, I'm not going to have any interesting reaction to it. I don't know what you want me to, I don't really care. So it's not going to be interesting for me to react to it. It's just going to be lazy. Like, I might say wow a few times. I'm not really interested in watching it. You want to eliminate trust funds? Probably not. What if you drastically cut taxes on business which is located in your country, which mostly produces for local consumption? I don't know what you're saying. Local production over cost and efficiency. Yeah, I know. You'd rather have 900 bajillion. You'd rather have an infinitely sentient being experience the worst possible misery for you. You'd rather have an entire universe full of infinitely sentient beings experience infinite suffering for an infinite amount of time than have 1 nanometer of federal control rather than local control. Like what the? Yeah, I understand, buddy. I understand. Very low tax for business producing locally or for local market. Is that your new response to everything? It's just newer. That's been my response when you say, I'm just saying I already know. I know your opinion on everything all the time because I understand the thing you value above all else, no matter what, all the time. Yeah, it's just not an interesting or meaningful conversation for me. You oppose that? Yeah, I don't see any reason to value. I don't. Like local production inherently. I don't see why we would need to incentivize people to like buy locally when they can buy from other places that have a comparative advantage. There's a comparative advantage even within your own country domestically, right? So like California has a comparative advantage in producing almonds. I don't see why it makes sense to like give a tax credit to someone growing almonds in North Carolina and just grant them an artificial subsidy when consumers would benefit from just being able to buy almonds in California. I don't see any reason to do that. I don't know. Holistic, like, that doesn't seem to be like a huge positive holistically, at least for me. I don't know why we would need to do that.
Really believe for 1 second that Marco Rubio, Mike Walls, J.D. Vance, and Pete Hegseth just accidentally let a journalist from The Atlantic into their group chat on Signal discussing war plans, then there's a word for you. That word starts with an R and ends with E-T-A-R-D, retard. Because there is no word. I do Signal chats, I do Telegram chats, I do group chats all the time. You don't randomly add Atlantic journalists and then continue the conversation. Because these Signal chats, a lot of the times, they don't even update. You don't get to add them and see all the stuff before. So they had to add him, and then they had to start talking. Please. This is
Which,
called...
if you read the article, you would know that's what they did.
Leaking to the press without leaking to the press. This is how you do it. This is how it's done. The Trump camp has been famous for this for years. Remember?
Does not happen before. It's not true. Okay.
Stories about Trump being his own publicist in the 80s and calling up the magazines and leaking information about him.
This is not. They added them to a group chat where they were literally planning stuff. It wasn't like an announcement of the plan. They were in the process of planning it when he was reading all these texts. This was not a. There was not a like way of secretly announcing it to the press. Are you like they were sensitive national security info that should not that the author voluntarily chose not to share. She actually read the article, but okay.
Stuff that he wanted out there.
There's not stuff that you would ever leak to the press. It's stuff that's illegal to leak to the press.
The modern day version of that. If you think for 1 second Pete Hegseth or JD, these are the top people of the country. These are the most intelligent and capable human beings that are in the government. If you think for 1 second they'd be having these chats over Signal and then be stupid enough to accidentally let a opposition journalist into the chat, man, you really fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You probably also believe that all the stuff you hear in the news about Trump is real. You probably believe the suckers and losers hoax, the very fine people hoax. There's a lot of stuff you believe. Let me tell you, this is called misdirection, and this is called strategy. If you really believe this, I don't even know. I got a bridge to sell you in Utah or somewhere, but you are some silly, silly people.
14K likes. Wow. Cool. Wow. I love this country. Jesus fucking Christ. We're cooked. Opposition journalist is Israel lover. Who? What? Huh? How are we? Huh? First of all, that sentence makes zero sense to me. I don't know who opposition journalist. I don't know what that is, or who that is, or was it the person we were just watching or something? And I don't know why we're just talking about Israel all of a sudden. But okay, good to know. I like the guy who got access. Oh, yeah, I know, yeah. I know, yep, yeah. Guys, it'll work this time. Third time's the charm. Maybe it's because I kept choosing Mudkip. Maybe he was the reason the game crashed. I'll choose to pick. The fuck? Free computer. I know you can't even get it yet. I don't think anything I need a... I can, pickaxe. Can you even break it? You might not be able to break it in this version, actually. Local production and consumption for primary needs is essential for self-sufficiency, independence, resilience. Why is auto jump on? Resilience and local empowerment. Unlike global supply chains, which create dependency, centralization, vulnerability, siphon local. I actually think global supply chains are able to respond to shocks more efficiently than local supply chains. If I'm in a local community, and let's say, we grow grapes or whatever the fuck, if there's some shock, right, to that local community, and the grapes there aren't grown anymore, you're kind of just fucked, right? Unless there are global supply chains where there are grapes grown elsewhere that you can buy instead, right? And I think that actually global financial capital markets do a good job at and goods markets as well, just do a good job at allocating at responding to shocks dynamically. Probably need this, and allocating resources where they are, should be. Why I have no interest to put yourself in the shoes of people who want more fairness, less local individual empowerment. I don't know what you mean by I have no interest in putting myself in the shoes of these people. I just think, I don't know, that is meaningless to me. Why do you have no interest in putting yourself in the shoes of Trump supporter? Like, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean I have no interest in putting myself in the shoes of people who, I talk to people who disagree with me relatively often. Like, I don't know what you... Interlocking interest is good, but not control a few over interlocking interest. He worships economic theory, that's why. Truth. What's up, DRT? Welcome back. Wow, what the fuck? It's fucking sweet fairies. Uh-oh. Okay, so the corn crashes the game too. Oh, nope, we're good. I don't know, I don't know what causes the game to crash. Presumably it's... There's way too many mods for me to go through and tell. Oh! And tell which was causing the game to crash. I was watching NBA Suns 1, dang. Oh, fuck, it's crash, goddamn. I don't know anything about the NBA. Is it good or bad if it's Suns 1? Are they a good team? Are they a bad team? Global is centralized supply chains are vulnerable because of a single point of failure. Distributed, I don't think there's arguably more of a single point of failure for a local community if they're dependent on everything that's grown in their local community, right? Like trolls on Alpha channel thinking they are dunking on what? Oh, true. They're a bad team. It's shocking they won, but it was a good game. Wow. I'm betting all my money on the Suns. I'm going to poly market right now. Description: ticking entity. It's a GIF. Yeah, I saw. I think Cato actually has a Cato supply chains. Actually has a
yeah, the general conclusion from those studies, like I said, is significant pain for very little gain, because that's the other thing these have found is that while prices spiked initially, when prices go up, you end up having less domestic demand for those products, and so demand went down, and the steel industry ended up basically in the same place it was before, if not even worse.
They're about still terrorists right now, I guess. Self-identity doesn't mean total isolation. It just means having capacity to sustain oneself if necessary. But there's an opportunity cost to that, dumbass! There's an opportunity. The opportunity cost is to global supply chains. Obviously, dumbass. Not everything must be produced locally at all. I understand, but there's obviously an opportunity cost. It's obviously if we're making more fucking grapes domestically, we're gonna be making less grapes overseas. Obviously, there's crowding out. There's displacement there. Obviously. Or maybe, wait, I think I'm actually, hold on. Capitalist. I think it actually might be this guy. Yeah, actually, I think he did a fucking thing at Cato. That talks about this.
According to a recent poll, no more than 20 devastating shortages other era and every other system. And one reason for this progress is that contrary to popular perceptions, free markets and free trade adapts better to unexpected problems and disasters. During the pandemic, when businesses suddenly lacked a large part of their workforce and important input goods, they managed to tweak manufacturing and distribution to put food back on the shelves and reduce the devastating shortages that everybody expected. And who adapted the quickest? Well, counterintuitively, businesses and countries with complex supply chains did. They were used to thinking about options, in investing in alternatives, and they could always find a producer in a place that wasn't under lockdown at that particular moment. Most problems affect a particular region, and if you have all the production you depend on there, when troubles hit, it's game over. As America found out after having repatriated all the production of infant formula. Then all it took was problems in one factory in the spring of 2022 to create a national shortage. That's why the old saying does not go, put all your eggs in one basket and protect it with tariffs.
True.
Others say that capitalism is just for the powerful and the wealthy.
Not fun. What is two things? What the fuck? What is two things are true at the same time and you just refuse to see benefits to it? You can have local production and ensure supply design. And ensure supply by design a system of interlocking interests where local need can be met if/when local. Yeah, there's an I understand. It's conceptually possible to have local production and also rely to some extent on global supply. I understand conceptually that makes sense in my brain. Yes, there's just still an opportunity cost to doing that. That's all. That's the whole thing. Oh my god. Opportunity cost is hyper-focused on short-term productivity. No, not long-term. No, localists, you literally have zero understanding what opportunity cost is. Food, water, and shelter are their existential necessities. Local production of these isn't just an economic choice. That's essentially an insurance policy. That's why, by the way, I'm not even opposed, in cases of like national security things like this, by the way, I'm not even opposed to mandating some amount of local production. I just never denied it. There is obviously an opportunity cost to doing so, and it's not the most efficient thing to do, and it's kind of an unfortunate reality rather than like a good thing in and of itself. Not fun pandemic real. So why should you read this alternative account group session? The answer I give here is to point to probably know what interest is when recent events playing out in a way that supports my commodity from here. Just a few. When I complained in late 2008, that money was too tight. Almost no one else would make that claim. Today, The view was widely held, and even former chair of the Federal Reserve, Brett Bernanke, admitted in his memoir that the Fed erred in not cutting rates after Lehman Brothers failed. When I suggested in early 2009, Fed policy could be much more expansionary, most observers were skeptical. When the Fed eventually tried unconventional stimulus, such as quantitative easing, even if this response was still inadequate, the United States performed much better than the Eurozone, which did not try such policies until much later. When I proposed that banks adopt negative interest rates for bank reserves in January 2009, the idea was viewed as impractical. Today, many important central banks have adopted negative interest rates on bank reserves. After suggesting in late 2012 that a monetary offset would prevent fiscal austerity in the U.S. from having the contractionary impact that was widely predicted, prominent economists dismissed my argument. My view, though, turned out to be correct. Growth picked up in 2013. The consensus view was wrong. In early 2009, I advocated nominal GDP level targeting. In subsequent years, many of the top macroeconomists in America endorsed this policy. President Obama said in my research providing the logic behind nominal GDP targeting and blah, blah, blah. An important component of market monetarism is that the Fed policy should be guided by market forecasts, not by the Fed's complex mathematical models of the economy. By 2019, it was clear the Fed policy is increasingly guided by market forecasts because the Fed internal models have proved unreliable. Developing national security means investing in sufficient production capacity and benefiting from it before national security. Malibu, I don't know why you think I disagree with that. That's why I support, for example, the CHIPS Act. I don't know why you think I think I disagree with that. But get a screen reader so you can read it. I don't learn as much when I just have like a screen reader. But I'm just skimming through this. By the way, I'm not a. We were talking about this earlier. I'm not really. Like reading this right now. Consider these 3 lessons for students from the best-selling monetary policy textbook in 2007. It is dangerous to always associate the easing or tightening of monetary policy with a fall or rise in short-term nominal interest rates. Other asset prices besides those in short-term debt instruments contain important information about the stance of monetary policy because they are important elements in various monetary policy transmission mechanisms. Monetary policy can be highly effective in reviving the weak economy, even if short-term rates are already near zero. You have reductive approach to what national security means. Okay, good to know. National security to me does not mean growing everything that we could possibly need here just in case some shit goes down. It means investing in strategic industries that are important for the military, like semiconductors, like batteries. It doesn't mean making TVs here so that in the event of war, the supply of TVs doesn't significantly fall. Like, no, that's not what national security means. You can have that view, but that's just a dumb view of what national security means. Okay, anyway. I think we'll probably start reading this soon. You always bring up opportunity cost when talking about local production of primary needs, but that argument only works if the global system is stable. Prices stay predictable. Even if global supply chains aren't stable, opportunity cost is still a thing. Hate to break it to you. And you always got money to participate in the market. The reality is when your food, water, shelter system depend entirely on different systems, your one crisis or major disruption away from being cut off. Real. So-called efficiency, global supply chains doesn't come from vulnerability or what happens when people can't afford to buy what they can't produce. Real. So many components of ensure national security are sourced from outside and you ignore that? Okay. Locus, I don't even completely disagree that some, and Malibu, I guess. I don't even completely disagree that some primary needs probably do need to be produced here as a national security thing, by the way. I don't even completely disagree with that. But like as we just watched, I think global supply chains actually do tend to do better in handling shocks, right? Because you can always, because shocks tend to affect a particular region of global supply chains, you can shop around the entire globe, right? You can literally, you know, there's always going to be some country capable of producing something that can't be produced in whatever specific region right now. Yeah. That's not necessarily true for whatever local supply you have, right? If you're relying on things produced locally, obviously you're substituting things that would otherwise be produced globally. And it's probably not as easy to shop around or whatever. Local production means resilience to shocks. I don't think not resilience to shocks to your local community, dumbass. If it's a drought in your local community, you're fucked. You just have to. I mean, you can start participating in global supply chains at that point, but like, again, that local production is substituting stuff that otherwise would have been produced globally in the first place. Yeah. Stupid is some people who have been rendered so dependent on the state to represent the power just to pretend they have a freedom of choice. So true. However important, maybe it won't prevent them from losing critical thinking skills, or I don't even know what you're trying to say. Inverter Mystic. No offense. Oh, Lactoid. Thanks for the raid. Hell yeah. Oh my god, Econoboy, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Libertarian scum truth. Brother, the right wing. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry, Lactoid. All my chat right now is fucking hating on me for bullshit. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. You'll like this one, Lactoid. Actually, yeah, we were just watching Econoboy like this too. The fucking. I pulled out the Capitalist Manifesto actually on them in the because I'm arguing with a bunch of localists. Imagine believing a property rights based. Non-fun is a left libertarian out of Econoboy. For Econoboy, first of all, no, it's my political beliefs. I don't know if I'm best. I mean, I think the political compass will have me as left libertarian. For one to pay income taxes, you have to fit in the bracket, and by the looks of it, you don't. So true. Who farted this guy? Welcome. It's better not suck. My girlfriend was going to give me full body dermabrasion with an automotive sandblaster, but I am here. Okay, good to know. We're not even doing much right now, man. But when I pay my taxes each year, I rage about Econoboy. Haven't you considered though? Don't look at this one, Econoboy. Don't look at that note page. Haven't you considered though? You are hypocritical because you don't voluntarily choose to pay more taxes. Why don't you write a check to the government and say, I voluntarily choose to pay more? Wait, by the way, oh, Lactoid chat, you know what I just found out? You know what I found out today? You know what where's the link? Where's the, hold on. Where's the, oh, fuck. Whatever it is a lie. It's the thing I DM'd you. It's the funniest fucking... Incredibly large and disgusting Admiral Gibbs has incredibly stressed mere hours before another debate against Pisco on Wink TV's dying channel. Gibbs is one conservative we find on almost all these panels shows that perhaps is responsible for the stark decline of viewership. Gibbs adjacent streamer Lactoid, who believes having sex with corpses is moral, often defends Gibbs. Jesus fucking Christ. Which is true, by the way. Lactoid, we agree there, okay? I've gotten my, I've argued about this before, okay? All I said is that in a universe, okay, where there's a single sentient being and a dead body, I don't think it'd be moral for them to fuck the dead body. Literally, who are they hurting? Literally, like... Now, if I could explain how dependency on global supply chains works in an incident where the dollar collapses. Well, I mean, that's kind of a... If the dollar collapses, you obviously... Your ability to participate in a global supply chain is fucked because your dollar is not worth anything. But that robs your ability to participate in local supply chains too, as well. By the way, oh, what's up, Grumple? Because your dollar's just fucked. Like I don't know what to. It just lost all that. Just like I want to do as a evil social democrat person. I want so much inflation. Every day I wake up and I rave about how low inflation is. You mean when the dollar collapses? True. True. Haven't you know how much quantitative easing we've been doing? Jesus. Speaking of global, fuck, I don't want to start reading the boring stuff now that there's more people here. Tax policy notes just copy my left-wing tax file. Actually, I think Econovo, I think there's your stuff isn't in there yet. It will be eventually at some point. I think there's actually Micah's stuff in there though. I think that there's articles from blog posts from Micah in there. Check out Nonfile on other platforms. Truth. Mike just copied me for all his good ideas in SDL for his little fat ones. That's true, actually. That's true, actually. Actually, I'm pretty sure he wrote those blog posts about tax policy before you did. So it seems like you copied him. I actually think all the good policies, you copied him. Or no, I should probably make a page for this. Anyway, who's ready to read? Anyway, what's up, Blacktoid viewers? Anyway, who's ready to read the Balance of Payments textbook? Let's go! Whoa, W's in the chat for this one. IMF Balance of Payments textbook. W's. Woo! Lacto viewers can't read. Rip. True. Oh, you know what we should read? Fuck, where is it? Actually, wait, I think I... Yeah, here we go. What's wrong with libertarian? Who was ready to read What's Wrong with Libertarianism? Too busy getting laid. Valid. It's not that like it. Can we get some subs? All the new viewers here, let's get some likes. Let's get some subs to that one chat. Let's get some prime. Drop a prime sub. Smash that follow button. Smash that like button. Exclamation point. YouTube in the chat. Exclamation point. Kick in the chat. Follow an old platform. Exclamation point. Rumble. Actually, I don't know if Rumble has the command. I think it has a how to Asball so you pin on YouTube? Mods might not have control to it. I don't know. I can pin it. My model survival doesn't hinge on dollars or exchange. True. There we go. If a community publicly owns an indoor farm, there's no money needed to access food, which also removes the need for welfare. I mean, but localists, you're gonna trigger me. I understand, okay? You just like considering I think the risk of the dollar becoming literally worthless is like not that big. And even if it did, I have faith that the US government would be able to respond with a new currency relatively quickly. I don't think that it's worth building out like all these super hyper localized supply chains where the opportunity cost is so large. Like you want people to own their own farms and build their own house. That takes away time that they would otherwise devote to doing like other, more, I understand you don't care about economic efficiency, but more economically efficient things, right? Like, We should read it. We should read it. Fuck you guys. We should read this. I have this because Unlearning Economics cited it in one of his videos, and I haven't read it. But I don't know where I'd fucking put it, by the way. Would foreign currency adopting the dollar as a currency be good for their national security? I wouldn't say it's necessarily good for the national security. It might be good. I could kind of see a case where it could. I mean, there are definitely cases where it's probably best for the currency or for a country economically to peg their currency to the dollar or adopt the dollar if they just have such low confidence in, in whatever new currency they introduce being stable. I think that's what Brazil did something similar to that once. And that in the long run is probably better for their national security, but I don't think strictly from national security stance, it'd be good for a country to do that. Nobody chooses to be a wage slave or the most economically efficient activity. They do it because they're dependent on it for food, shelter, and their needs. True. Truth. I mean, people. I'm not really convinced that's true. Obviously, there's probably some amount of coercion. I think it's fair to say that happens in all market, or maybe not all market transactions, but in a lot of market transactions, especially when it comes to the labor market, because I mean, to some extent, you are presented with an option to work or die or whatever. But what do? We have welfare systems, right? Like if you literally don't earn an income, you do get food stamps, you do get Medicaid. There are programs for these people. I mean, as long as it's probably some amount of monopsony in some labor markets, but on the whole, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of monopsony in the labor market. So it seems like it's probably people generally have a decent choice between employers. Imagine if no illegals were in USA and Americans had to do those jobs. How would USA look? Probably not much better. Probably worse. Probably worse, actually. I think aggregately income would fall. I imagine GDP would fall, and that GDP is just aggregate income. So, yeah. I think we have a workforce that's old, right? Like we have a shrinking workforce. We're gonna be in a similar situation to fucking Japan, where there's old people are gonna have to work for longer, and young people are gonna have to spend more time supporting old people. It's just not I don't think it's a good place to be in. Since when did the liberals become GDP first libertarians? True. That's what I am. I feel like I have I don't know. I feel like I did make a thing here for this. You look 25, you have 30 to go. Oh, you're talking to Grumble. I was confused. I choose to be a wage slave to earn cash to invest in cash producing assets to get to the point where they're self-sustaining so I can retire before I'm 55. I was gonna say, but no offense, Grumble, you don't look 25. You definitely don't. No offense, buddy. Non-fun is the Stage 4 cheerleader for the global homo agenda, based in truth and accurate. Yes. Oh fuck. You miss self-sufficiency for primary needs and wage dependence. Ending wage dependence will disincentivize labor. I put in quotes because it's entirely relative to the current paradigm. It's the same thing with UBI, but automation. True. Automation eliminates the need for human labor. So true. I mean, you know, look, we've had this conversation so many times. You know everything I'm going to say. You know everything I'm going to say, buddy. You know my objections to it. Yes, but you're always wrong. True. Okay, anyway. Libertarian arguments about the empirical benefits of capitalism are as yet inadequate to convince anyone who lacks libertarian philosophical convictions. Yet philosophical libertarianism founders on internal contradictions that render it unfit to make libertarians out of anyone who does not have strong consequentialist reasons for libertarian belief. The joint failure of these two approaches to libertarianism explains why they are both present in orthodox libertarianism. They hide each other's weaknesses, thereby perpetuating them. Libertarianism retains significant potential for illuminating the modern world because of its distance from mainstream intellectual assumptions, but its potential will remain unfulfilled until its ideological superstructure is dismantled. Truth. Instagram. You're sending me Instagram reel links now to Sam Hyde. I have never been interested in anything less than an Instagram reel of Sam Hyde. Sorry, buddy. Literally nothing has ever interested me less. Hold on, let me fix my shit here. That means something, since I was about to read the balanced payments textbooks. And David Bose's, as I remember, the Libertarian Reader, one of his beta recent books about libertarianism. There was a long excerpt from Richard Cornelius' 1991 article, "The Power and Poverty of Libertarian Thought." Where does he find the time? Listen to the first 2 seconds. It is relevant. I don't care, dude. Oh, what are we citing now? Systemic risk in a broad account. Did you type in the ChatGPT to find that? Following the 2008 global financial crisis, research and policy focused on the risk that heavily interconnected systems could fuel the spread of economic crises across sectors, regions, and countries, a problem that has become known as systemic risk. Economic researchers shifted their attention to understanding systemic risk when financial networks and within financial networks. While policymakers offer new approaches for promoting financial stability and preventing financial firms from becoming either too big or interconnected to fail. However, discussions of systemic risks outside the financial sector have been limited. In this report, we address the gap and examine systemic risk in the broad economy. One, gather large data set, blah, 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 blah. Though I have no ChatGPT account, that's why it's very surprising. Listen to the first. I don't care, localist. I don't care. Again, like I said. In its assessment of libertarianism, in the light of the collapse of communism, I don't know how to pronounce this. Note that the reputation of communist economies is shifting the intellectual action from a battle within which the libertarians held the high ground, the battle over the feasibility of socialism. Nice one. Why are you scared of Samuel? I don't care to watch a random Instagram reel of Sam Hyde. No. 2-1 where they held no ground at all. From the beginning and almost to the end, communism drew its legitimacy from its ends, rather than its means from the powerful echo of its original promises to protect ordinary people from the hazards of life in capitalist societies. Large numbers of working people and their intellectual surrogates still feel in their bones that an unfettered free market is a jungle, that workers do not get their fair share of what they produce, that capitalism so degrades and disorients working people that they cannot make mature decisions about their own welfare, that it that it pollutes the streams and waters waters to whiskey, that it creates an sorry, I can't say it. There's a fucking dog being on my that it pollutes the streams and waters the whiskey, that it creates an aggressive social atmosphere in which the smell of money works its way indefinitely into the fabric of our planet, of everything that it leaves undone or poorly done, all the things that it could too large arithmetic I can't pronounce it, spasms, and the burden of abiding economic insecurity falls primarily on a working people.
Magna.
I'm eating.
I'm jaking it. I'm jaking it. Oh, so good.
What's wrong with this? Wait, this guy thinks capitalism is bad? I honestly don't know. Wait, which guy? The guy that he's quoting doesn't think capitalism is bad. The Jeffrey Friedman guy might. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Okay, it's probably not this guy.
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing? Magna!
Post link to paper. I have it downloaded. Just look up what's wrong with libertarianism. Jeffrey Friedman. It'll come up. I don't have the link to it.
Magna.
I have no clue if the guy hates capitalism, but we'll see. The new post-1989 intellectual landscape. Corneli noted that it is not social, but the redistribution regulatory state that commands allegiance. In the 1920s and 1930s, Ludwig von Mises developed a challenge to the economic feasibility of socialism that was finally and suddenly accepted as self-evident in 1989. With the collapse of communism, however, what is at issue between libertarians and everyone else is no longer the value of a market economy, but whether the market should be closely watched and guided by democratic political institutions and a welfare or service state with broad character to keep society fair and fit for human habitation. Cool. I always forget how I pronounced this the last time, and I'm worried I'll have a new pronunciation every time. Pointing out this was a debate libertarians would find much tougher than the debate over socialism. 7 years later, even Corneli's daunting assessment of the task for libertarians looked over-optimistic. The conclusion that resounds throughout Bose's libertarianism, a primer, blah, 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 Charles Murray's What It Means to Be a Libertarian, John L. Kelly's Bringing the Market Back In, and David Conway's Classical Libertarianism, The Unvanquished Ideal, is that libertarians do not yet possess an adequate critique of government interference in the market economy, a critique that is to say, that establishes not only why the state should be kept on a very short lease, but why it should be emasculated. Although not all these books are scholarly, they accurately represent the differences in the scholarship that attempts to make a presumptive case for an untrammeled market. It's not unfair, then, to judge the state of libertarian thought against the evidence of these 4 volumes. My aim in this essay is to diagnose the failings of libertarianism and propose a remedy for them. The key to doing so, I believe, is to overcome the fundamental tension running through all libertarian thought, the tension between criticizing what Cornel calls the legitimacy of ends of the modern state, the ends that formally legitimize communism, and the efficacy of the means the state employs. Libertarianism tries to criticize both the efficacy of the means and legitimacy of the ends. These 2 forms of critique, however, depend on antithetical forms of argument that not only subvert each other, but feed on each other's weaknesses. Harry Sisson tweet, my goat, my goat, my goat, my goat, my goat, my goat. Maga's mad that I get true, my goat. Like, repost, quote tweet. My goat. Harry, come on my stream, I love you. Nobody's now a Sam Hyde reaction streamer, real. God, I love him so much. This is the only comment that he's made so far. I think it is. Oh, he's so based. Yeah, I don't think he would apologize to YouTube, but why are you jerking off Harry Sissy? He's borderline retarded. I respect the man for having game. I don't know what to tell you. Free my man. Free my man. Game is game. Exactly. Alright, I don't know if I care to mention that part. I'm just waiting to see Harry's sex tape leaked. It wasn't even having sex with any of these women. He was just like getting news from them or whatever. But based, I guess. Okay. He's a paid shill who spams gay, entirely rhetorical talking points. And yet, he gets so much pussy. He gets so much pussy. He gets so much. I don't know. I don't watch any of the Harry. I don't really watch any of the TikTok people's content. I do think Dean and Parker are really fucking cringe for cutting Harry off over this fucking bullshit. And there was a. I mean, I will say, I basically think. I don't know. It seems really hard for Dean to like ever admit that like Biden or someone like on the left did something wrong. It seems like basically whatever. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm being harsh here, but what's up, Birdside? Welcome back. It seems like any policy Kamala or Biden came out with, they would kind of have like an ad hoc justification for, and I don't really know if they necessarily had any opinion on it before. But like, and his econ takes are dumb sometimes. He was arguing. I remember he was arguing that. Sample told me he was arguing that the demand subsidy for housing would actually decrease the price of housing because he said he doesn't understand the difference between quantity supplied and supply. Obviously, subsidizing demand will increase quantity supplied, but that's going to increase that's going to increase the price. But he was like, oh, if we subsidize housing, people will build more housing, so the prices will fall. And it's like, dog. No concept of sexual morality, and they will abort their babies. Truth. I'm liberal and they abortion. Of government intervention. I don't want to use a very, I don't know, release. Do I want to mention the communism? I guess that's probably going to be important. Or anal instead. Liberals in their anal. Wait, localist, do you think let's say there have to be abortions. Would you rather the abortions be provided locally or the abortions be provided by a centralized do you think we should be self-sufficient in abortions? Abortion is the voice of the unheard. Choice floor. True. Criticism of both the ends of the modern state and its efficiency. These two forms of critique depend on antithetical forms of argument that not only subvert each other, but feed on each other's weaknesses. These arguments rely on different styles of arguments that subvert each other, but feed on each other's weaknesses. Also, get resolved with the abundance. But oh wait, hold on, I totally forgot. I want to download abundance right now. Should I read abundance on? Dude, I was considering I still don't even know what's in abundance, dude. I still don't even really. Hold on, I'm downloading abundance right now. I wanna the next like big event or something, like the next time there's like a presidential debate or something, I think I'm just gonna troll, and I am just gonna be like, if it's something I'm not like super interested in, I'm gonna announce like I think I did this for the election, but I didn't actually stream on the election because I wanted to watch the election. I was like, my election stream will be reading capital gains tax, a guide for the a guide for the perplexed. I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be funny, like next presidential debate or something, to be like, my stream, I'm gonna be reading Card Kruger, 1994, on stream. My only question is, what are the abundance agenda include? Dude, does it? It could. I wouldn't actually surprise me if that was. I don't. It's probably not in there. By the way, I can't find a PDF of abundance online. It might not be like uploaded yet or whatever. It wouldn't surprise me if it was fucking in there, man. I'm like 30 pages in. I mean, it wouldn't. Isn't it? It is like a neoliberal book, right? Like it wouldn't surprise me if there's like a chapter in there about like monetary policy. But everyone claims I've already read this book. Well, yeah, I've seen Twitter drama over it. But see what I asked localist and ponder it. You mean? Localism allow you to preemptively invade centralized I'm not. I don't care to comment on that, man. I don't. We're so. I just want to I don't care, man. To put my thesis in more technical language, libertarian doctrine tries to unite the consequentialist arguments about the harmful empirical effects of a modern state with non-consequentialist arguments about the allegedly intrinsic evil of state regulation and redistribution. A purely consequentialist libertarian could, on its own, largely accept as valid merelist aims listed by Cornelia, challenging mainly whether the state is capable of achieving them without causing even worse problems. A purely non-consequentialist philosophical libertarian, in contrast, views the modern state as intrinsically unjust, regardless of whether or not it actually rectifies the abuses of capitalism. This form of libertarianism cannot accept the notion that any end justifies the coercive means used by the redistribution regulatory state. Such ends are therefore seen as illegitimate political goals, although they may be laudable objects of private, non-political action. Why empirical and philosophical forms of arguments should conflict with each other, and why libertarians nonetheless try to yoke them together, will be my chief concern. How does that? I'll probably have this twice, but I could tell that's what they were getting at, but. Tend to employ both a consequentialist argument about the harmful empirics of a modern state. But non-consequentialist arguments about the intrinsic evil of the state. It's not a dictionary. Fuck you, that's a word, Grammarly. Netflix does gay incest now? What? Based? Based? If I look up Netflix gay incest, is something bad gonna come up? Netflix gay incest. It's all about the Menendez brothers shit, bullshit, whatever. Why didn't Dems offer a law package to create a path to permanent residency for legal? I don't think they had the votes to do so. I don't think they have enough political capital to do so. Libertarian thought. Attempts to unite. Consequentialist argument. Of the negative effects of the modern state with non-consequentialist what the fuck notion. Arguments about the intrinsic evil of state coercion. And redistribution. Good place to begin with a British philosopher David Conway's Classical Liberalism, a book that breaks with libertarian orthodoxy by attempting to come down squarely on a consequential side of defense, in a book that, as a result, is the most convincing case for libertarianism in print. Conway knew Trump's gold card. The gold card is... I mean, Trump does not have the ability to actually make the gold card, right? And we already... I mean, the gold card, though, is I think is a decent idea in principle. I don't necessarily have an issue with just, like, selling... selling some immigration permits or whatever the fuck. Trump sold $5 billion worth of gold card Visa. There's no... What? You're making this up. This is just like a plan that he like announced on Truth Social. This is not a... I don't think this is something that's actually... Does he have the authority? I thought he didn't have the authority to do this unilaterally. What? What is this localist? Oh my god, Grok. Dude, I love Grok. Dude, oh, Grok. Dude, I love Grok. Dude, thank you for fucking Grok, bro. You don't get out of jail free card, make it more like truth. By the way, we do already have a visa that basically does this. Alpha wants global homophobic Croc supports localism. Truth. Conway tends to justify libertarianism, which he's called classical liberalism, solely on the basis of being more conducive than any other form of societal order to the well-being and happiness of any of member society. In choosing happiness as the positive consequence against which social systems should be evaluated, Conway eschews any appeal to the inherent value of capitalist freedom or the intrinsic justice of private property. While Conway by no means claims that a libertarian society will produce universal bliss, he does maintain that libertarianism deserves our allegiance only in so much as it would enable members to achieve greater well-being or happiness than does any other societal form. In effect, adopting as his own role is concern for the least advantaged members of society. For example, Conway contends that the life prospects of society's less well-off members are not likely to improve if and when redistributive political institutions replace those which generate the inequalities which modern liberals find so unconscionable. Such egalitarian, its dissipation. You hear that? Is Conway still here? Get fucked. Since it is upon the formation of capital that the continued and enhanced well-being of members ultimately depends. Redistributive measures and institutions favored by modern liberals are unlikely to benefit those whom they ostensibly are designed to benefit. So true. Kill me. Conway's undiluted utilitarian rationale for libertarianism is unusual and refreshing. As we will see, consequentialist arguments usually serve a much more confused and illicit function in libertarian thought. Boyd's attempts to clarify the contribution a libertarian society might make to human happiness, Conway's book would deserve recommendation even if it had no other merits. But Conway also takes the trouble to defend its utilitarian libertarianism against liberal, feminist, communitarian, and conservative alternatives, and the resulting chapters, which make up most of classical liberalism, are well worth the attention of anyone interested in political philosophy, not just libertarians. That said, it must also be admitted that Conway's arguments for libertarianism failed. Like I said real quick. An example. On the consequentialist side, libertarian thought. Conway justifies libertarianism. On the basis it is more conducive than any other form. Than any other form of societal order to the well-being or happiness of members of society. What's up, Bourbon Fox? Welcome to the stream. His argument fails. Conway does just about everything a philosopher could do for the utilitarian libertarian cause, but it is the nature of this cause that it must inevitably appeal to empirical claims, and the vindication of such claims require more than philosophical expertise. The concern about capital formation just quoted in one example. It is true that if government redistribution of income brought all savings to a halt, it would be disastrous, as Conway claims, but he adduces no evidence that a particular amount of redistribution, taxation necessary to bring about income equality or greater income equality in a particular society would bring about such severe consequences. Only the extreme high confiscatory level of taxation would stop all savings. Short of that point, wherever it lies, Conway gives us no reason to believe that the addition to well-being that might be produced by shifting income from the most to least advantage would be outweighed by the depressing effects this might have on capital formation in a given time and place. It's a nature of the cause that will inevitably I saw the tag Hegseth leaks. Hegseth leaks. Yeah, that we went over that when I started the stream. Yeah, we read the article of the fucking journalist who was added to the Signal. Fucking Signal group chat that they were in. Exemplify. Thanks, Grammarly. Conway's argument fails, however. What is the topic we're chatting about now? I'm basically just reading some sort of philosophy. I mean, economic and philosophy stuff. It is technically more philosophy stuff, but I'm reading about it because I'm more interested in the economic part of it. Then it's just necessary to understand it, or to debate about it and everything. Yeah. It's What's Wrong with Libertarianism by David Friedman. The nature of libertarian thought. Wrong Friedman. That feels must be bad. I've considered reading is it Capitalism and Freedom by Milton Friedman? I don't hate Milton Friedman. Like, yeah, Capitalism and Freedom. I think he's wrong about the welfare state, but like, I don't know. People seem to think that Oh, he's probably wrong about this. He discusses the evolution of money. America accumulating a Federal Reserve. Far from acting as a stabilizer, the Federal Reserve failed to act as it should in several circumstances. Further imposed that the Federal Reserve can have a consistent rule to increase the money supply by 3 to 5% annually. I would say I probably don't really agree with that. I don't know. I think the Federal Reserve is probably good. I don't really have a I mean, I feel like I don't know. I want the Federal Reserve to have some leniency and not necessarily always follow whatever, you know, rule-based monetary policy. Although NGDP targeting is obviously rules-based monetary policy, and I think that's probably better than what we currently do now. But if everyone examines the progressive income tax introduced in order to redistribute income to make things more fair, finds that in fact the rich take advantage of numerous loopholes nullifying the redistribution effects. It would be far more effective to have a uniform flat tax with no deductions. I don't agree with that. Negative income tax is good though. I don't know. People think Milton Friedman is more like libertarian than he really, or like, I don't know. Sometimes there's like kind of like insane people who like try to use Milton Friedman to justify whatever, but like it seems like he's in favor of direct cash benefits to poor people. Like he's still in favor of some type of like tax system and maybe not a ton of redistribution, but like some amount of redistribution, just in the nature of having a tax system at all, and also a negative income tax. Seems like he's in favor of the Federal Reserve, which is like he might be on record as saying the Federal Reserve ideally should be gotten rid of, but nothing David or his dad's opinions had any effect other than internet debates. Why do people argue as if their opinions and politics matter? I don't know if that. I feel like I feel like I get the impression Milton Friedman was popular back in the day, and actually did have some effect on shit. But I don't know. You're right. You need to get rid of the tax system to make it work real. Relies on empirical claims, invitation, usher claims, relies on more than philosophy. Dude, why can't I even get a close enough that spell check? Oh, Automod didn't like that one. Wait, I feel like Automod didn't used to be on. PPG, I have no problem with PPG calling me a Gaylord. What did I tell you about you? Why am I a Gaylord, PPG? How am I being a Gaylord? Calm down, Edgelord. I guess I'll highlight this as a like supporting thing. Seems like COVID regime debunked all of libertarianism. Truth. I mean, I don't think like libertarians would. First of all, what type of libertarian? Because there are plenty of like libertarians who probably don't even really believe COVID was that bad. I don't know. I feel like there's plenty of libertarians out there who would say it's fine with the government. It's fine for the government to take like emergency powers in cases of pandemic or war or whatever. Talked about how true no is gonna kill us all. True what? Sorry, COVID policy. Oh, Trump. Sorry. Oh. We talked about Trump's deportations for a little bit today, but I don't know, not that much. God, I've read like one fucking page of this, dude. Classical liberalism teams with problems of this kind. For instance, Conway shares a tendency, an endemic among classical interventionist liberals, classical interventionist liberals alike, to equate economic growth and affluence with this telos happiness. But this Philistine equation rests on large claims about human psychology, of which Conway takes no notice and which he certainly does not substantiate. Again, without any apparent empirical support, Conway endorses Henry Sidgwick's claim that the general happiness is promoted by far the most effective through maintaining in adults generally, except married women, the exception that each will be thrown on his own resources for the supply of his own wants. As if this is not only self-explanatory but uncontroversial, throughout Conway tends to treat claims about the likely results of various social arrangements as if they need only be stated, not demonstrated. This is not to say all his claims about social arrangements are false, but such claims are inherently empirical and thus cannot succeed as exercises in abstract reasoning of the sort in which academic philosophers engage. Arguments about the beneficial consequences of civil society and the harms caused by political intervention, arguments that might both be true and important, carry little weight when they are merely asserted a priori. Truth. For instance, Conway serves that the existence of a state welfare apparatus designed to ensure a decent living is had by those unable to provide one for themselves does not necessarily increase the likelihood that a decent life will be held by those unable to provide for themselves. In other words, good intentions are one thing, good results are another, but if this observation is to warrant an opposition to the welfare state rather than simply making us cautious while we continue to cede to the welfare state the power to expand its well-intentioned interference in civil societies, Conway would have to adduce evidence of widespread cross-national state failure in programs of welfare provision, and he does not do so. Example. Conway warns that the existence of a welfare apparatus designed to ensure a decent living, unable to provide for themselves, does not increase the likelihood a decent life will be had by those unable to provide for themselves. Consequentialist libertarians aren't real. Haven't you seen the I really like the fuck, who was it against? It was a Soho form
For the first time since the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the West.
I think it was David Friedman. This debate is funny. But I think economy is going to be the main. I think half the point of the article is that like libertarians like tend to invoke, you know, consequentialist argument. They tend to try to invoke like both consequentialist arguments about why the state actually is inefficient at doing any of these good things, and then also will like later just like invoke, well, actually, you know, even if the state can do these good things, it's like intrinsically evil from my NAP bullshit. Even if they can achieve these good results or whatever. COVID showed us that capitalism is false and fails in the place of regulation, and all businesses that close. Small government libertarians are my favorite. Dude, I will read that. Dude, I will read that the Wealth of Cities book at some point. By the way, taxation of slavery, but slavery is okay if it's a policy and military. Yeah. Well, that's what Lactoid isn't still here, right? I hope he's not. Don't get offended. Okay. I remember when I was debating Fabian, like one of the questions Lactoid asked me afterwards was like, "You're utilitarian. Do you think that utilitarian? Don't you think that if slavery was utility maximizing, then that slavery would be okay?" And it's like, well, yeah, if we just presuppose away the hard part, like, I guess I would, if whatever, I might double it. Like slavery would be okay in whatever extreme, like in a hypothetical. Which, by the way, I don't think people understand when like in those hypotheticals, how much utility you're actually providing via slavery during those hypotheticals, because you have to make up for all the negative utility that I believe slavery has, and then provide additional utility on top of that. So you're actually talking about a lot of utility. But then it's like I watched the conscription panel, and the Ukraine panel, and like Lactoid is arguing conscription is slavery, conscription is slavery, conscription is slavery, conscription is slavery, and then also it's like, well, I think it can be justified in some circumstances, but it's like, okay, so you don't like Lactoid is the same position as me, which is like, yeah, like we can obviously think of hypotheticals where slavery. It's not even a hypothetical for him. Like, I was talking about hypotheticals, but he was like, in the real world, slavery can be justified in some case. But utilitarian is dumb, non-fun. Just join my pluralism is dumb. Okay, cringe. I hate egalitarianism. Cringe. But I do think, but again, like, I'll say, I mean, I should do more reading for like philosophy stuff. But by the way, I do find value, like there is probably positive utility provided by both on like the libertarian side, like the, granting people negative rights, and on your side by egalitarianism. Like there is positive utility in like both those things. And I, as the ultimate utilitarian based person, can just take what's good from both of them. Okay. I just take the utility maximizing egalitarian parts and the utility maximizing negative rights NAP part. GA5, God, I'm going to shoot myself. On the currency of egalitarian justice gives a good anti-utilitarian argument. Humanist is mostly an anti-welfarist argument. Capitalism leads to foreign aid warring countries, right? I don't think, no. I don't think that's intrinsic to capitalism, no. However, capitalism leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. True. But even if you're not like, I can, as a utilitarian, like if it is the case, like if it is the case that like extreme wealth inequality leads to all these bad outcomes, that's like just so easy for me to say, like, we should prevent these bad outcomes by taxing the rich. Okay, tax the rich 1,000,000%. Okay, what does lead to foreign aid warring countries. A lot of things. I don't know. It's a very complicated question. What, like, I don't think there's a single cause for foreign aid to warring countries. Like, I think countries have a multitude of reasons for giving aid to a multitude of different countries, and those different countries have a multitude of different reasons for going to war in the first place, right? But if it's not capitalism, what is it? I literally just said there's going to be a number of motivations for each different country, both aiding in the war and aiding to warring countries and the countries that went to war in the first place. Like there were a multitude of motivations for Russia to invade Ukraine. There are a multitude of motivations for what are those motivations for Russia? They probably want territory. They probably don't want Ukraine integrating with the EU. They probably don't want Ukraine integrating with NATO or the West at all. They want to make sure other countries on their border, like Georgia and Belarus, don't do the same. I don't think they like when like countries like Poland join the EU, and it turns out they do really well under democracy and not Putin's authoritarianism. For Ukraine, I mean, I think they're trying to defend themselves. For the U.S., I think part of the motivation for giving aid to Ukraine is just that we don't like Russia and we want to destroy their military. Part of the reason is like we want to. How about the West Bank? Who in the West Bank? Palestinians groups in the West Bank. Some of them are motivated by genuine hatred for Jews. Some of them are just motivated by the fact that Israel is continuing to encroach on their territory and annex land and currently occupies them and makes them go through checkpoints. For Israel, they're motivated in part by religious motivation to control that land. They're also motivated in part by the fact that there are Palestinians attacking them from that land, and they want to occupy the land as a national security thing. Like there are, yeah. Simply make us cautious while continuing to cede to the welfare state. Conway presents no evidence. Of widespread cross-national state failure and programs of welfare provision. Following Conway's book runs deeper, however, than a simple failure to report to a philosophical audience, empirical evidence of state failure or civil society success. The real problem is that such evidence, even if Conway were familiar with it, taken to its entirety, appears to be insufficient to warrant the radical conclusions libertarians such as Conway want to draw. Even if many government interventions have failed to advance human happiness, as classical liberal economists have tried to show, this alone would not justify libertarianism. Libertarian conclusions require not only extensive evidence of government failure, but an empirical, substantiated reason to think that such failure is always more likely than the failure of civil society. If such a reason exists, Conway fails to provide it. In fact, as he assumes, the burden of reasoning lies not with him, but with his opponents. In rebutting Ted Honderich radical version of the social democracy, for example, Conway asserts that Honderich needs to provide some reason for doubting the intuition of private property is essential to the happiness of everyone. even though Conway's given us no substantiated reason to think that private property is essential to everyone's happiness. Those who favor departures from laissez-faire, even when their aims are, like Condoritch's, rational enough to qualify as socialist, do not, after all, make the unequivocal claim that government action will always tend to produce better results than private property. Thus, their evidentiary burden is lighter than those like Conway, who implicitly make the opposite claim. In the post-communist era, the antagonist of classical liberalism is not likely to believe anything more sweeping than that state action may be needed whenever civil society fails. The questions that a libertarian must answer then are how often civil society does fail and how often the state is able to do better. The interventionist can be agnostic about, this is the quote from the Unlearning Economics video, which is so, I love this quote so much, it is goated. The interventionist can be agnostic about such general questions, treating each potential civil society failure, i.e. each social problem, case by case. It is the libertarian who is committed to the grand claim that for some reason intervention must always be avoided. The piecemeal social engineer, as Popper called interventionist, can concede a presumption in favor of private property, while reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses by means of state action. She faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. The utilitarian libertarian, however, is obliged to show that the utility of property rights is so nearly universal that all government intervention with them is bound to fail when judged against the standard of human happiness. So it's 2014. It's so 2014 to think private property will solve these problems. Real. Give me a second. Minor problems I'll run deeper, however. As even if there were evidence for Conway's claims, libertarianism would not follow. That's got to be a better way to present. What's up, Lumpistopper? Welcome back. We're just reading right now. It'd be insufficient. What are the pros and cons of wealth taxes? There are no pros. They're bad and crit now. I mean, you're probably going to reduce inequality to some extent. I don't think wealth taxes are actually particularly effective at that, because they're really hard to enforce. You're probably going to reduce inequality to some extent. You're going to raise some amount of revenue. Now, I think people overstate how much revenue you're going to raise from them. You're probably not going to raise. You're not going to raise enough revenue to do, everything Bernie and fucking AOC want to do. Now, at least Bernie's like open about it. He's like, yeah, we're going to tax the middle class, obviously, to fund healthcare and everything. Could you tax Elon when he dies? Like, what would that look like? Yeah, we do currently have estate taxes. I actually think I think estate taxes are good. Even though an estate tax is, it's just a one-time wealth tax at point of death, right? Estate taxes actually have, from my understanding, somewhat high avoidance too. Yeah, you basically, when someone dies, you calculate the value of all their assets or whatever, and you levy a tax on it. in the government. I mean, it's a marginal tax on it usually. So, you know, the first 2 million are not taxed very highly, but then everything after that is taxed relatively highly. So you're talking about non-estate taxes? Well, yeah. So usually a wealth tax, like I said, an estate tax is a one-time wealth tax at the point when someone dies, right? A wealth tax would be an estate tax, but every year, essentially, right? I mean, I understand there's different proposals for wealth taxes, obviously, but so what is the downsides? So the downside of wealth tax and billionaires is what? One, I think there's actually a good video by Greg Mankiw for this. Basically, like I said, so firstly, the benefits aren't that big because I think people way overestimate how much revenue it would raise and how much it would reduce inequality. So, to be clear, I don't think the detriments would be like super big. Like the U.S. economy is not going to crash if we have a fucking wealth tax. But basically, you're going to incentivize consumption over saving for billionaires. And I think that's pretty bad. You're going to reduce the after-tax return of investment, and that's going to reduce the amount of aggregate investment that happens. And I think that is pretty. I think that is pretty bad. Now, again, none of these on their own is like catastrophic or anything. Like you're probably not gonna tank the economy, but there's a nice way that Greg Mankiw frames it.
Value-added taxes are essentially sales taxes. They're used in a lot of European nations.
Blah 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 blah. Holy shit, Mankiw, how long do you talk, man? It's not even in this video. Why is consumption bad with billionaires as opposed to saving? I mean, basically hold on. Saving is just like more productive in that you're, financing saving has a lot more spillover benefits, right? It has a lot more like external benefits to it, right? Like if a billionaire buys a fucking super yacht, like he's basically taking out of the economic pie, right? He's taking resources out of the economic pie to consume for himself, right? That steel in that yacht can't now be used for other businesses. And he's really the only one that receives benefit from it, right? He's consuming it himself, and that yacht is gonna, die one day, or fall apart one day, and it won't be able to be used for anyone else. Saving, on the other hand, seems to have a lot more like external benefits in that you're financing, say, a business startup that one day will provide services to the entire consumer base, that will provide services to everyone, right? A lot of tech companies do that. Basically, everyone is using a lot of big tech companies right now that are financed, some of them by billionaires. As in I understand, to be clear, I'm saying financed by people who are already billionaires who are financing these companies, not that the CEOs CEOs of these companies became billionaires. I'm saying the financing for the company was provided by billionaires. But if you buy stuff from people, have more jobs. I know what you're trying to say, despite the grammar. I mean, look, saving also is gonna, to some extent, increase the amount of jobs, and saving also tends to increase productivity and long run growth, and that's gonna increase jobs overall in the long run, right? Your stream looks good, crisp video for sure. Are you joking, or is it it looks fine on my end? I don't know. Hey, here it is. Anyway. But look, you know, basically I mean, any tax is gonna have basically sectorial and like redistributionary effects. So, you know, if I'm taxing the consumption of a billionaire buying a yacht, well, you know, obviously there's gonna be less billionaires buying yacht, and that means less people work in the yacht sector. But look, I mean, we're gonna use that money and build affordable homes, right? And that's gonna employ more people in the home building sector. And I think it's pretty clear that like affordable housing is more socially valuable than yacht building, right? So how does the money go to houses? I just said that we collect the money from tax revenue, right? From a consumption tax that's going to raise money. People are still going to buy things, and that's good. That consumption tax will raise your revenue, and then the government will take that revenue and spend it on really whatever. But I just gave the example, affordable housing, and that's going to create more jobs in that sector. One doesn't want me to have a yacht that's racist. Truth.
Frank Frugal. He makes just as much money as Sam, putting them safely in the top one the redistribution of economic resources. Now, I'm not going to take half an up on our suggestion just to decide whether we need more redistribution of economic resources. That's an issue as much for political philosophy as it is for economists. I'm just going to say, suppose we're going to increase the redistribution of economic resources more. How do we do it? And in particular, as we think about alternative proposals, I think it's really important to keep in mind that rich people differ from one another. So let's consider two hypothetical CEOs of major corporations. Each of them earn a lot of money, $10 or $20 million a year, say, putting them safely in the top 1/100th of 1% of the income distribution.
Do you all have suits? I don't actually own a suit, I don't think. Well, no, I think I don't own like a tuxedo suit, but I think I have one like formal shirt. I have like a single shirt with a fucking collar on it.
Incomes, which are the same. These two executives are very different. The first executive I'll call Sam
Spendthrift. Like to spend on suit. I don't even think I
uses all his
spent
money
any money on it. I was a gift
drinks expensive
from
wine, drives Ferraris, flies his
like
private jet
relatives.
to lavish vacations. He gives large amounts to political parties and candidates, hoping these contributions will get him ambassador.
What about the income tax from the 50s? That was the golden age of American capitalism. And the uppermost income brackets had taxes of over 90%. Basically, no one paid those taxes. If you actually look at how much like revenue income tax has raised as a percentage of GDP or whatever, it's like very stable despite the decreases in the brackets, right? Because basically no one paid those 90%. 90% brackets. Oh yeah, there's the graph. How much revenue income taxes raised. You can see even though the income tax rates have gone down, the revenues remain pretty stable. Well, I'm trying to see if I can find the one formal shirt I have. Oh shit, I got two. Guys, ready for this? This is what I have. I think this is literally the only two shirts I have with fucking collars on them. Are these two shirts, which I think are both like too big for me. Incredible. That is exactly my closet. Dude, my closet had, dude, I have, how many guys should know I wear the same fucking, shit every day. I wear this, I have two black jackets, okay? And I got like, I got like 3 colors in my wardrobe, okay? I got black, I got blue, I got a little bit of gray, I have like 1 green sweatshirt. I wear my black jacket, I got 2 black jackets, and I got a lot of blue shirts, okay? Sometimes I think I have 2 green shirts, 1 red shirt, and also like 2 or 3 black shirts as well. Tax data compiled by leading progressive economist Gabriel Zuckman revealed that the average income tax rate, including state tax, of the highest earning 1% of taxpayers was actually lower in the 1950s than in the 2010s. CBO data shows that even as the highest federal income tax bracket fell from 70% to 37% between 1980 and 2019, the average income tax rate paid by the top 1% remained at 23%. IRS data show that only 1% of tax returns in 1958 were federal income tax brackets above 35%. The share of tax returns in a tax bracket above 28% has gone down only slightly from 4 to 3%. In short, the highest tax brackets reveal little about tax revenues and actual tax paid by families. Do you have friends into fashion? I never did. I don't have any. I have like 5 friends, dude. One of them is like, basically one of them, oh, except Tessica Johnson. Basically one friend I have puts effort. I want to say she's into fashion, but she's the only one that like puts effort into how she looks because she's a woman and women are cringe.
Someday. When that doesn't work, he spends large sums financing his own quixotic run for the presidency. I don't have anybody particular in mind.
It's okay. You only have. I have like 5.
Call Frank Frugal. He makes just as much money as Sam, but he takes a very different approach to his good fortune. He lives modestly, saves most of his earnings, and accumulating a sizable nest egg. He forgoes the opportunity to influence the political process. He's not really very political. Instead, he invests his money in successful startups, which he happens to be quite good at identifying. He plans to leave some of his wealth to his children, grandchildren, nephews, and nieces. Most of his wealth, however, he plans to bequeath to the endowment of his alma mater, maybe Harvard.
Well,
where
buddy,
will
you know,
support
great
financial aid
fashion says
for
he was
generations to
rich
come.
too. I mean, that does pretend to coincide.
Okay, now ask yourself,
Clothes be
who should pay
expensive
higher
these
taxes?
days.
Sam Spendthrift or Frank Frugal? Now, I can see the case for taxing them the same. After all, they have the same earnings. One might say that how they choose to spend their money is not an issue for the government to judge or influence. Personally, however, I'm more inclined to think that Mr. Frugal should be taxed less than Mr. Spendthrift. And the argument is really Pigovian. It has to do with externalities. Mr. Frugal's behavior confers positive externalities both on members of his extended family and on the beneficiaries of his charitable bequest. Moreover, by increasing the economy's capital stock, he reduces the rate of return to capital, increases labor productivity and real wages. Economists will recognize that as a pecuniary externality, but if one's concerned about the income distribution, this pecuniary externality can also be viewed as desirable. Now, what I find hard to believe is that Mr. Frugal should face higher taxes than Mr. Spendthrift. But that is what occurs under the policy proposals being discussed, in particular the wealth taxes being advocated by Senators Warren and Sanders. Now, I'm skeptical that these taxes can be implemented successfully, but I'm not going to actually talk about that today, given the limited time. Let's suppose they are implemented successfully.
Oh, but and hey, Greg Mankiw's blog is funny. I think he's still on Blogspot. This is so based. So you know, the $10,000 or $100,000 for Mercedes goes in consumption, but then it goes comes out of imports. It has no effect in GDP. And a lot of times when we think about the welfare of Americans, we're talking about GDP per the number of Americans per capita. If you buy a Buick, then it goes in consumption, but it doesn't come out of imports, and so it goes into GDP. That's what the D is domestic production. And so if you want to increase the welfare of Americans, then it's better to have the stuff produced here. And that's a very, very simple fact that the president is pushing very hard. No, Kevin, that's not the way we do Econ 101. What happens when Americans switch from buying German cars to buying American cars is these consumers supply fewer dollars in foreign currency exchange. As a result, the dollar appreciates. That appreciation makes U.S. goods more expensive compared with foreign goods, reducing U.S. exports and raising other U.S. imports. Trade restrictions do not increase GDP. Indeed, by interfering with the international marketplace and to force its comparative advantage, they've reduced productivity and thereby GDP. Please, Kevin, stop invoking Econ 101 to support President Trump's trade policies, admittedly to the public, and insults those of us who have spent our lives teaching and writing textbooks for Econ 101. I was going to say have fun rebuying clothes every year, but then I remembered I have an Old Navy pullover fleece that I've had since the mid-90s on it. Oh, Taros, what is going on here? Has anything happened? April 2nd is Liberation Day, as Trump has told us. We'll see. I think they said they might scale it back a little bit. Tariff plan, April 2nd. U.S. may exclude sector-specific tariffs on April 2nd, because I think Trump was saying, oh, there might be exemptions on some tariffs, but April 2nd, Liberation Day. Can't wait, guys. Can't wait. Market rebound today. Yeah, every day he doesn't announce new tariffs. Okay, it goes up. Thanks, Javachi, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Javachi 2, something like that. I can't read it. I need to add a fucking stroke to the, or background to the text for my alerts, but. Okay, anyway. Even if many government interventions fail, or interventions fail to improve human happiness, libertarian would have to prove that such failure is always more likely than the failures of a society. If such reasoning exists, Conway feels about it. In fact, he assumes the burden of reasoning lies not with him, but with his opponents. And rebutting that guy, yeah, so. Starting that. Interventionist. Need to provide some reason for doubting the institution of private property. That the institution of private property is essential for the happiness of everyone. Those who favor the portion from laissez-faire, even when their aims are like Hunter's radical enough to qualify as socialists, do not, after all, make the unequivocal claim that government action will always tend to produce better outcomes for private property. Thus, their evidence burden is lighter than those like Conway who implicitly make the opposite claim. Those who favor intervention, I don't say however, do not make the unequivocal claim that government action will always therefore, the evidentiary burden is lighter than libertarians who make the opposite claim. Question libertarians answer: how often will society does fail, and how often is liable to do better? The intervention can be agnostic about such general questions, treating each potential civil society failure case by case. a general question. Of how often the state is able to do better than civil society. Whereas the libertarian is committed to the green claim that intervention must always be avoided. Let's add interventionist. Can concede a presumption in favor of private property while reserving the right to whittle away excessive by state action, faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. This could be you, non-fawn. This is me. What the fuck? Why does he have a... This is an impressive bulge he has here. What the fuck? So real men used to dress. Oh wait, shit, I should be on... Coffees need to make a comeback? Is that what that's called? True. Seen the movie Labyrinth? I have not, Grumple. If a woman can wear push-up bras, I can wear a true. David Bowie. Oh, no, I haven't, but I know what you're talking about now. You probably should. I do like David Bowie. I don't listen to that much David Bowie, but I like him. Charles Murray, what it means to be a libertarian, a personal interpretation, although not intended to be scholarly, is much better on a factual question or Conway's classical liberalism. We might pick this up tomorrow because it's 2 a.m. I think we'll keep reading tomorrow. I have to... Oh, fuck. I have to edit shit. I don't know if I'll... I think I might edit 2 videos tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I might have gotten 2 videos from this vlog because I reacted to 2 things, but I don't know. I don't know if the wealth tax one would do good on YouTube. It might. We'll see. I think this Thursday I'll be on 2 panels back to back. That'll be fun. Other than that, I think we're just reading this week. So, if you guys want to see that epic, awesome stuff, subscribe, follow, smash that follow button, follow on Kick, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube, sub on Twitch, become a YouTube member. Yeah. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool you guys watch me. Yeah. I forget where was I. I was in Lunarbox's stream. People recognized me. I think oh. Yeah, it's cool to see, like, I downloaded a Peace Code today. And it's, I don't know, it's cool to see there people, I recognize him, have people recognize me back. Same thing with Lunarbox when I was on Lunarbox's stream for a bit. It's really cool. That's really cool to me. Yeah. Lonerbox streams? You don't know who Lonerbox is, Grumple? Yeah. I just called in a Lonerbox one day. And chatted him for a bit. But anyway, I'll see you guys. Head over to Carbon, watch him ethically own the maggots, okay? Love you guys.